Chapter 1, Commander, you have unlocked the red alert system. What should I do? It's only a few days away. At that time, I can only pray and hug my thigh. In Japan, Fujimi High School, a young man is standing on the rooftop, overlooking the school playground. His name is Sebastian Alexander. He crossed into this world 2 years ago and became an international exchange student in the academy. Through the memories obtained as a traveler, he knows that this is the world of the High School of the Dead. 2 years later, an inexplicable biological crisis will sweep across the entire world and plunge mankind into a huge crisis. As a traveler, he is the only one who knows that the end of the world is coming. About the coming catastrophe, even if you tell others that disaster will come in 2 years, others will only treat him as a mental patient. There are no other choices, he can only find a way to at least protect himself. For example, build an indestructible fortress, store a sufficient amount of food, and prepare weapons with extreme firepower. But all of this must be based on the premise that he has sufficient financial resources and capital. Without money, let alone guns, you can't even afford bullets. What's more, after traveling to this world, he is just an ordinary person, and there is no way to buy heavy weapons. Fortunately, he and the protagonists are friends, and he may be able to hug their legs to survive the crisis. The protagonists successfully survived the zombie crisis by helping each other. Sebastian wanted to take this opportunity to stay close to the protagonist, at least to save his own life. And he has never forgotten the imminent crisis. While living in school, he is also constantly exercising his body to ensure that he has sufficient physical strength to escape when a crisis breaks out. At the same time, Sebastian also took part-time jobs outside the school to ensure that he could prepare some supplies and weapons before the crisis came. Now there are only a few days left before the end of the day. Although he has already met and gotten along with the protagonists, he still doesn't have enough confidence in his heart. After all, what meets him will be an extremely dangerous future. So at this time, he could only sigh on the rooftop alone, thinking about what to do in the future. At this moment, a strange voice suddenly came to Sebastian's ear. Commander, you have unlocked the red alert system. You will own a certain faction technology tree, and create buildings and units unique to that faction. I am your assistant and will be responsible for maintaining the base operation while you are away. Commander. Base. System. Immediately, the world in front of his eyes changed. And the next second he came to an endless and unique space. A gigantic truck stopped in front of him and then began to transform. The unique and sophisticated mechanical equipment was changing its shape in a programmed way, and in an instant, it became a tower over 10 meters high. A huge factory appears and a giant mechanical arm is directly above the base. At the same time, the system assistant also introduced the system's functions to him in detail. It was roughly the same as the version of the game he had played. Sebastian can develop his own technology and military strength in this space, which requires a unique G to unlock, which is the exclusive currency of the system. The way to obtain G is to obtain a sufficient amount of gold or gems in the real world, and then refine them through the ore refining plant in the base space. 1 gram of gold can be exchanged for 3 G, and gems or diamonds are more valuable, but virtual property or ordinary coins are useless. Sebastian can freely enter and exit this base space, and when he is in the base space, time will stop flowing. But if he is in the real world, time in the base space will flow at the normal speed. He can use this time to manufacture buildings and troops. Commander, you have unlocked the basic building Tesla reactor and/or refining plant. Unlockable building, Barracks costs 1000 G. You can build buildings directly in the base space, but you can also build them in the real world. You want 1000 G, why don't you just rob me? Sebastian sighed helplessly. 1000 G means that at least 300 grams of gold are needed. Even if he insists on working part-time outside school every day, he simply does not have enough savings to buy a sufficient amount of gold. There is still a long way to go to save enough money to build a barrack. And even if a barrack is created, he will need to build troops, which will also cost a lot of resources and funds. Although I have a system, it can't function now, and today is only a few days away from the outbreak of the crisis. So what to do? Sebastian's brain began to spin rapidly, but he couldn't think of a way for a long time. He could only feel a little distressed. Sebastian, the lunch break is coming to an end, get ready for class. A female voice came, and at the same time came a figure, Saya Takagi. Saya, looking at the girl in front of him, a smile appeared on Sebastian's face. The girl in front of him was not tall, but she had an explosive figure far beyond her age. The school uniform and short skirt she was wearing vividly outlined her curves. The girl's face was lovely, with 2 diamond-like eyes set on her fair face, which seemed to be shining brightly. She is Takashi Saya, his classmate and also a member of the protagonist group, serving as an advisor in the team. When Sebastian came to Fujimi High School 2 years ago as a transfer student, the two of them became tablemates by chance, and their relationship became close. Class is about to start. I don't care if you're late. I know. Sebastian smiled and nodded. Although Takashi Saya usually seems to be difficult to get along with, he knows that she cares about him very much. After following Saya back to the classroom, he saw several familiar faces again. Chapter 2, How to Get Money. Loan Shark. Hey Sebastian, let's go to the model shop in the city after school tonight. Just after returning to the classroom, a short fat man with glasses said to him. He is Kota Hirano, who is a member of the protagonist group, a military enthusiast, and loves military models very much. Sorry, I've been a little busy the last few days, Sebastian smiled and politely rejected the other party. For him, the most urgent task now is to find a way to save money quickly so that he can buy gold and exchange it for resources in the system. It is impossible to work part-time. No matter how much you work, you will never earn enough money. You can't get anything for yourself and you can't make that much money in just a few days. So how do you make money? Thinking of this, Sebastian frowned slightly. What are you in a daze for? The other girl looked at Sebastian who was distracted, and patted him on the shoulder lightly. She has long amber hair. Rei Miyamoto is the heroine in the story, a member of the Spear Club, and has very strong strength. In the past 2 years, he has established a relatively good relationship with the protagonist group, and they also regard him as a very important friend. Even in Saya's heart, Sebastian is going one step further than a friend. It's nothing, I'm a little tired from working recently, Sebastian shook his head and said with a random reason. Really, what do you do to make yourself so tired every day? Saya pouted and said in a low voice, her eyes focused on Rei's hand that was on Sebastian's shoulder. I happen to have quite a bit of pocket money, I can lend you some and you can pay it back when you are stable later. No need, although the girl's impression was a bit arrogant, Sebastian still felt warm in his heart after hearing the other party's words. But even if the money is borrowed, a small amount cannot change the status quo. And it will be the end of the world in a few days, and there will be no chance to pay back the money by then. Wait, borrow money? Pay back? When he was still worrying about how to get money quickly, Saya's words made him suddenly enlightened, and he had a clear direction in his heart. That is to borrow money. A plan emerged in his mind, to borrow money from Loan Shark. Ordinary loans are not feasible, because he is underage now. The procedures are very troublesome. And he does not have many days left. Loan Shark can save these troubles. And since it will be the end of the world in a few days, then even if I borrow from them, no one will come to collect the debt. So he is going to find local gangs to borrow money in the remaining few days. The interest in this kind of loan must be quite terrifying, but the end of the world will soon come. So he doesn't have to worry about repaying the money. You can use all means such as a loan to borrow at least more than 1 million yen first, and create the Barracks, so that you can alleviate the urgent need. You are such a genius, Saya. Sebastian smiled and praised the other. Hearing Sebastian's sudden praise, Saya was a little dazed at first, then lowered her head, her cheeks flushed slightly. Why are you praising me all of a sudden? I must be a genius, you don't need to say it. The next day, Sebastian took a long vacation. Through inquiring and other means. He found the local gangsters and asked them to borrow loans. Naturally, the local gangs did not refuse. On the contrary, they welcomed people like him to borrow money from them. A major source of income for these guys is loans. Many students want to save face in school, so they spend money lavishly. And when the living expenses soon run out, they have to ask them to borrow money. The gang members can use this opportunity to earn interest, and they don't have to worry about the students not paying the money. As long as they make trouble with the other party's parents, the other party will want to use the money to settle the matter. So when they saw Sebastian, the gang members were very happy. Hey, are you from Fujimi High School? One of the gang members took a puff from his cigarette and looked at Sebastian with a smile. That's right, Sebastian quickly took out his student ID card and handed it to the other party. Ordinary students would be nervous and scared when they saw gang members, but for him, it was nothing scary at all. Compared with the coming zombie crisis, these people are insignificant. They don't know that their lives may not be guaranteed after a few days, and money will soon become the least important thing in this world. You know how much interest you want this time? A gang member said. After that, every month, you have to repay 10 of the principal with interest. If you don't pay it off, it will have to add interest next month. Do you understand? Yes, Sebastian nodded immediately without hesitation for even a second. But in his heart, he complained about the other party mercilessly. 10 monthly interest, what kind of bullshit is this? Generally, the annual interest rate for bank loans does not exceed 5%, but these gang members demanded a 10% monthly interest rate. For example, if you have a loan of 1,000 yen, you will only need to repay 50 yen. But it seems that if you borrow from a gang, you need to repay 100 yen a month. This is completely harming minors with weak social cognition. Regardless, he doesn't have to worry about these problems. These people may not be able to save their lives when the time comes, and naturally, they will not come to ask for their debts. But you poor boy, how are you going to pay back the money you borrowed? The gang members narrowed their eyes and asked Sebastian. After all, the other party agreed too quickly. Generally speaking, ordinary students will hesitate for a while when they hear such a high interest rate. But why did Sebastian answer so quickly at this time? If you don't have the money back to us by then, it will be a very distressing thing. Don't worry, it will be paid back, Sebastian patted his chest and said. I work several part-time jobs every day, and I can pay them back. You should know what the consequences will be if you don't pay the money. The gang member moved his joints and made a crisp sound, his tone full of threats. In this way, Sebastian quickly borrowed money, but because he was a student, he only got 100,000 yen in the end. Chapter 3, Barracks construction is complete. Just 100,000 yen is not enough. Sebastian went to various neighborhoods in the city to find people who could lend loans, but there are not many people who are willing to lend money to students. However, Sebastian had a certain amount of time. After a few days of ups and downs, relying on his tricks and abductions, he finally saved up about 600,000 yen. He even sold almost all the furniture in his own home. In Japan, many families live in rented houses, and the same is true for him who traveled here, so he can't sell his house, only the furniture. After gaining a certain amount of savings, Sebastian immediately went to the gold shop to buy gold bars of the same value. Welcome. When Sebastian pushed open the door of the gold store, the service staff greeted him politely. But after noticing that Sebastian was still wearing some kind of school uniform, their faces showed a trace of indifference. Because students shouldn't be able to afford this kind of luxury, most of them are just pretending to be rich. Give me some gold bars, Sebastian said lightly. He noticed the change in the other person's expression. Excuse me, this is a serious workplace, please. Sebastian took out a thick stack of money from his pocket before the staff gave the order to evict the guest. Although he is not like other rich people who have millions and tens of millions, as a student, he can casually spend 600,000 yen, which is enough to show that his family is well off. Maybe his family members are incredibly rich. Alright, sir, I'll get it for you right away. The attitude of the staff seemed to have changed 180 degrees, and they immediately took him to go through the relevant procedures. After obtaining the gold bars, Sebastian returned directly to his base space and put the gold bars into the refinery. Black smoke came out of the ore refinery, and the resource reserves in front of Sebastian's eyes began to grow at a rapid rate, and there were 450 G in a flash. However, this is still a long way from 1000 G, so he has to choose other methods. Now there are only less than 3 days before the outbreak of the zombie crisis and the legal method is too long. What other methods are there that are outside the law? Sebastian thought for a long time and finally thought of a way to sell an ORGN. But of course, it won't be a real sale. He wants to earn a deposit fee from it. He went to small clinics in various regions that afternoon, secretly asking if they could accept organ sales. Hard work paid off, and he finally found one in a very remote place. You want to sell your org? NS at a young age? The doctor asked curiously. I owed some money to a friend before, so I took out some loan, but I still can't pay it, so I can only do this. Sebastian pretended to be helpless and took out the IOU that he had borrowed from the gang not long ago. After seeing the words in black and white, a smile appeared on the doctor's face, with a hint of greed in his eyes. Young organs are the most hardy, and clients like them the most. This kind of inexperienced young man is also easy to fool. So when the doctor saw Sebastian's arrival, the smile on his face almost overflowed. But of course, Sebastian will not really sell his organs. After all, the kidney will have a huge stage in the future, so he will not change it for any amount of money. The storage time of this kind of ORGN is generally not very long, so he needs to undergo a physical examination and find a suitable client. However, Sebastian can get the deposit fee first. This is a deposit of 400,000 yuan. The doctor handed a thick stack of money to Sebastian. However, if you breach the contract and refuse the operation, you will have to pay double the cost. The smile on his face was even more obvious, like a wild wolf watching a lamb walk in front of him. In any case, doctors can make a lot of money. I understand, and the smile on his face became more obvious, like a hunter watching his prey gradually fall into a trap. This kind of black-hearted place can make nearly millions of yen in one organ transplant operation, and only a small part will go to the organ donors. But Sebastian doesn't care about these shady deals, as long as he can make money for himself is enough. Afterward, Sebastian did the same thing, using all the ways to get money, even selling all his furniture in this world and borrowing all kinds of loans that could be tried, and finally when the zombie crisis broke out the day before, more than 1 million yen was settled. After getting the money, Sebastian rushed to the gold shop like a race against time. "Give me gold bars worth 1 million yen, Sebastian said, "it's like buying vegetables in a vegetable market." "Welcome." After watching Sebastian visit again, the front desk staff immediately burst into smiles. After the last meeting, this person had already looked at Sebastian with admiration and guessed that the other party might be a son of a certain family, who could casually hand out 1 million yen. This time Sebastian obtained the corresponding amount of gold bars faster than last time and immediately sent all the gold bars into the refinery after returning home. After a while, the ore refinery was completed, and his resource reserves exceeded 1,400 G. Sebastian did not hesitate and immediately ordered his assistant to start building the barrack. "Commander, the construction of the barrack is complete, and new arms and buildings have been unlocked." Immediately, several options came in front of Sebastian's eyes. Infantry type, creature cost, 100 G. Attack dog type, creature cost, 100 G. Engineer type, creature cost, 500 G. After the barrack is unlocked, Sebastian has more options to manufacture, and the technology tree does not look much different from the one in the game. Sebastian's looked at his resource reserves, and now there are only a little over 400 G left, and the only ones he can manufacture are infantry and attack dog. Just like in games, attack dog can pose a huge threat to humanoid enemies, but their attack methods are all close combat, and they are also creatures. They may suffer a lot when fighting zombies, so Sebastian will not consider this option. In the end, Sebastian chose to add 4 infantry to the production queue, and the barrack that had just been created shone dazzlingly. Chapter 4, this system is a bit dark. Lights flashed around Sebastian, and 4 heavily armed soldiers appeared beside him, like an elite squad. At the same time, the assistant's voice sounded. "Construction completed. Commander, you can freely transfer the unit to the base space, or reappear in the real world. Each infantry unit will automatically replenish 4 magazines every day, each magazine has 50 rounds of ammunition, and the remaining bullets per day cannot be kept. You can spend 1 G to replenish 1 magazine. What a black heart." Sebastian sighed helplessly, and turned to look at the 4 soldiers around him. The magazines used every day are also limited. There is no such thing in the games, and this kind of stuff that can be strengthened by using money is probably only the current game company can come out. If the system had a physical body, then Sebastian could even imagine the face of the other party's capitalist. But he changed his mind, although he could only use 4 magazines for free every day if the bullets could be refreshed every day. It also meant that his soldiers could have unlimited bullets. Maybe this is quite conscientious. The soldiers produced by the system are like robots, they will obey their orders, and they don't need to eat or rest. With their help, Sebastian will have the capital to survive the apocalypse. But another question came to his mind. I spent almost all my savings and finally created 4 basic infantry. Each infantry has 4 magazines per day, adding up to 800 cumulative rounds of ammunition. If faced with scattered zombies, such firepower must be more than enough. But if faced with the tide of corpses, it is far from enough. Not to mention how to eliminate a group of zombies with more than 1,000 with only 800 rounds of ammunition, and the firepower of 4 light machine guns is not enough. At this time, Sebastian remembered that in the game, all units could gain experience and be promoted according to the units and buildings they destroyed. So can the infantry made by him be upgraded? Sebastian woke up the system adjutant and asked the same question. Yes, the unit starts with 0 stars. After killing 100 enemies, it will be promoted to 1 star. The number of bullets it holds will be doubled. The resources required to replenish bullets will be halved, and the power of firearms will also increase. After that, the number of kills required for each promotion will be doubled, and the benefits will also be doubled. The assistant said. And as the level increases, the more complex orders the unit can receive, and the ability to act autonomously becomes stronger. A 0-star unit has basic common sense, can communicate with others, and can handle small-scale battles with simple tactics. However, in a complex combat environment, you may need the commander to give orders in person, and they have poor self-learning ability. When reaching 3 stars, the unit can have the ability to think independently on the field, have an excellent overall view and decision-making ability, and perform optimally under the premise of completing orders. They can even be used as commanders on the battlefield, and he has a great ability to learn. Sebastian nodded. Now all 4 of his infantry are 0 stars and have 200 rounds of ammunition. When they reach 3 stars, they will have 1,600 rounds of ammunition. 1G can add 8 magazines, which can be said to be a quality improvement. Moreover, it can be seen from the thinking gap between 0 stars and 3 stars that units at this stage need him to be with them as much as possible. A senior general can allow them to move freely. When the time comes, Sebastian will be able to let his subordinates carry out various tasks while remaining motionless in the base. But before Sebastian's thoughts flew far, the assistant's voice sounded again. Of course, upgrading also costs resources. It takes 100 to upgrade from 0 star to 1 star, and the cost is doubled for each subsequent upgrade. There is also a building called the Training Center, where units can upgrade for free, but you, Commander, will not be able to unlock it for the time being. This made Sebastian's good mood just now disappear. Capitalist, proper capitalist. The game is a classic, but this system is tantamount to a black-hearted system. However, this also allowed Sebastian to clarify his development path. The current resources are limited, and it is not as cost-effective as directly expanding the military power to increase the level of the unit. Therefore, to upgrade the level of the unit, you have to wait until you have sufficient resources in the future before you can enter the scope of consideration. Commander, you have unlocked new buildings. At the same time, the assistant's voice sounded again, and new options emerged in his mind. Machine gun bunker type, construction cost, 600 G. Shipyard type, construction cost, 1000 G. War factory type, construction cost, 2000 G. After unlocking the Barracks, Sebastian unlocked other buildings as well. The machine gun bunker is a defensive building, equivalent to a sentry gun that can attack automatically, and it must be in the real world to be able to play a role. The other 2 buildings are just like their names. The shipyard can manufacture ships, and the war factory is to manufacture tanks and vehicles. It is the most important production factory in the Red Alert. Although the price of the shipyard is cheap, now they are located far away from the sea, and there is currently no room for ships to take action. The war factory can manufacture tanks, which is of great strategic significance to the present. The most important thing is not their heavy firepower, but their strong armor. At least with these vehicles, they can freely enter and exit every part of the city without worrying about zombie attacks. Moreover, Sebastian remembers that in the game, there is a multi-gunner infantry fighting vehicle, which can hold several soldiers and perform different functions according to the type of unit. At the same time, the war factory is also a necessary front building for many later buildings. Therefore, building a war factory is a necessary link. However, the construction of a war factory requires 2000 G, which is tantamount to an astronomical figure for the current Sebastian. After the end of the world, there will be no place to cheat on loans. Sebastian then thought about it, since the end of the world is over. Money has become worthless, and residential areas, jewelry stores, and other places are probably left unattended. Maybe he can take advantage of this opportunity to go to such places and collect enough resources for longer-term development. Chapter 5, The crisis broke out, and the school was taken over by me. On the second day, Sebastian Alexander first accommodated his 4 infantry into the base space, then went to the school, and came to the school roof. Today is the day when the zombie crisis broke out, and on the rooftop, Sebastian can have a better view, overlooking the neighborhood outside the school that is not seen in classrooms and teaching buildings. Sebastian looked down at the school gate with a serious expression, because the zombie crisis would soon sweep over. At this moment, Sebastian noticed a hunched figure at the gate of the campus, staggering toward the school. That was a person who had been zombified. And this was the culprit who turned the whole school into a bloody hell. According to the plot, the teacher in the school came into contact with this zombie without knowing it and was bitten by it, which eventually led to the fall of the school. While obtaining resources is important, occupying a stronghold is the most important task. This is also the purpose of Sebastian coming to the school on the day of the end. To transform it into an impregnable fortress. Because there are enough people in the school, they can help him. After gaining a firm foothold here, it is possible to develop slowly. Sebastian immediately summoned the 4 infantry and their equipment in the real world and then led them toward the school gate. What are you doing, sir? Inside the school gate, several teachers looked puzzled when they saw the strange figure in front of them. Among them is a beautiful teacher, wearing tights, her well-proportioned figure is fully presented. But in the story, she and the teachers around her did not have a good fate. They were completely unprepared for this approaching zombie. They let down their guard and were brutally infected, becoming the first cannon fodder on campus. But it was also the direct cause of the fall of the entire campus. At this time, the teachers didn't know that danger was approaching them, and even thought that the zombie was just a drunkard. Don't go any further. Suddenly, Sebastian's voice sounded from behind them. At the same time, there was a unified sound of footsteps. "You are, Sebastian from Class B?" Several teachers have a little impression of Sebastian, an international student, but it should be time for class now, why would he skip class? "And who are the four men beside him?" The four of them were tall, and even though they were wearing peculiar armor, they could see the boulder-like muscle mass under the clothes. It seems that there are also many scars on the exposed neck and arms of the body. Knife wounds, burns, and even scars from bullets. Such a body is like returning from hell. But what these teachers care about most is the light machine gun in the hands of the infantry. "Student Sebastian, what are you doing?" a teacher asked with a puzzled look on his face, thinking at first that it was just a prank played by Sebastian and his classmates. In the perception of the teachers, the firearms in the hands of soldiers must be just props. This kind of large figure can also be imitated by putting something in the clothes. After all, no one could believe that Sebastian was surrounded by genuine soldiers. "The outside world has fallen, and this school is now in my charge," Sebastian said slowly. "What are you talking about, Sebastian? If you don't go to class and come out to play pranks, you will have a major demerit later." At the same time, the infantry closest to him immediately raised his light machine gun and fired bullets at the zombies at the campus gate. Pulling the trigger, the barrel of the gun shot out fiery flames, and a bullet accurately hit the zombie, blasting a huge hole in its chest. In an instant, a strong smell of blood mixed with rancidity filled the air. For zombies, this attack is not fatal at all, only a headshot can kill them. Sebastian knew this. The attack this time was just to make these teachers aware of the situation in the outside world. Gunshots echoed from the school gate. Ah! The teachers were completely stunned by the scene in front of them. After a few seconds of stunned, they realized what had happened. They quickly knelt on the ground with their heads in their hands, their bodies trembling constantly. It never occurred to them that what these people were holding was real guns and live ammunition. It didn't even occur to them that they killed people in the school. Killed. "No, they're not human," Sebastian said lightly. "Look." Several teachers did not dare to disobey his words and looked outside the school gate. They saw even more horrific scenes. The guy whose chest was blown out with a big hole should have died immediately. But he was still active. The charred organs inside his chest cavity were exposed, many organs had even fallen off, and the heart was visible but it didn't beat. What is this? The teachers were overwhelmed by such a scene and felt that their outlook on the world and life completely collapsed at this moment. Monsters that should only appear in movies suddenly appeared in front of them. Although they were unwilling to believe everything in front of them, and even prayed that this was just a realistic prank, the strong smell of blood reminded them that everything was true. "Zombies," Sebastian walked to the school gate and said calmly. "Now the outside world has completely fallen. If you want to live, come with me." After Sebastian finished speaking, the teachers noticed that there were endless screams outside the campus. Immediately, Sebastian ordered again. And the infantry beside him blasted off the zombie's head accurately. Although in the eyes of the teachers, Sebastian is just a high school student, they have already learned from the words and deeds just now that his identity is not simple, and it is completely different from the usual appearance in the academy. Who are you?" the teachers asked curiously. "It doesn't matter, as long as you know that you can survive by following me," Sebastian said. They wanted to continue to ask for information about his identity. But when they saw the guns in the hands of the four infantry beside them, they gave up their thoughts. Could it be that this young boy is an important member of a military organization? Or a spy from another country? Why does he seem to understand the current situation very well? They were full of guesses in their hearts, but they didn't dare to speak out. Chapter 6, Controlling the Academy, the Students Who Are in Shock. At this time, many teachers rushed out of the building, including teachers from Sebastian's class. They heard the gunshots just now, so they rushed over to check the situation. Then they were scared out of their wits by the sight in front of them. Soldiers, guns, corpses. Some teachers even couldn't bear it and vomited out. What happened? Soon Sebastian told the teacher who arrived later what had just happened. Although they couldn't believe it, several people who had been present earlier confirmed his statement. "This is ridiculous, so ridiculous." Some people still didn't believe it and took out their mobile phones to call the police, but found that the line of the police station had been busy all the time, and they couldn't get through at all. Some people use mobile phones to search the internet for related news. And sure enough, related news has occupied all the web pages. It's just that the word zombie is not mentioned in the current news. After all, this incident has just begun to ferment, and no one has figured out what happened. It can only be classified as an unknown event. All the news is covering up the truth because they haven't realized the seriousness of this incident, Sebastian said slowly, then looked at the teacher just now. You must have seen it with your own eyes. The teacher swallowed uncontrollably and nodded. It turned out to be true. Even if it is unbelievable, they can only face this reality. Move quickly and seal the gate of the school. Sebastian commanded. This kind of zombie is very sensitive to sound. If we don't hurry up, the school will be occupied. The gunshot just now will attract the surrounding zombies, but it is necessary to shoot just now. As long as this is done, other people in the school will obey their orders. Yes. The other teachers could only move one after another, moving all the things that could block the door, and even a few people drove in front of the door. Although these roadblocks and obstacles are placed too wildly, at least those zombies will not be able to break through for a while. Take me to the broadcasting room. After arranging the outside project, Sebastian said to the teachers. In the classroom, the students who had just been carefully arranged by the teacher were in a mess. They also heard a strange gunshot from the playground just now. Although Tgthegood was sitting in the seat, she was very uneasy in her mind and turned her head to look at the empty seat beside her from time to time. Sebastian did not come to this class, which made her very worried about what would happen to him. However, her somewhat arrogant personality made her say in a voice that could be heard by the people around her, "What's all the fuss about? There are dead people outside." Some students saw the scene outside the school gate by the window and made a sound of panic. No, wait. That person is not dead. How can it be? The other students were a little flustered after hearing this man's words, but their curiosity overcame their fear and they all walked to the window. They all saw the zombie that had been blown through its chest but was still able to move. Monster. What do we do? Some students took out their secretly hidden mobile phones and began to check the news. Although the relevant news has already appeared on the screen, most of the students are still not aware of the seriousness of the situation. Hey, there are 4 soldiers at the school gate, next to them, isn't that Sebastian? Sebastian? Hearing what her classmate said, Saya couldn't sit and rushed directly to the window, fearing that Sebastian would encounter any danger. But the sight in front of her surprised her. Although she couldn't hear what the people in the distance were saying, she could still see that Sebastian was directing the teachers and soldiers. What happened? Saya couldn't sit still anymore. What happened? Miyamoto Ray and the others also felt the strangeness, followed Saya to the window and were also shocked by the scene at the school gate. Could it be for a movie? No way, those are too realistic. Look at the teachers, what are they doing? The other students talked a lot. Although they were joking, there was a sense of tension in everyone's heart. Outside the teaching building, the gate was successfully blocked soon. And the teachers returned to the classroom. This was Sebastian's arrangement, because he knew that the scene just now must have been seen by many students, and it was bound to cause panic. So he asked the teachers of each class to return to the classroom as soon as they blocked the gate to stabilize the students' mentality. Sebastian went to the radio room and started a broadcast on campus. I am Sebastian Alexander and I will officially take over the entire school from today on. All students must strictly abide by my rules. Food and drinking water will be distributed twice a day, but excess claims, fraudulent claims, and extravagance are strictly prohibited. It is strictly forbidden to make loud noises in the school and it is also strictly forbidden for any teacher or student to attempt to enter or leave the academy by themselves. In addition, teachers and students in each class are required to consciously hand in the gold items and gem ornaments they hold on their bodies. Any violators will be severely punished, other things will be added later. The regulations formulated by Sebastian are not complicated, but they are very important. As a private college, there are not a lot of food and water reserves here. But if they are properly distributed, they can last for a while. Zombies are very sensitive to sound, so he also forbids the students from making loud noises. And most importantly, he can use this opportunity to collect more gold and gems, although this is not a jewelry store or a treasury, because this is a private college. Every teacher and student's family background is very good, so he thought that he could use this opportunity to accumulate a little more gold and jewelry, which is better than nothing. As long as he has these resources, he can further produce and create soldiers to increase his military strength. Sebastian's voice came from the radio in the classrooms of each class. Hearing Sebastian's words, many students didn't take it seriously, and even thought it was a prank. In their perception, the ordinary Sebastian works part-time every day, just like a poor boy. Why is he so great now? And these students have not realized until now what is going on in the outside world. But when the teacher told other students what happened at the school gate just now, everyone was silent and did not recover for a long time. Chapter 7. What is the background of this student? They knew that this old-fashioned teacher would not have the leisure and elegance to tell them jokes. And as a joke, it would be too clumsy. A zombie just appeared outside, and those soldiers took care of it. This is exactly the plot in the movie novel. Even if it was true, those soldiers all obeyed Sebastian's orders. So what is Sebastian Alexander's background? What's going on in the outside world? And what does Sebastian want gold and gems for? If it is the end of the world, then the money is useless at all. Sebastian, what are you doing? At this moment, Saya Takagi, Rei Miyamoto, and the others couldn't sit still anymore. Regardless of the teacher's words, they rushed out of the classroom and came to the broadcasting room. After the broadcast, Sebastian just walked out of the broadcasting room. Sebastian, what's going on? Saya looked at the soldiers beside him, but she didn't show any nervous or scared look, but directly questioned Sebastian. After getting along for 2 years, Sebastian is her closest classmate. Even in Saya's heart, it has gone beyond ordinary friendship. That's right, Sebastian, what happened? Please explain to us the current situation. Ray and others also raised the question. What is happening now is completely beyond their comprehension. Come with me. Sebastian didn't explain too much but directly took the other party to the roof of the teaching building because it could overlook the scene outside the school. Seeing reality is often more powerful than verbal explanation. Look, when they reached the rooftop, Sebastian stretched out his hand and pointed out of the school, letting Saya and others follow along. And in the next second, their faces were full of fear. The streets outside the school were unknowingly full of zombies. Hundreds of thousands of zombies piled up on the streets, gnawing on stumps and broken arms. Gunpowder smoke filled the air. The ground was covered with solidified blood, a helicopter fell from the sky, and the entire city fell into a dilapidated scene. This is something that students in the classroom cannot see. It was only less than an hour before the zombies appeared at the school gate. What the hell is going on? Saya's voice had a hint of crying, and even once thought that what she saw was just a hallucination. My God, Ray was stunned by the scene in front of her and knelt on the ground limply. Zombies are sweeping the world, not just us, Sebastian said, his tone very calm. Looking at the scene in front of her, Saya realized the seriousness of the matter and completely believed his words. But my family. Don't worry, your family is safe, Sebastian said slowly. Knowing the plot of the original book, he also knew about Takashiro Saya's family background, so he told the other party not to worry. While speaking, Sebastian stretched out his hand and patted Saya's back gently to calm her down, and at this point, we just have to take care of ourselves. Sebastian, who are you? Kota Hirano asked suspiciously. It's a secret, Sebastian said with a smile on his face. Then what do you need gold jewelry for? It's also a secret. At the same time, Sebastian's 4 soldiers also went to the various classes to collect the gold on them. Although under the conditions of the last days, everyone knows that money is useless, now that the danger is not on their heads, many people are unwilling to hand it over. But when they saw the guns in the hands of the soldiers, they had to obey. These soldiers don't care whether you are a student or a teacher, they just follow their orders. Even though many people felt uncomfortable. They could only hand over their gold jewelry, diamond rings, and other things to Sebastian in the end. After all, one soldier with a gun is enough to deter hundreds of people. The family conditions of the teachers and students in the private school are very good. And soon Sebastian accumulated a considerable amount of gold and gems. After the soldiers handed the gold and jewelry to Sebastian, he immediately took the materials into the base space and put them into the ore refinery. The refining process started to burn, and the amount of system resources began to increase rapidly. At this moment, the voice of the assistant sounded again. However, the school is not a jewelry store after all, and the gold and jewelry that can be obtained are limited, and it is only about 400 G after all the refining. 400 G is still a long way from building a war factory. If you want to continue to get gold and jewelry, you need to go to the outside world to collect materials. And so while doing a good job of defense, Sebastian must also speed up his development. Now the manpower that can take the initiative to go out to collect supplies is not enough, so Sebastian's top priority is to build more troops. He immediately put all 400 G into the creation of the infantry, and 4 more infantry were produced in an instant. At this moment, there was a hasty knock on the door. Come in, Sebastian said to the door. Immediately, Saya came in from the door anxiously. Sebastian, many students are protesting who want to go out. While she was speaking, Sebastian also heard other people's chattering discussions. Just now Saya and others returned to the classroom and told other students what they saw and heard on the rooftop, but most of them didn't believe them. Their field of vision in the classroom can only reach the school gate. And they don't know the real situation outside the campus. And even though the students already knew the general situation outside, they protested and wanted to go out because they were worried about their families and other reasons. Since you want to go out, then I will satisfy them. After that, Sebastian asked those students who were still full of doubts to come to the rooftop to observe the world outside the school by themselves. After seeing the dilapidated streets outside, they were finally all dumbfounded. The scene outside the academy was completely beyond their imagination, and it is 100 times more serious than news reports. They finally accepted the reality of the end of the world. Knowing that they may only be able to live on campus from now on, but at least they can save their lives, and they have no spare energy to worry about their families right now. Now I will give you a chance to let you leave on your own. Those who want to leave can leave now, but they are not allowed to take anything from the academy. Sebastian said lightly, but his tone was very cold, as if the person in front of him was nothing more than an insignificant item. It is true. Chapter 8, Protest. I am the rule here. For Sebastian Alexander, except for a few people who are closely related to him, the other students are currently just tools under his command, who can help him establish a temporary base. In the story, this group of people should have died from the zombies today. Tools that are not useful have no value at all. If someone disobeys his ideas or hinders him, he will get rid of them without hesitation, and he can also leave a lot of material expenses for himself. If no one leaves, you must obey my orders honestly from now on. I should have told you about the consequences of disobeying my orders. While Sebastian was speaking, the infantry behind him waved their guns at the same time. Listening to Sebastian's words, these students hesitated very much. They knew that he was threatening them, but they had no choice. Whoever dared to leave the protection of the academy could only walk back from the rooftop in despair. Soon at night, Sebastian asked his subordinates to start distributing supplies. The school has a cafeteria and a small supermarket, so the amount of supplies stored is quite considerable. But at this end of the world, materials are very precious. Even if a certain amount of materials is stored in the academy, if the amount of distribution is not controlled, after being distributed to so many teachers and students, there will be very little left. Therefore, Sebastian does not allocate much food to each teacher and student. It is difficult to eat completely, but at least it can fill the stomach and reduce hunger. And when the food was distributed, there was a discordant voice. There's so much food, but so little is given to us. I'm afraid he took the food for himself, so let's enjoy what we have. What a selfish fellow. The speaker is an ordinary student. But beside him, there was a grown man wearing glasses with a smile on his face. Kichi Shid, although he is a teacher in the academy, he is a ruthless and treacherous person. In the story, after he led a group of students to escape from the school, he brainwashed them like a cult, making them regard him as the leader, and guiding their thoughts in a dangerous direction. And any student who goes against his will be directly abandoned by him. Moreover, Rei Miyamoto was originally going to be a grade higher than Sebastian and others, but because her father was a local police officer and was investigating the father of Kichi Shid, who was a member of parliament, so she'd made trouble for Rei at school. He made her repeat a grade. It can be said that Kichi Shid is a cunning, cold and bottomless scum. After seeing Sebastian taking control of the academy, Shid, who is extremely controlling, couldn't sit still. Moreover, when the gold and jewelry were confiscated earlier, he almost started a fight with the soldier, which made him even more dissatisfied with Sebastian. However, Shid also knew that Sebastian's subordinates had guns, and if he recklessly resisted the opponent, he would end badly. So he was going to use other students as a shield. Just now, he deliberately complained about the food distribution problem in front of several students, provoking their emotions, and making them say such words. He wanted to give Sebastian a blow, shake his authority among teachers and students, and then look for an opportunity to replace him. Shid is best at controlling other people's minds. He expected that Sebastian would think that he had nothing to do with it because the person who spoke was a certain student who had nothing to do with him. You are talking nonsense, Sebastian is not such a person. Hearing what Shid said, Saya was furious and hurried forward to reason. That's not necessarily true, Shid finally spoke, and the smile on his face became even more malicious. He stretched out his hand and pushed his glasses, turned his head to look at Shid, and then turned his head to look at other people around him. What do you say? That's right. Besides Shid, many students believed his words and complained loudly. I said, in the school, I am the rule, so your doubts and disobedience are not allowed. Since you choose to stay, you must obey my orders, otherwise, there is only one fate. At this moment, Sebastian said with a blank face. His tone was calm, but inside his mind, it was full of whirlpools that could swallow people. Knowing the plot of the story, he knows what kind of person Kichi is, and he is likely to become an unstable factor in his stronghold. Sebastian knew clearly that what the students complained about the material distribution just now was instigated by Shid. He was about to get rid of Kichi, but the other party just came out to make trouble. Get him up, Sebastian said flatly, pointing to Shid. What? Before he could react, an infantry beside Sebastian rushed forward, ready to catch him. Of course, Shid would not sit still and was preparing to resist. But he completely underestimated the power of the soldier. The strength of the infantry created by the system can be said to be stronger than most professional troops in the world, and the thin Shid cannot be the opponent of the soldier at all. In less than a second, Shid was lifted by the infantry. He struggled desperately, trying to break free from the opponent's shackles, and kept kicking the opponent. But the soldiers were wearing armor, and they also had boulder-like physiques, so Shid kicks were like a breeze. Sebastian shook his head disdainfully, "Break his legs, and don't let him make a sound." Hearing Sebastian's order, the soldier immediately raised his foot and kicked Kichi knee hard. This blow, like a huge boulder, fell directly on Shid's leg, his knee was bent and deformed directly. At the same time, Shid was about to scream, but the soldier stretched out his palm and covered his mouth. Shid wanted to shout, but couldn't make a sound at all, his senses were twisted together in pain. All the people present were shocked by the scene in front of them. And there was no sound. The student who was brainwashed by Shid at the beginning and complained about the distribution of supplies could only lower his head and sneak into the crowd without daring to make a sound. No one expected that Sebastian's attack would be so ruthless. "Throw him out," Sebastian's words were extremely cold. The soldier carried Shid, who almost fainted, to the school wall as if he were carrying garbage. Chapter 9, Go out and collect supplies. On the other side of the wall, there are dozens of zombies wandering aimlessly. "No, no, please, please." Kichi Shid almost burst into tears and wanted to beg for mercy from the soldiers, but he couldn't make a sound after his mouth was covered, and his futile shouting could only tear his throat. The soldier ignored the other party, and with both hands, he threw Shid out of the wall. Shid, whose leg was injured, couldn't move at all. The severe pain made him scream uncontrollably. But because of his throat injury, he could only groan weakly. And such a cry was enough to attract the surrounding zombies. Like a pack of wolves that had found their prey, they pounced on him and began to tear his flesh. After only 10 seconds, Shid's voice had completely disappeared, leaving only the chewing sounds of the zombies. Everyone witnessed what happened to him. And their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. They were full of fear toward Sebastian, even if they had doubts and dissatisfaction with him in their mind before, they could only suppress it now. No one thought that Sebastian was merciless and directly killed Shid. But no matter what, these teachers and students have to admit that without Sebastian, their entire school would be doomed. Even though he is only a high school student, Sebastian has displayed a sophistication and ferocity beyond ordinary people. In their mind, Sebastian has a very secretive identity, and he is very familiar with this zombie crisis. He probably knows a lot of inside stories, and only by following him can they survive. The whole academy was as silent as death, and no one dared to make a sound before Sebastian spoke. As for Sebastian, Shid's plan to be strangled in the cradle this time is right in his arms. This gave him an opportunity to make an example for others. And once again establish an irreversible authority in front of everyone. Under the apocalypse, it is very necessary to establish rules, to ensure the orderly development of a group. And fear and authority are the most effective ways to control other people. "You have also seen what happens when you disobey my orders," Sebastian walked up to the people and said calmly. He squinted his eyes and scanned the crowd. Those who made a fuss just now didn't dare to make any eye contact with him, for fear that they would be the next one to be dealt with. However, Sebastian did not deal with them. After today's incident, these people will be more mindful of themselves than before, so the goal has been achieved. Starting tomorrow, each of your classes must send at least 7 people out to collect supplies every day. I will collect the quantity of supplies with your class for food distribution. If you want to survive the apocalypse, you must obey my orders. Sebastian's words are full of authority. Of course, other people are not willing to take the risk of going out. But they also know that if they don't go out, the supplies in the school will always be used up one day. They didn't want to seek death in front of Sebastian and follow in the footsteps of Shid, so they could only agree with his words. On the second day, each class sent a certain number of people out to look for supplies, and Sebastian is also preparing to go out with his troops. He must collect more gold and jewels to use as materials to develop his military power. If the main purpose is to obtain gold jewelry or gold store is a better choice. However, jewelry stores like this are located in bustling commercial districts, where the population is dense, so that means the number of zombies must be quite terrifying. Sebastian now only has 8 infantry in total, so naturally, he doesn't have the capacity to go to the business district. He had already studied the surrounding environment, and the Fujimi High School they were in was far away from the urban area, so the number of zombies they faced would not be many. Moreover, there are quite a few residential areas around the school. And all of them are high-end residential areas. The people living there are rich people with prominent families, and they should have stored a lot of jewelry in their homes. So he plans to search the surrounding residential areas first, and slowly accumulate resources. Sebastian asked Saya and others to stay in the college to maintain the order of the school when he was away. At the same time, he also let 4 infantry guards the school to ensure the safety of the place. All the units produced by the system have communication radios, so Sebastian can let the assistant directly contact the infantry to obtain the situation in the academy. At the same time, of course, he can also issue orders to soldiers remotely. After preparing everything, he took the remaining 4 infantry and left the stronghold when there were not many zombies around the school. There are still vehicles such as cars and buses in the academy, which can allow them to quickly transfer. But at the same time, this vehicle will make a loud noise to attract the attention of zombies. This kind of zombie has poor vision but is very sensitive to sound. Although there are not many zombies around the campus, the risk of using vehicles is still too great, so he will not take the risk of using vehicles. So walking is the safest option. Sebastian and his troops soon arrived in the surrounding residential areas. However, this place is simply a purgatory on Earth now. The former high-rise villas have become ruins, the ground is full of blood, and the air is filled with the stench of blood and decay. There are scattered zombies on the streets. These monsters are moving aimlessly, dragging their broken bodies. The broken limbs of other people are scattered all over the place, some lack arms and legs, and some may only have arms and legs left. After patchwork, there are more than a dozen of these corpses. I am afraid that the victims may have died. But these remains have one thing in common: the corpses are all covered with tooth marks, and they must have been eaten. This is far more terrifying than it looks on the rooftop. Sebastian and others continue to move forward, and after a while, 4 or 5 more corpses appeared on the ground. These corpses are like puppets with broken strings, half of their bodies are incomplete, and they look quite strange, or they are weakly resting against the wall. Or their bones are stretched out strangely, but without exception, their faces are full of horror and despair. What's more, the face is completely unrecognizable, with a face that is bloody and bones sticking out. Shoo! There was a strange sound in front of him. The moment he heard the sound, Sebastian frowned. He knew that there must be danger ahead. It was a human who was feasting on human flesh, or at least it had been a human being, barely retaining its human form even though its body was covered in tooth marks and its abdomen was split open. Zombies. Chapter 10, Elite Troops. Zombies are not worth mentioning. Hello everyone, if you like this story, please comment and give me some stones. It was sitting on the ground at this moment, chewing half of a piece of meat in a blood-stained gap, and a continuous grunting sound came from its abdomen. Around the zombie's feet, bright red viscera were scattered all over the ground. Thick blood spread everywhere, and bursts of fishy smell came out, making people almost sick. It was unclear whether these viscera belonged to the surrounding dead or itself. This zombie blocked the way of Sebastian and others, so it had to be dealt with. Number 3 silently finished it off with a melee attack. Sebastian gave an order and the infantry immediately took out the dagger from the side of the tactical belt and moved forward slowly. The zombie's attention was completely on the piece of meat in its hand. And it didn't notice the soldier's approach at all. No. 3 was already within a meter of the zombie, but the other party still didn't notice the soldier's presence. They are so sensitive to sound that they lose other sensory abilities. With the knife in hand, the head of the zombie fell to the ground, and the body collapsed like a puppet with broken strings. It was an almost silent battle. It is too dangerous to use firearms in such an open area. And the sound produced is likely to attract the surrounding zombies, so Sebastian chooses to order his subordinates to use melee to deal with the zombies. In addition to the light machine guns, the infantry is also equipped with tactical daggers and other necessary equipment for soldiers. After eliminating the zombies, Sebastian led the team to move on and reach the door of a house. The door was ajar, and there was a lot of blood seeping inside. The members of this family had also been infected by the zombies. Sebastian ordered 2 infantry to be in the front and 2 to be behind to ensure their safety and then walked into the house. The bloody smell inside became more intense. He raised his head and saw a family portrait of a family of 3 hanging on the wall. The faces of the 3 were full of happy smiles. After walking a few steps, Sebastian heard the murmuring of zombies coming from the house. He turned sideways, looked along the corner of the wall, and found a zombie. He was wearing the same clothes as the husband in the photo. Under his feet, there are 2 corpses that have long since lost their human form. Under the influence of the zombie virus, any emotion was obliterated, leaving only the desire to kill and devour. Sebastian immediately ordered his soldiers to get rid of the zombies and then began to count various supplies in the room. Soon, he and the others found 1 or 2 pieces of gold jewelry. This is the resource he needs, but there are too few. Probably only about 20 G. Sebastian shook his head. Searching the house is a time-consuming task, and the surrounding residents are scattered, so he needs to beware of zombies that may be hiding in the dark. Now there are only 4 troops who go out with you, and you can only search at most 3 times a day. After all, residential areas are not comparable to jewelry stores, not to mention that ordinary people usually carry this kind of jewelry with them and rarely put it at home. So the amount of gold that can be collected is relatively limited. However, this also gave him an idea. He immediately ordered his subordinates to check the corpses, and sure enough, he found a pair of wedding rings and a gold necklace among some shapeless wreckage. He immediately put these pieces of jewelry into the ore refining furnace, converted them into system resources, and obtained about 100 G. He nodded, and after collecting some necessary supplies, he led the troops to the next house. In the evening, Sebastian returned to the school with his troops. The vision at night was poor, and it was easy to be ambushed by zombies, so he returned before dark. After a day of collecting, he obtained 300 G this time and immediately produced 3 more infantry. Although saving money and waiting for the construction of war factory and other buildings is also an option. The most important thing for him at present is to improve the efficiency of his resource acquisition. If the war factory is built first, the materials collected by him every day may not be able to produce a tank. Only with more soldiers can he collect more materials to increase his development speed. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. The person who came was Tgthegood. When Sebastian left the school, it was Saya who maintained order in the academy. She has a mind beyond her peers, and she has been with him for 2 years, so he thinks that Saya is the most suitable person for this job. Basically all the students who went out have returned. This is the list of supplies we counted. While speaking, Saya handed a form to Sebastian, which recorded the amount of materials obtained by each class. Well, it's been hard work, Sebastian nodded. You distribute the food according to the amount of supplies they get. Understood. Saya didn't say much, and immediately left the room, and started working according to his instructions. She also knows that in this situation, it is impossible for anyone to live in a safe greenhouse all the time. If you want to survive, you must create value for the collective. No group or sanctuary will allow a group of worthless beings to stay. If it weren't for Sebastian, their school might have completely fallen on the day the apocalypse broke out. And now no one in the academy dared to disobey him anymore. So if they want to survive, others must obey Sebastian's words. On the second day, Sebastian led his troops out again. Today, he has 3 more infantry, and a 7-man squad when he goes out, which will greatly increase the efficiency of searching for supplies. It took nearly a day for Sebastian and others the day before to search 4 houses and obtain about 300 G of resources. However, the current team has expanded a lot and can clean at least 6 or 7 houses a day. Sebastian quickly cleaned up the 2 houses and obtained almost 200 G of supplies. When they came to the door of the 3rd house, he noticed that there was less dust at the door, as if someone had just passed by not long ago. He quietly pushed open the half-hidden door and heard the sound of someone talking inside. There are living people inside. But there was no joy on his face because he knew that at this juncture, humans might be much more dangerous than zombies. Chapter 11, Father and Daughter in the Apocalypse. In the last few days, the law has completely lost its effect, and morality can be said to have very little binding force on people. People's hearts will become very unpredictable at this time, and some people may even make crazy moves in order to survive. Sebastian remembers that in the story, a desperate father and daughter came to a residential area with survivors to ask for help, but not only did no one lend a helping hand, but the father was brutally killed. In such an environment where everyone is in danger, no one will easily trust strangers. Any seemingly well-intentioned move may be a long-planned trap, and it also allows them to inflict violence and killing on people they have never met. So when Sebastian learned of the existence of other people, instead of feeling joyful, he became very serious. If the other party is not malicious, he can consider taking them into his stronghold as his pawn. For long-term development, people are indispensable. But if the opponents are not kind, he will kill them all without hesitation. Without any value, there is no meaning of existence. Sebastian led his troops into the house silently. Everyone had already held a dagger in one hand and put the light machine gun behind their backs. As they approached, he could hear their words more clearly. Alice, pack these things and we're leaving here. Although the people in the base should not have the energy to come after us, just in case, we still have to leave here as soon as possible. We must not be discovered by those people in the stronghold. The sound came from a certain room, and they obviously didn't notice them. Listening to the voices of the people in the room, Sebastian felt a little familiar. And the name Alice, he also has a little impression. Could it be Alice Marizzato? This name is the name of the daughter with her father in the story. In the plot, Alice's father could only turn to strangers nearby in order for his daughter to find a place to stay. But in the end, Her father was murdered and didn't even leave his name, while Alice was rescued by the protagonist group. Sebastian immediately pushed his soldiers out of the room and rushed in. There are two people in the room, a grown man with glasses and a backpack behind his back appears to be gathering supplies, and beside him is a little girl about 6 or 7 years old. She has bright, clear eyes, shoulder-length pink hair with bangs reaching down from the side of her temples stretching outwards, and cute cheeks with baby fat. She is Alice Marizotto. At this time, the father and daughter should be on the way to escape. Put your hands up, Sebastian immediately said. The father and daughter were taken aback by the sudden intrusion of the group. The man immediately blocked Alice behind him, and raised his hands vigilantly. We have no malicious intentions, we will leave immediately. At this moment, the man noticed the guns and uniform in the hands of the infantry, his expression changed immediately, and his eyes even burst into light. Are you the army? Sebastian replied lightly, since the identity of the other party had been confirmed, he also knew that their father and daughter were not thieves. Looking at Sebastian, the man was a little surprised. Originally, he thought that one of the 7 soldiers would be the leader of the team, but he didn't expect that the one who spoke was a young man who looked no different from a student. But from his conversation, the man can feel that he is different. May I ask your name? Sebastian Alexander, Sebastian said slowly. Introduce yourself. My name is Marizotto. I used to be a reporter. This is my daughter Alice Marizotto. While this man named Marizotto was introducing himself, the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter, and his tone seemed a little excited. He believes that Sebastian and others are troops sent by the government to start rescue operations for survivors like them. Dad, are these people here to save us? Alice asked with some doubts. That's right, there was a smile on Sebastian's face. Since it was the father and daughter, it would be no problem for them to join the stronghold to work for him. However, he was a little concerned. From the words between Marizotto and his daughter just now, he noticed that they mentioned the word stronghold. It is only the 3rd day of the outbreak of the crisis, and although all regions have basically fallen, there are still many survivors who survived. It is not impossible for them to form their own strongholds. And since there is a stronghold, it also means that there will be a lot of material stored there. Naturally, there will be no shortage of gold jewelry. You just mentioned that there are other survivor strongholds nearby, right? Sebastian asked. Yes, that's right, Marizotto nodded, but Sebastian noticed a trace of hesitation in his words, as if there was something unspeakable about the last stronghold. Are you going to save them? What's wrong? Sebastian's eyes narrowed. In that stronghold, all are scumbags. Marizotto unbuttoned his clothes while talking. There were bruises all over his back, arms, and shoulders. Obviously man-made. At that time, the survivors in our area formed a stronghold, thinking that the number of people was strong, and they could help each other through the crisis. Marizotto put his clothes back on, with a hint of anger on his expression. At the beginning, the stronghold was normal, but later, those people realized that the law could no longer restrain them, so they acted recklessly and did many things that violated moral ethics. Many survivors have been brutally beaten by them. As long as they violated their orders and raised objections, they would be severely beaten. Life in the stronghold is more terrifying than the outside world, like hell, and those bastards even targeted my daughter. As soon as he said this, Marizotto gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and his knuckles made a crisp sound. In order to protect my daughter, I can only escape with her. I see, Sebastian nodded, not surprised that such a thing happened. Without legal and moral constraints, the dark side of the human heart will be magnified countless times, and absurd things will be done. Chapter 12, Uninvited Guests. People's hearts are more terrifying than zombies. Can you show me the way? Sebastian asked. I want to go there and see what happened. But those guys are all scum. Marizotto warned with some worry. But when he turned his head and saw Sebastian's sharp eyes, he immediately closed his mouth with interest in front of these heavily armed soldiers. Marizotto knew that he had no right to speak. I hope you understand who has the final say here. Sebastian said coldly that he would not give special attention just because the other party is a character in the story. The reason why Sebastian is willing to accept the father and daughter is because the two of them may play a role in the development of the stronghold, as manpower is also a rare resource in the present day. But all of this is based on the fact that the man can obey Sebastian's orders. If you don't obey his order, then they don't have any value to stay. And I didn't say I was going to save those people. While speaking, a smile appeared on Sebastian's face. No matter whether he went to that stronghold or not, there was nothing wrong with knowing the relevant information in advance. He waved his hand and ordered his infantry to go and search this house for the rest of the supplies. This house is very large, and Marizotto and Alice only searched a part of it just now. Now tell me about the specific situation in that stronghold, the number of people, the materials stored, the leader, etc., Sebastian asked with a smile. There are almost 50 people in that stronghold, and there are a lot of supplies stored. Even if they don't go out, they can survive for a while, and their leader is a man named Jiro Watanabe. As soon as he said this, Maruzato frowned slightly. He turned out to be a dangerous criminal in prison. After the prison fell, he took the opportunity to escape with a few underlings. He has an aggressive personality, so no one in the stronghold dares to go against him. As he has a strong desire for revenge. If he knew that Alice and I had escaped, I'm afraid he might send someone to hunt us down. Send someone to hunt and kill. The smile on Sebastian's face became more obvious. Now that the world is ending and everyone is in danger, it is unreasonable that someone would do such a thing. But the more in this dangerous moment, the more likely people will act crazy. At this moment, Sebastian heard a rush of footsteps outside the house. About 4 or 5 people had arrived near the house. The surrounding zombies have been cleaned up, and there will be no zombies approaching in a short time, not to mention that the footsteps cannot be made by zombies. It's them. Hearing these footsteps, Maruzato panicked. He knew that it was the people from the stronghold who came to hunt them down. Alice, find a closet and hide. Maruzato was a little panicked and wanted to hide his daughter first. But Sebastian stretched out his hand and stopped Maruzato. Don't panic, I just want to meet them. Sebastian smiled slightly and walked out of the room with Maruzato. At the same time, Sebastian also ordered his subordinates to stand by in the room. As soon as Sebastian walked to the door, 5 people approached menacingly. They were wearing heavy clothes, motorcycle helmets on their heads, and holding baseball bats entwined with steel wires or knives. They seemed to be ready to attack. Maruzato, you can run quite well. The leader saw Maruzato and took off his helmet, with a malicious smile on his face. He is Watanabe's follower, called Kamita. Sure, Maruzato whispered in Sebastian's ear. His tone was a little trembling, and his heart was still full of fear. His brutality is no less than Watanabe. What are you whispering about? Kamita shouted angrily, making Maruzato tremble with fright. Sebastian's expression didn't change. The other party's behavior would be tantamount to seeking trouble in other places and would attract the attention of zombies. However, the zombies around here have been cleaned up by Sebastian's subordinates, so there is no danger for the time being. This also lets him know that this man named Kamita is just a fool. In the apocalyptic environment, the same is true for Watanabe, who sent his men down to hunt down other people. Shinji, go and observe the surrounding environment, and report to me if there is anything unusual. Kamita turned his head and said to himself one of them, and then shifted his gaze to Maruzato. The boss said you must not be allowed to run away. He narrowed his eyes, with a hint of wretchedness in his gaze. Of course, for the sake of our friendship, I can allow you to leave, but your daughter has to go back with me. Impossible. It is impossible for us to follow you back. It's not up to you. Kamita took a step forward. He had been focusing on Maruzato before he noticed the existence of Sebastian at this time. There is also a high school survivor. Looking at the school uniform on Sebastian, Kamita narrowed his eyes. In his eyes, Sebastian was unarmed, but there was no dust on his face, and he looked completely different from other survivors struggling to survive. Generally speaking, the survivors at this moment should be unkempt, and they will appear a little sluggish due to the high tension for a long time. But Sebastian doesn't have any resemblance. Then there is only one possibility, that is, Sebastian also belongs to another group of survivors and formed a stronghold like them. And since he is a high school student, it is very likely that the other people who are with him are also high school students. Thinking of this, the smile on Kamita's face became more obvious, like a greedy jackal. Since it is a group of high school students, it means that they lack sufficient fighting power. Kamita wants to bring Sebastian back to his base, ask where his base is, and then tell his boss to send people. Loot their strongholds for supplies, and even capture any high school girls to do other things. Thinking of this, Kamita couldn't help drooling, and some intolerable fantasies had already arisen in his heart. Hey, that brat, our base is pretty good, Kamita said. Chapter 13, Don't Cry and Beg for Mercy. Do you consider coming to our stronghold? Kamita's eyes narrowed, and his interest in Sebastian surpassed that of Maruzato. He wanted to lure Sebastian to follow them to his stronghold, and then he had a way to pry his mouth open. No matter what the man next to you tells you, it's all lies. Join us and make sure you don't have to worry about any other risks. Naturally, Sebastian knew that the other party had ill intentions. His demeanor and the information provided by Maruzato had already allowed him to guess his thoughts. Kamita probably wanted to know the location of the stronghold from him, and then sent someone to plunder it. In an apocalypse, it is even more dangerous than to be killed by zombies. What's more, people like Kamita and Watanabe were originally criminals, and without the shackles of the law, they would do whatever they wanted. For such people, Sebastian didn't even have the idea of using them as tools. These kinds of people are useless. Sorry, I'm not interested in you guys, Sebastian said with a smile on his face, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. It seems that your child is a little clueless. Hearing Sebastian's answer, Kamita's brows twitched slightly. Being directly rejected by Sebastian made him feel angry. How dare a high school student say no in front of him? A high school student is still a kid, don't you care about the situation at all? Kamita snorted coldly. Even if he sent a person to observe the surrounding environment, he has the advantage in numbers, as there are 4 people with weapons. On the other side, Sebastian is just an ordinary high school student, and Marizato is very thin, so it is impossible for them to be his opponent. When the time comes, don't cry and beg me for mercy, Kamita said harshly, but he didn't expect that Shinji, who had just been sent out to observe the situation, would rush back at this time. Brother Kamita, Brother Kamita. What's wrong? Kamita snorted impatiently. There are no zombies around, not even one. Shinji said loudly, feeling a little out of breath. Isn't it a good thing? Why are you so loud? That's because these zombies seem to have been killed by someone. There are 20 or 30 corpses with head wounds on the ground, and the blood has just coagulated. What? Hearing Shinji's words, Kamita was surprised. Although they also knew how to kill zombies, they were still a little bit hesitant to kill 20 or 30 zombies. And what Kamita cares most about is the blood that has just clotted, as this shows that these zombies were killed not long ago. Marizato with his daughter should not choose to take the initiative to kill zombies, they should choose a safer plan to avoid zombies as much as possible. And how does a high school student like Sebastian, who is unarmed, kill zombies? At this moment, Kamita had a terrifying speculation in his mind. Could it be that there are other people around here? Before he could think of any questions, the sound of footsteps brought Kamita back from his thoughts. It is the infantry under Sebastian. Just now, Sebastian gave an order to his infantry in his mind to let them come out. Looking at the 7 soldiers in front of them, the 5 of them, including Kamita, were so frightened that their legs went limp. Even with weapons in hand and having been in prison before, they are just ordinary people. Seeing the black muzzles, anyone would be scared out of their wits, Kamita is even more so. He raised his hands and made a gesture of surrender. The baseball bat that was originally held in his hand had already been thrown aside. Why are there soldiers here? Why do these soldiers obey this high school student? Where the hell are they coming from? Kamita's mind was full of doubts, but he couldn't get an explanation at all. Before he knew it, his body was already drenched in sweat, and he was still shaking uncontrollably. Don't shoot. Kamita immediately begged for mercy, but his voice was already weak. Search them. Following Sebastian's order, several infantry stepped forward and took out all the things in the pockets of their clothes and the accessories worn by the wearers. Daggers, cigarettes, lighters, and the all-important gold necklace. A string of gold necklaces hung around Kamita's neck, and a gold ring was also on his hands. Of course. This is not his property but looted from other people. Even though such gold, silver, and jewelry are worthless, people like Kamita are still eager to use them to decorate themselves. In a sense, this also saved Sebastian a lot of trouble. I'll give you everything, please don't kill me, don't kill me. Kamita said and even knelt directly on the ground, the sweat on his face mixed with the soil on the ground. The insides of his thighs were wet with some kind of warm liquid, and the stench was unbearable. What did you just say? Sebastian walked up to Kamita, with a hint of contempt in his words. Let me not cry and beg for mercy then, will you? No, I have eyes but don't know Mount Tai. And, God, it's so painful to read this with a straight face. Kamita's words were like a child who made a mistake. And the few followers who followed him were even more frightened and unable to move. Take me to your stronghold. While Sebastian was speaking, he converted the jewels he had just obtained from Kamita into resources, and with the addition of the 2 or 3 houses he had already cleaned, he had 400 G at once. Sebastian immediately used 400 G and turned into 4 infantry, but did not immediately project them into the real world, but placed them in the base space first. No, I won't betray my boss. Before Kamita finished speaking, he heard the sound of the firearms in the hands of the infantry safety switch turn. Okay, I'll take you there now. Kamita quickly changed his words and said. The toughness just lasted for only a second. As long as you don't kill me, please, I will do anything. Lead the way, Sebastian said indifferently. Okay, boss. Kamita got up from the ground in embarrassment, patted the dust on his knees, and immediately put out a flattering smile on his face. The arrogant just now had long since disappeared. Come on, this way, we'll be there in less than 10 minutes. Chapter 14, Another Stronghold. The interior has already collapsed. Sebastian followed Kamita with his troops and headed for the opponent's stronghold. Along the way, Kamita was very disturbed. He didn't know who Sebastian was. Why do these soldiers follow and obey his orders? A series of questions made Kamita unable to understand. And now he didn't dare to have any thoughts at all, for fear that the soldiers behind him would suddenly shoot him. Stop! At this time, Sebastian suddenly said something, and his 7-member team stopped at the same time. What's wrong? Sebastian's words made Kamita panic and even suspect that the other party was planning to kill him. We haven't reached the destination yet, please don't kill me. But Sebastian ignored him and continued, no, 3 and no, 4, the 2 of you follow me, and the rest guard them. After saying that, Sebastian took 2 infantry to the distance. He was going to manifest the 4 infantry he had just created. Marizato and Alice were present. And Sebastian was going to bring them back to the academy to expand manpower, so he was not going to expose his capabilities in front of them. Sebastian is going to manifest the 4 soldiers again when others can't see them. When he created other units before, he also brought them back to the stronghold after going out to collect supplies. Although he didn't explain the origin of these soldiers to the others at that time. He had already made up a suitable explanation. This is the squad that came to join Sebastian, as his made-up organization has already penetrated the land of Japan. This makes his identity more confusing in the eyes of others. At this time, Sebastian had already led his 2 subordinates to a place out of the sight of others, materialized the 4 infantry, and then returned to the front of others. Has the number of soldiers increased? Could it be that there are more soldiers here? Looking at the infantry squad in front of him, Kamita's heartbeat accelerated suddenly, and like everyone else, he thought that Sebastian's identity was not simple. Thinking of this, Kamita felt a little bit of fear and even began to regret that he wanted to show off when he took the initiative to pursue Marizato. If you don't go out, you won't encounter this kind of thing at all. And Sebastian asked him to take him to the stronghold, for what purpose? Keep going. Sebastian didn't pay attention to Kamita's surprise but ordered him to continue leading the way indifferently. After walking for about half an hour, Sebastian and the others finally arrived at the destination, a huge apartment building under the leadership of Kamita. There are only a few scattered zombies around, and it seems that the people inside the stronghold have dealt with them. The building looked no different from other buildings, but Sebastian noticed that several entrance gates on the first floor of the building were locked, and all kinds of roadblocks were arranged outside, blocking the gates live. And through the gaps in the fence, you can clearly see that there are a lot of obstacles piled up inside, and the inside of the door is also filled. Only one door is not completely locked, and that should be the only entrance and exit in the building. There seem to be lights shining on the tall buildings. There is no doubt that people did live in the building, and it was indeed a survivor stronghold. The 4 infantry are vigilantly observing the various windows of the building to prevent sneak attacks or sniper attacks from the other side, even if they have stronger combat capabilities. As long as there is any threat to them, these soldiers will strike first at a faster speed. Open the door, Sebastian whispered in Kamita's ear, with a strong murderous tone. Although he didn't say it, Kamita knew the meaning of Sebastian's words no matter how stupid he was. As long as you make any small moves, there must be only one end. He knew this, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Open the door. Kamita took a deep breath, then walked forward and shouted. In the stronghold, the other survivors wandered around in disorder. Is Kamita back? Who is that group of people following him? Is it the army? Could it be the government's army? Open the door. These people were ecstatic, thinking that the government sent troops to save themselves, and opened the door without thinking about other things. Go and tell the boss. On the 5th floor of the building, a man was lying on the sofa, casually enjoying the food and beer at the table. He is the leader of this stronghold, Watanabe Jiro. Watanabe Jiro was originally a gang member with a very vicious personality, and the people around him avoided him. He and his followers were imprisoned a few years ago for causing trouble and fighting, and then after the crisis broke out in the fall of the prison, almost all the criminals inside escaped and Watanabe Jiro is one of them. After he and the other survivors hid in this building and established a stronghold, he claimed to be the leader and controlled the materials in the building. In the beginning, some people raised objections, but they were severely taught by Watanabe and his followers and were beaten violently. Marizato is also one of them, and the scars on his body are also caused by this. A day before, another survivor had clashed with him, and Watanabe slashed him to death without hesitation. Although he used to be a gang member, he has never killed anyone, and at most he has seriously injured others. But now Watanabe already knew that the law had no effect, so to consolidate his authority, he killed people without hesitation. In this kind of place, only those with power have the right to speak. Countless survivors have become Watanabe followers and underlings. Although the rest are dissatisfied with Watanabe, they dare not openly oppose his rule. After taking control of the power, Watanabe became more arbitrary and could plunder everything without restraint. In just less than 3 days, there has been a trend of moral collapse in this stronghold. There was food in the building that the other survivors had worked so hard to collect, but he only shared a little bit with the others every day, while he and his group squandered it. And anyone who hides food will be lynched by him. Watanabe and his men even used the young women among the survivors as tools to vent their desires, turning this stronghold into a terrible purgatory on earth. Chapter 15, Now, your stronghold belongs to me. Boss. Just as Watanabe Jiro was enjoying himself, one of his underlings rushed into the room in a hurry. What are you doing? You're so surprised. Watanabe scolded impatiently. Kamita and the others have brought back Marizato and his daughter. Alright, since this guy dares to escape, Watanabe snorted coldly, shaking his head disdainfully. Break his legs, he will not be able to escape now, and let his daughter serve me well. Speaking of this, Watanabe Jiro's face overflowed with a malicious smile. Boss, the most important thing is that Kamita brought back the army. The underling had a smile on his face, and his words were a little excited. It seems that people from the government have come to rescue us. What? Hearing the other party's words, Watanabe did not feel the same joy and excitement as him, but a kind of panic. He thought that since his country had fallen and the law had collapsed, he could rely on force to stand here. He never thought that there would be people from the army coming here. Once the people in the army know what they did in the stronghold, I am afraid they will be severely punished. Already accustomed to the thrill of gaining power, Watanabe Jiro didn't want to go back to the cold prison. I have to find a way to get away with it. No, I have to escape, I have to figure out a way. Watanabe frowned tightly and moved his gaze out of the window, where he could see a few zombies wandering outside. This gave him the idea to use zombies to create chaos. Hey, you go and help me with something, and I will reward you with food for 3 days after the task is completed. A smile appeared on Watanabe Jiro's face. At the same time, Sebastian asked 2 soldiers to stand outside, while he and the rest of the people had already entered the stronghold. It was only in less than 3 days, and Sebastian could smell a stench. It smells like excrement, blood, and some indescribable objects. The leftovers of the food were not cleaned up, and they were lying wantonly on the ground. Under the dim light, the dust in the air could be seen. Several women with disheveled hair timidly showed their heads, their eyes were empty. Like walking corpses, and their bodies were covered with beating scars, and they quickly retracted their heads after others approached. This is consistent with what Marizato said to himself earlier. Most of the other people were the perpetrators in the stronghold. They looked at Sebastian with full expectation, hoping that they could rescue themselves from this dangerous place. They don't even realize that their previous actions have deviated from the most basic morals and ethics. Sebastian looked at these people and things with a blank expression on his face, but his gaze became even colder. Kamita's heart was beating faster, and he didn't know what would happen when his boss Watanabe came out. Kamita, are you back? At this moment, Watanabe's voice sounded from the side of the crowd, and then a group of people appeared in front of Sebastian and others. They all held sharp control knives in their hands, which seemed to be stained with blood. Among these crowds, Watanabe, who was over 1.8 meters tall, was very conspicuous. He was wearing a black vest, his body was covered with tattoos, and there was an obvious scar on his fleshy face, which made him look fierce. All the other around were called by Watanabe to save face for him. He thought that Sebastian and others should be the army of the government. If there were only 2 or 3 soldiers, he might have to give himself a little face. And if the number is small, a few soldiers may not be the opponents of many of his subordinates. If these people are killed, their actions will not be exposed. Watanabe had made up his mind. There were many crises outside. Even if the government lost a few soldiers, it would be quite normal, and they should not care. But after seeing nearly 10 heavily armed soldiers around Sebastian, Watanabe had already admitted his fear in his heart, and several of his subordinates looked at each other in blank dismay. With such a large number, they have no chance at all. This made Watanabe directly dispel the idea of resistance. However, he was a little concerned. Sebastian, who was standing in the center of these soldiers, looked like he was just a high school student. Could it be that he was a survivor who was rescued by these soldiers? I have arranged a place for you to rest, please move there first. Watanabe didn't think too much and immediately showed a flattering smile, which was surprisingly similar to Kamita. But before Watanabe finished speaking, Sebastian waved his hands suddenly. Don't bother arranging it. There is a secret meaning in his words. No trouble, no trouble. Watanabe didn't expect that it was Sebastian who spoke, which made him even more curious about the other party's identity. And obviously, Watanabe was completely unaware of the seriousness of this incident. Mr. Marizato, please ask your daughter to close her eyes and cover her ears, Sebastian said to Marizato behind him. Ah. Marizato was a little confused after hearing Sebastian's words, but when he saw the infantry move, he immediately guessed what he wanted to do. Sebastian's subordinates are about to use force. So Marizato immediately asked Alice to close her eyes and then stretched out his hand to cover her ears. Only Watanabe and his groups don't know what he is going to do. Sebastian's gesture of waving just now was not to reject Watanabe, but to give orders to his soldiers. At the same time, the soldiers around Sebastian simultaneously raised their light machine guns and aimed at the people around them. Because this place has been taken over by me, Sebastian's expression changed immediately, his gaze became as sharp as a knife blade. If you don't want to die, don't do unnecessary actions. What? Watanabe did not expect that Sebastian would take the lead in launching the attack, and the development of the matter was beyond his understanding. Originally, he thought that Sebastian and the others were troops sent by the government to carry out actual rescue operations, but he never thought that the other party was going to directly take over this place. This is not the government army. Shoal. The men beside Watanabe were overwhelmed, and immediately raised his weapons and slashed at Sebastian. But how could they be the opponent of an elite fighter? Several gunshots echoed in the corridor. Chapter 16, If you want to use your brain, there is no chance. These infantry were like precise machines, and they had already fired their guns before these people made any moves. A few bullets burst out from the barrel, directly blasting the heads of these people. Blood bloomed behind the bursting brains, and their crippled bodies immediately went limp. The strong smell of blood quickly spread around. There are not many zombies around here, but such a scene made Watanabe terrified. He knelt on the ground and raised his hands high. Don't kill me, let me do whatever, please don't kill me. Although he had killed someone before, when it was his turn, he didn't dare to face death at all. Hearing the gunshot just now, the other survivors hurried over, but after seeing the guns in the hands of Sebastian's men, they all turned pale with fright. How could they have imagined that the army that seemed to come to rescue them would turn out to be the predators? After the observation just now, Sebastian has been able to confirm that this stronghold has no existence value, internal morality is corrupt. And the huge-scale materials are monopolized for nothing. In addition, he already knew that there were not enough armed forces in this stronghold, so he decided to take over here himself and bring the supplies back to the academy. Sebastian ordered all the survivors to come to the first floor to gather all the gold and jewelry and sent his people to collect the supplies. The supplies here are very abundant, so covering an entire living area makes it impossible to move them all in one day. At the same time, Sebastian is also planning to select a few people to bring back to the academy to supplement the manpower of the academy. If this stronghold can be eaten up, then the academy will not have to worry about supplies for the time being, and manpower expansion will not be a problem. As for the rest of the scum, let them fend for themselves. Sebastian soon obtained valuable gold and jewels, which were placed in a room, and it took several cabinets to hold them. Even in critical moments, Watanabe and others did not forget to search for jewelry from other people and inside the stronghold to satisfy their vanity. This is a wealth that people like them cannot obtain before the doomsday. Only after the end of the world, when money and jewels became worthless, did they take the opportunity to acquire these jewels to adorn themselves. Sebastian put it into the refining furnace and got 1,500 G all at once, comparable to searching more than 10 houses. After obtaining a considerable amount of resources, Sebastian asked Marizato to select a few people who had not lost their morals in this stronghold, and they were going to leave here together. At this time, Watanabe was kneeling on the ground, his heart beating faster. All kinds of emotions filled his heart: despair, fear, anger. He knew very well that he might be killed by Sebastian. Even if he hadn't, his prestige in the stronghold would have long since disappeared. At that time, not only those who originally opposed him came to his disadvantage, but even those who followed him were likely to rebel. Kamita is the best example. Watanabe knew that the human heart was a very complicated thing, and most of those who followed him were only afraid of the violence, or for the sake of current interests. In any case, Jiro Watanabe could no longer stay in this stronghold. When he learned of the arrival of Sebastian and others, Watanabe guessed that the opponent might be an army sent by the government. To avoid being captured by the opponent for his viciousness, he ordered his subordinates to sneak out of the stronghold in advance and hide in a car. If Watanabe didn't give the signal to his subordinates on time, then the subordinates would drive the vehicle according to the order, rotate around the building. And make a loud noise, attracting all the zombies. In this way, Watanabe can take advantage of the chaos in the stronghold and escape with a certain amount of supplies. According to the original plan, now is the time for Watanabe to signal to his subordinates who are ambushing outside. As long as his subordinates brought a group of zombies to the stronghold, Sebastian and the others would have to focus on the zombies, and they would be able to escape. Come to provoke me, then I won't make it easy for you. Thinking of this, a sinister smile appeared on Watanabe Jiro's face. Watanabe also began to recount the time of car horns and engine noise outside. But after a few minutes, the outside was as dead silent as there was no sound at all. Damn it, what is that guy doing? Watanabe cursed in his heart, complaining that his subordinates were not doing well. However, he was very puzzled in his heart about what was the matter that made his subordinates unable to complete the task until now. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps. Watanabe turned his head and saw another infantry walking in front of everyone. What? Watanabe was a little surprised. He just thought that the 9 infantry who appeared in front of him earlier should be the entire force of Sebastian, but he didn't expect that there would be more soldiers. Watanabe didn't know that before Sebastian entered the stronghold, he had already dispatched 2 infantry to guard outside the stronghold to prevent accidents from happening. In his gut, there was an ominous premonition. Watanabe cast his gaze over, his pupils trembling violently. On the soldier's hand, he was dragging a blood-stained person, who seemed to have no vital signs. That person was the subordinate he sent out to carry out the mission. No wonder his subordinates didn't make noise as planned to lure zombies from afar. It turned out that he had already been shot dead by the soldier. Reporting to the commander, when we were patrolling outside, we found this suspicious person and successfully captured and killed him. The infantry reported the situation to Sebastian. His voice was as calm as a machine. But before killing him, we learned from his mouth that he was going to drive a vehicle to make a loud noise to attract zombies from farther away. As soon as this remark came out, the audience was in an uproar. Such a move is tantamount to putting the entire stronghold in dire straits, and many people even began to curse this person. At the same time, doubts arose in these people's hearts. Why did that person do such a thing? Among the crowd, only Watanabe bowed his head and remained silent. Chapter 17, Back to Safety. We also learned that he was ordered to do what he did. The soldier's words echoed in the room. Everyone present knew who planned this matter just because of this sentence. Everyone knew that that person was Watanabe's pawn, and the only one who could order him was Watanabe. At this time, Watanabe Jiro's face was pale. And he never thought that the move he used to save his life would also fail. Watanabe couldn't control so much, he could only run away with his tail between his legs. Compared with zombies, he wanted to stay as far away from Sebastian and the latter's troops as possible. Sebastian narrowed his eyes. Of course, he knew that Watanabe planned all this. No, get rid of him, Sebastian said lightly. As ordered, infantry no. Immediately took out his tactical dagger and threw it forcefully. The blade swirled in the air, as if tearing the surrounding air, and then plunged into Watanabe's back without any mistakes. Ah! Watanabe wailed in pain. He fell to the ground before he could run far, and couldn't get up for a long time. And infantry no. Like a god of death urging him to die, immediately walked behind the opponent. Please, do not kill me, let me do whatever you want. While moaning and pleading, Watanabe crawled desperately. However, the wound grew bigger and bigger due to the violent movement, leaving a bloodstain on the ground. He usually uses various violent and cruel methods to treat those who oppose him, but when he encounters all this now, Watanabe only has regret in his heart. Please. However, the infantry would not show mercy to the target Sebastian chose. He walked up behind Watanabe, clamped the opponent's head tightly with his arms like a guillotine, and then exerted force. Crack. That was the sound of Watanabe's neck breaking. For his heinous crimes, his life has finally ended. Everyone else present was stunned. They didn't expect that Watanabe, who is usually so arrogant, would be so useless and incompetent in front of Sebastian and others. But soon, most of them had joyful expressions on their faces. They finally got rid of the rule cast by Watanabe with violence. The crowd cheered, seeing Sebastian as a savior. Take away the supplies that can be taken away. Sebastian turned his head and ordered, and then asked Marisatoto to choose a few suitable people to be his future people. Naturally, Marizato selected people who had not lost their morals in this stronghold. As for the others, let them fend for themselves here. A few minutes later, Sebastian and others had already left the residential area. Each of them carried sufficient supplies on their backs, and they were already on their way back to the academy. Sebastian turned his head and looked at the building behind him like a dying giant. Even if he ignored this stronghold today, they certainly wouldn't last long. The internal order has reached the brink of collapse, and no one knows what choices people will make in extreme situations. Many people in the stronghold have been bullied by Watanabe. And although they can still bear it now, they must soon reach the limit of collapse. Faced with long-term bullying and humiliation, they may also make crazy moves. In addition, Watanabe has no overall view at all. He just blindly enjoys the pleasure brought by power and has no plan or arrangement for the stored materials at all. According to this development, even if the supplies are so abundant, they will run out soon. This stronghold will not last for a month. And all of this was caused by Watanabe himself. Now that Watanabe is dead, Sebastian doesn't care how other people should live. At this moment, Sebastian and the others were quickly returning to the school, but infantry no. One, who was walking in the front, suddenly made a stop gesture. Report the situation. No, one, Sebastian said. Report to the commander, there is another group of corpses ahead. Infantry no. One reported immediately. In front of them was another group of densely packed zombies, moving toward Sebastian's groups. It's a wave of moving corpses. Zombies don't have the ability to think, but sometimes they form such huge groups. Change route. Sebastian immediately issued an order. Although this was the shortest distance to go back, if he forced his way, he would only seek death. The group of them immediately changed their route and headed in another direction, and the zombies followed closely behind them. Although Sebastian and others have traveled a certain distance because the other route is too rough and the road is full of obstacles. Their speed is very slow, and the distance between the zombies is getting shorter and shorter. They could almost smell the stench emanating from the zombies behind them. Sebastian turned his head, and the distance between them and the zombies was less than 20 meters. Because the road was changed, there was still a distance from the academy. If this continued, the zombies would overtake them. They can only deal with the enemy. Infantry squad, take cover, Sebastian ordered immediately. Roger. Infantry no. 1 and no. 2, who were moving in the front, stopped immediately, turned around, immediately took out their light machine guns, and began to shoot at the group of zombies. The bullet precisely avoided the other people behind them, suppressing the zombies' advance. The soldiers produced by the system not only have the accuracy of every shot. They will not feel hungry and tired, but also the modified light machine gun they hold is more powerful than any rifle in the world today. It is powerful, fast, easy to reload, and can carry out almost seamless fire suppression. They are also wearing armor made of special materials, which cannot be destroyed by the teeth and claws of the zombies. After waiting for other people to pass by their side, the two of them immediately moved and evacuated, and then no. 3 and no. 4 took cover, and so on. Now that it has been exposed, Sebastian and others have no worries about shooting. Alice, hurry up. Marizato also squatted down, picked up his daughter on his back, and started running. The hail of bullets poured down, and they wiped out more than 100 zombies in an instant. But there were far more than 100 zombies, and they continued to flow, almost smashing the obstacles on the road to pieces. However, the purpose of Sebastian and others is not to wipe out the zombies. The more frequently they shoot, the more zombies will be attracted, and the bullets are not unlimited, so the most urgent thing is to leave and evacuate here as soon as possible. Under the mutual protection of the 4 soldiers, the crowd distanced themselves from the zombies without any risk. Chapter 18, Expensive but Effective, Engineer. After a long and dangerous run, Sebastian and others finally left the zombies far behind. The road is full of corpses that have been shattered into pieces by the bullets, and the ground is full of blood that has not yet solidified, making the road very slippery. The zombies behind couldn't stand firm on such a ground at all. The blood stains and broken internal organs on the ground made them slide continuously, unable to stand for a long time. However, Sebastian and the others no longer had zombies in their field of vision, nor could they hear their voices, so there was no need to continue shooting. Soon, the group of them finally returned to the academy. Sebastian. When the gate of the academy opened, a slender pink figure rushed out impatiently. Takashi Saya. She just heard what seemed to be a faint gunshot in the distance, so she was very worried about Sebastian's safety. Are you all right? Saya's tone was a little hasty. It's okay, it's just that I encountered some zombies, Sebastian said with a smile. Seeing that Sebastian looked completely fine, Saya finally felt relieved and nodded to him. She turned her head to look behind Sebastian, and there were 4 more soldiers. Guessing in her heart that other squads should have come to join him. Although Saya still doesn't know his true identity, she can't help but lament the strength of the organization's military. I'm afraid that group troops have already infiltrated Japan. Her gaze continued to move and finally settled on Marizato and the others. Apart from him and his daughter, Alice. There were 3 or 4 people with him, all of whom were selected by Marzato, who still maintained human morality. Although Sebastian needs more workers to ensure the operation of the base, he will not allow the existence of the black sheep. Saya noticed the existence of Alice, and the other party seemed to have not recovered from the crisis she just encountered, and her eyes were still a little dull. At this moment, Saya squatted in front of Alice and stretched out her hand with a smile on her face. "My name is Saya Takagi, what's your name?" Alice Marizato. Alice looked a little nervous. After all, this was her first meeting with Saya. For this kind of survivor stronghold, Alice still had a shadow in her heart. Although she didn't know that her father Marizato was injured to protect her. She could also keenly feel the hostility from strangers. But in front of Saya, Alice did not have the same feeling as the survivors in the previous stronghold, but a very close feeling. "It's okay, you'll be safe here," Saya stroked Alice's hair, which gradually calmed down the latter's uneasy mood. Marizato looked around, completely unaware that Fujimi High School was transformed into such an orderly refuge by Sebastian, which was almost completely different from the previous chaotic stronghold. "Thank you very much, Mr. Sebastian," Marizato said gratefully to Sebastian. Originally, he was still worried about how he and his daughter Alice would survive after escaping from the stronghold. In the story, he took Alice to seek help from strangers but lost his life. Although Alice was rescued, she could only go out to explore with the protagonists. But now Marizato and Alice finally found a place to stay. "There is a condition for joining us, and that is to obey my orders," Sebastian said to them. "Yes," Marizato nodded. "Then let's do this first, Saya, you take them to introduce the facilities in the academy first and report the share of the materials collected today later," Sebastian said to Saya. Takashiro." Saya nodded, stood up, and took Alice's hand. "Let's go, Alice, I'll show you what high school looks like." A smile finally appeared on Alice's face. After arranging other things, Sebastian returned to his room and began to deal with the resources obtained today. After looting another stronghold, Sebastian's system resource reserve has also reached 2000 G, reaching the level where he can manufacture a war factory. However, Sebastian believes that the current resource acquisition speed is still not enough. Currently, the resources that can be collected every day are only a few hundred points, which will not keep up with the explosive speed of the war factory in the future. To be able to support high-intensity troops, Sebastian needs more sources of income and more jewelry gold. Examples include jewelry stores, banks, vaults, etc. But these locations are all in downtown areas, and the number of zombies inside must be quite terrifying. I'm afraid it's tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. The current military strength is far from enough. Even with a few vehicles. Sebastian estimated in his mind that at least more than 100 troops and more than 20 vehicles were needed to be able to go to the urban capital. Therefore, Sebastian's top priority now is to choose to continue to produce infantry is the best choice. Moreover, the loss of materials inside the academy was not too big. Sebastian also had to find a way to transform the interior of the academy, transforming it from an ordinary school into a real base to ensure internal self-sufficiency. Perhaps, this side can be remodeled. If you can be self-sufficient, then you can reduce the risk of going out to find supplies, and others can focus on finding gold and gems. Sebastian looked at his Barracks option, and his eyes locked on the engineer. Maybe you can use the power of an engineer to transform his stronghold. After all, technology is the primary productive force. System, can the engineer carry out work such as base renovation? Sebastian asked. Yes. The system immediately responded, engineers can do all kinds of construction work, but even zero stars have professional knowledge that ordinary people can't match. Then can they be upgraded like infantry? Sebastian continued to ask, the system had introduced him earlier, infantry can be upgraded by killing enemies. So can an engineer do an upgrade? Yes, engineers can upgrade by building and learning knowledge. After reaching 1 star, they can choose a specialization direction, such as sociology, engineering, physics, etc. As the level increases, their work efficiency research speed will be improved, and the items that can be researched will be more advanced. If you study other technologies in the future, you will also need the help of an engineer. Chapter 19, over 100 enemies killed, units upgraded. Hearing the system words, Sebastian nodded in satisfaction. Although they do not have any combat capability. Their price is 5 times that of ordinary soldiers. This must be due to their role cannot be replaced by other units. And this also means that books or papers related to technology or professional knowledge will also be a very important resource. This stronghold was previously a private high school, and there were also a certain amount of knowledge books in it. Sebastian immediately created an engineer, and all of the 2000 G he owned suddenly only had 1500 G left. In the next instant, an engineer wearing a yellow helmet and carrying a toolbox lined up in front of Sebastian. "Commander," he put down his toolbox and said respectfully to Sebastian. "Transform the stronghold to allow it to have the ability to operate independently." Sebastian immediately issued an order to the engineer. "Yes, sir." The engineer saluted and showed that he would investigate and draw pictures of the school's environment, and then start the scheme design. While the engineer was designing the plan, Sebastian also started the next step. He first built 7 more infantry to expand his manpower. At the same time, Sebastian called out the system to check the total number of kills of his soldiers. He wants to raise the level of his subordinates. With the improvement of the unit level, his ability to deal with emergencies and his ability to learn will be improved. Sebastian wants to upgrade his subordinates so that he can safely divide the troops into 2 groups and act separately, which greatly improves the situation and accelerates the efficiency of obtaining resources. The upgrade condition for the infantry is 100 gold coins and enough kills. After the battle in the morning, there should be enough kills for soldiers. Infantry no. 1 has killed 101 enemies in total. Infantry no. 2 has killed 74 enemies in total. Infantry no. 3, killed 20 enemies in total. Infantry no. 4, accumulated 43 kills. Infantry no. 1 has met the upgrade conditions and can be upgraded. The system said slowly. On the way Sebastian and others returned to the academy from another stronghold, they were forced to fight zombies, accumulating a lot of kills for the infantry. Promote him. As soon as Sebastian gave an order, the body of infantry no. 1 burst into light. When the light gradually dimmed, the system's voice rang again. The upgrade is complete, infantry no. 1 has reached 1 star. While the system was speaking, infantry no. 1, who had just completed the upgrade, respectfully gave a military salute to Sebastian, "Commander." Although the appearance of infantry no. 1 has not changed, Sebastian can feel a gleam of light in his eyes. "Tomorrow you will take a new team of 8 people, and we will split up to collect gold and jewelry, and contact us by radio when there are special circumstances." While Sebastian was speaking, he added 8 infantry to the queue. Counting the cost of upgrading infantry 1, the points were consumed from 1,500 to about 600 in one fell swoop. "Sir, yes sir, infantry no." 1 gave a respectful military salute again. At this time, the engineer who had just been created also came back to the room and presented the design blueprint in front of Sebastian. "Commander, this is our design plan. I want to build a farm here to ensure enough food reserves, and then the water storage system needs to be rebuilt, and the houses here also need to be remodeled to accommodate more people." Looking at the design drawing presented by the engineer, Sebastian nodded in satisfaction. "Yes, let's follow your design plan," Sebastian said. "What do you need?" "We need extra people and various materials. Let's talk." The engineer sent the list of materials written in advance to Sebastian. There are all kinds of metal, cement, and basic building materials, as well as food seeds, and other things. The most important thing is manpower. Although engineers have strong design capabilities, as well as unparalleled construction and maintenance capabilities, the buildings they build are not system buildings, so it takes a lot of time. If additional personnel can be sent to assist them, under the guidance of engineers, the efficiency of construction will be improved a lot. Good. Sebastian then called Saya, who is now equivalent to Sebastian's assistant, to be in charge of the internal affairs of the school. He asked Saya to assist the engineer and select suitable personnel from the academy. This is why Sebastian kept these people, to provide the most important human resources. Late at night, after processing most of the affairs, Sebastian has about 600 G left. He decided to use 600 G to build a pillbox first. This is the basic bunker in the game, with an automatic machine gun inside that can automatically kill enemies that threaten the base. This can be said to be a very necessary building because he must ensure the safety of the academy while increasing the manpower to go out to search for materials. Although the zombies around the academy have been cleared up by his troops, he still chooses to build a pillbox in order to take precautions against possible zombie tides in the future. Sebastian walked to the school wall and built a pillbox there. Naturally, a defensive building like this must be built in the real world to be able to function. Sebastian set a curfew rule on the campus. After a certain time, they must return to the dormitory and cannot leave the dormitory building, so that what Sebastian did on the ground will not be discovered by others. Soon, a pillbox with a diameter of more than 3 meters and a height of more than 3 meters was built. In the game, this pillbox looks very small, and many players may even complain about its firepower. But when it appeared in the real world, other people could know that this was not an ordinary defensive building. If a group of people entered the range of the pillbox, they would probably be turned into a hornet's nest in an instant. Looking at the huge bunker in front of him, he nodded. The next day, early morning. The teachers and students in the school woke up from their sleep and came to the playground, ready to go out to collect supplies. But they soon noticed the pillbox next to the school fence. There was nothing here yesterday, right? It's so big, how did it make it? Is this the technology of the organization? It will take at least a decent time for us to build such a defense. Each of them had a look of surprise on their faces, completely unaware of how the fort was made. But at the same time, they felt a little more awe towards Sebastian in their hearts. Chapter 20, War Factory, construction is complete. After building the pillbox, Sebastian can send more people to go out to find supplies. He led a team himself, and infantry No. who had been promoted to 1 star, had the ability to lead a team, leading another team to search for supplies from another direction. The split operation has greatly improved the search speed of Sebastian and others, and they can easily obtain more than 1,000 G a day. This allowed him to build more troops and further strengthen the defense facilities inside the academy. The more units there are, the more efficient Sebastian will be in searching for supplies every day. The more materials collected, the more units he can build. With the increasing frequency of outing missions, the number of infantry who have killed enough enemies to upgrade is also increasing. They have the ability to lead the team, and the search for supplies has become bigger because of it. It's a virtuous cycle. In just 2 days, he already had an army of more than 60 people, among which there were 5 infantry who had reached 1 star. At this time, Sebastian was in the room, putting the jewels obtained by the infantry into the ore refinery in the base space, and the amount of system resources began to soar, reaching 7,000 G in an instant. This number can be said to be more than the sum of the previous few days. But there was no joy on his face because he knew that as his collection efficiency improved, the surrounding housing areas would soon be emptied. Once the surrounding housing area is cleaned up, he will have to take greater risks and go to farther places to carry out tasks. Even in the end, he may have to go directly to the downtown area to obtain the resources to guarantee future development. So he must get ready to go to the downtown area as soon as possible. The first to bear the brunt is the vehicle. The number of zombies in the downtown area must be terrifying, densely packed like an ant colony. It may be difficult for the infantry with only flesh and blood to deal with it, and sufficient mechanized troops must be built. Now he feels that he has accumulated enough funds and has the capital to build vehicles. He immediately ordered his assistant to start manufacturing the war factory, and 7,000 G instantly became 5,000 G. Commander, the war factory has been built, and new units and buildings have been unlocked. The system voice sounded as expected, and Sebastian returned to the base space. In front of him is a huge and towering military factory, like an ancient giant beast, sleeping in it. At the same time, new options appeared before Sebastian's eyes. Unlock new units. Chrono Miner Type, Machinery Cost, 1,500 gold coins. Light Tank Type, Machinery Cost, 800 gold coins. Multi-Gunner Infantry Fighting Vehicle IFV Type, Machinery Cost, 600 gold coins. Sebastian looked at the options in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. After unlocking the war factory, he can manufacture various vehicles. The Chrono Miner can automatically collect gold and gems around it, and then transport them to the ore refinery. Moreover, it uses special technology. After the gold mining is completed, it can directly use the hyperspace transmission technology to instantly return to the ore refinery, no matter how far away it is. With it, he can save a lot of trouble. At least he doesn't need to go to the trouble of putting raw materials into the refinery himself. However, the current way for him to obtain gold and jewelry is to sweep the surrounding residential areas. Its assets and scale are not enough to use mining vehicles. In addition, the system comes with one, so he is not in a hurry to manufacture mining vehicles. Light tanks are the most basic vehicle unit, with lethal firepower, far surpassing the world's most advanced technological vehicle, because using such firepower to cleanse zombies is a bit like killing a chicken with a sledgehammer, so he did not choose to create light tanks. The multi-gunner IFV is what Sebastian thinks is the most practical. The multi-gunner IFV has a large capacity, can accommodate at least 8 infantry at a time, and is extremely fast and stable. It is also equipped with machine gun weapons, which is the best tool for the squad to transfer among the zombies. Moreover, the multi-gunner IFV, as its name suggests, has functions other than transportation and combat. If it is controlled by an engineer, the multi-gunner IFV can create an additional mechanical arm for construction and transportation. After 2 days of exploration, Sebastian has found that the roads near the college are blocked by many abandoned cars, and large vehicles cannot travel too far. If you want to enter the city, cleaning the roads must be an essential thing. The multi-gunner IFV can use the robotic arm to clean the road and then bring the abandoned vehicle back to the stronghold as metal material. The steel, gasoline, and other things inside the scrap car are very important things. The high mobility afforded by multi-gunner IFV will also allow them to explore farther afield. So he did not hesitate for long. And immediately added 3 multi-gunner IFV to the construction queue, and used 1,800 G, leaving 3,200 G. But he didn't build too many. First of all, because the size of his team is not too large, there is no need to use so many vehicles. On top of that, the budget is limited. Even though the extracted system resources are much more than before. It is far from being rich for him. Through the system introduction, he knew that vehicles, like infantry, had limited shells that could be used free of charge every day. Light tanks can use 50 rounds of shells for free every day, and multi-gunner IFV can fire 2,000 rounds of machine gun bullets every day. Which will be refreshed every day. But once the daily amount is used up, if you need to continue to attack, you need gold coins to replenish. What a black-hearted system. Can all bullets and shells only be replenished with gold coins? He asked. Because of the expansion of the army and possible battles in the future, the cost of supplementing ammunition in the future may be a considerable expense. No, that's just a general situation. If you have the raw materials for the production of shells and bullets, you can produce them, and then directly supplement them into the weapons of each unit. The system quickly replied. Sebastian nodded. If raw materials could be obtained, it would indeed save a lot of trouble and expense. This also means that he needs to take the initiative to collect more resources, and it is no longer just to ensure the basic materials of life. After setting up the war factory, Sebastian continued to check his newly unlocked building. Chapter 21, The Next Target, a downtown jewelry store. Unlock new buildings. Wall type, building cost, 100 gold coins. Service depot type, building cost, 800 gold coins. Air Force Command Headquarters type, building cost, 1,000 gold coins. Battle Lab type, building cost, 2,000 gold coins. The wall is the most basic defensive building, and its hard shell can resist the attack of ordinary firearms in this zombie-infested world. The wall can well protect Sebastian's stronghold. And he can also use this opportunity to further expand his stronghold. The service depot, as the name suggests, can repair vehicles. Vehicles damaged in battle can be restored in the service depot. Not only vehicles manufactured by the system but even real-world vehicles can be repaired. Of course. Maintenance also requires gold coins, but if there are ready-made resources, maintenance does not need to cost gold coins. Not only that, the repair shop can also directly disintegrate waste cars into useful materials. Air Force Command Headquarters allows him to unlock certain air units, gain air supremacy, and even launch spy satellites. And the most important thing is this Battle Lab. The Battle Lab is an advanced building, the most important of which is the ability to unlock more advanced units. According to his memory. After unlocking the Battle Lab, you can unlock advanced units such as spies and apocalypse tanks. All of these arms have special functions or powerful firepower. It can be said that the Battle Lab is a key building for raising one's technological level to the next level. But now that his gold coins are running out, he is more aware that the expenses will increase in the future, so you have to get more gold coins. But now there are only more than 3,000 funds left. Now he has no way to build the Air Force Command Headquarters or the Battle Lab, so he is now building a service depot first. The price of the service depot is low, and with it, he can convert the waste cars on the side of the road into resources that are beneficial to him and can guarantee the production of his base. This will allow his troops to obtain sufficient resources while clearing the roads and streets. Soon, a huge mechanical arm rose out of thin air, and the service depot was completed in an instant. Sebastian knew that it would be a huge task to go to the downtown area to carry out the mission, and he might need to send out all his troops at that time. At this time, the academy as a base must also ensure its defense. So he then prepared to build a wall to further ensure the safety of the academy. The wall around the academy was too crude before, so he wanted to strengthen his defenses. Moreover, it can expand its footprint and accommodate more troops. Although the wall looks cheap, it costs 100 gold coins. But it is only a part of the wall, and it will cost far more gold coins to enclose the entire academy. So he is not going to become fat with one bite but to expand bit by bit. Starting from a certain corner of the college, towering walls were erected one after another. The height of these walls is more than 10 meters. With only 1,000 G left, he chose to make 2 engineers to speed up the progress of the road cleaning project. The 7,000 G obtained today was also quickly swept away. The next day, early morning. How did he do that? If it were us, it would take at least years to make it. His technology's so terrifying. It's amazing. Under the wall, people were talking about it. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed that he could build a miniature version of the Great Wall in one night. But soon, everyone realized that they were surprised too early. In another section of the playground, 3 multi-gunner IFVs lay quietly on the ground like 3 sleeping beasts. Is it reinforcements? No one knows where they come from. The only thing that can explain the miracle in front of us is that the mysterious organization has technology beyond the scope of ordinary people's thinking, and Sebastian has a strong background behind him. Soon, everyone started working on their assigned work. Some teachers and students have to go out to collect materials, while others have to stay and assist engineers in the construction of various production facilities and the cleaning of roads. Sebastian sent several squads formed by the infantry to go out to collect gold and jewelry. At the same time, he led a small team to cover the people who were cleaning up the road and cleaning up the zombies around to ensure that no fish slipped through the net. The 3 engineers sat in a multi-gunner IFV, and the original machine gun turret on the top of the ladder began to turn. And it became a huge mechanical arm in an instant. They came to the road leading from the academy to the city. At this moment, the road was full of scrapped cars that collided with each other. The owners of these vehicles were all people who wanted to escape to a safe area before the apocalypse broke out. But they didn't expect that everyone else had the same idea. The chaotic city made it impossible for vehicles to move forward, and everyone was blocked in the road. A car accident that stretched across the entire road left these vehicles scrapped to form a huge obstacle maze. This made it impossible for the passengers to escape from the clutches of the zombies. Under Sebastian's order, the multi-gunner IFV carrying the engineers began to operate. The mechanical arm of the vehicle is far more flexible and powerful than shovels and hydraulic. The scrapped vehicles on the road were first crushed like soda cans and turned into a metal pile, and stacked on top of everything. 7 or 8 scrap cars were compressed into a cube less than 1 meter high, lifted easily by the mechanical arm, and sent back to the service depot in the academy to be converted into other materials. Around, other people, teachers, and students were also carrying lighter sundries and searching for possible materials in the abandoned cars. As long as this road is cleared, Sebastian will have a road to go to the city. At this moment, Sebastian heard a communication from the patrolling infantry. Reporting to the commander, "This is Infantry No. 37 of the 6th Squad, our team has discovered a group of zombies. According to visual inspection, there are more than 20 zombies." "Received, we will rush to reinforce immediately," Sebastian replied, and then took the infantry squad behind him to the location of the 6th Squad. Chapter 22, Clearing the Road and Removing All Obstacles. Soon, Sebastian led the team to the other side of the road, where the 6th team was responsible for cleaning. "Commander," after seeing Sebastian's arrival, Infantry No. 37 immediately saluted. He was the leader of the 6th team assigned to him. "Give me the sitrep," Sebastian said. About 100 meters ahead, at least 20 zombies can be observed with the naked eye, Infantry No. 37 pointed to the distance of the road and said. "I'm afraid there should be a lot of zombies hidden out of our sight." Sebastian looked in the direction of the finger. Although countless abandoned cars were blocking their sight, they could still vaguely see a few moving figures. "They are zombies moving around the road. But because they are far away from the engineers and IFV, they haven't heard the sound of the clearing yet. Keep your voice down and try not to shoot if you can," Sebastian said. At this time, other engineers and students were clearing the road. If they fired shots, they might attract more zombies hidden in the abandoned cars. The entire road was almost blocked by abandoned cars, which shows how exaggerated the traffic flow was at that time. But now there is not a single passenger in these vehicles. Either they were crushed in a car accident, or eaten by zombies, as the dried and solidified blood in the ruins proves that it once existed. Or get stuck in traffic, get bitten by zombies, and end up being one of them. The second is the more likely outcome of these passengers. This means that there may be a very terrifying number of zombies hidden in the road. Once you shoot, it is likely to disturb them all. This will greatly affect the speed of the road cleaning project, and you will easily lose units and people in vain. Not worth it. So he felt that the best way was to kill the zombies as silently as possible. There are currently 26 zombies in the field of vision, Infantry No. 37 reported that his gaze was like a radar, passing through the gaps in the vehicle. "Begin the attack." Following Sebastian's order, Infantry No. 37 immediately made a gesture and asked the other to form a group of 3, with tactical daggers in their hands, facing each other with their backs, ensuring that there was no blind spot for vision and defense. They quickly penetrated the car formation, moving very little and making no sound, so the zombies did not notice the infantry approaching. Infantry No. 37 immediately made a gesture, and the other infantry, like programmed robots, precisely chopped off the zombie's head. After cleaning up this batch of zombies, they noticed that there were indeed more zombies hidden in the car group. Hide under the car, lie on the roof, or hide in the gaps of the car. However, under the observation of the soldiers, these zombies could only be slaughtered. The soldiers moved forward slowly, gradually clearing away the zombies on the road. In the distance behind them, engineers and students are also clearing the blocked road at a speed visible to the naked eye. After several days of effort, the road leading to the downtown area was cleared, and the surrounding zombies were also cleared away. Sebastian and others could enter the vicinity of the urban area unimpeded. At the same time, he has also accumulated enough troops in the past few days and is ready to enter the downtown area. More than 120 infantry and 20 multi-gunner IFVs. This is what he has. While accumulating troops, he did not forget to strengthen the defense facilities of the stronghold behind him. The walls were gradually built, allowing the stronghold to have a larger footprint and accommodate more buildings and units. More than 5 pillboxes have been set up within the walls to ensure that no zombies can approach the stronghold. After dealing with the school's affairs, he sent a small team with the video equipment in the college to the downtown area to investigate. At the same time, he also sent other troops to move around the city center to clean up all the zombies on the edge, ensuring that there would be no obstacles when they entered from any direction. After all other preparations had been completed, he gathered the other one-star infantry leader and began to discuss the battle plan. This is our path. Sebastian showed a map of the downtown area on the wall, which recorded several jewelry stores in the downtown area. This is the jewelry store closest to our entry route. There are 3 in total, all located on the same street. We will be divided into 3 groups to carry out the collection tasks at the same time. At the same time, there will be 2 small teams. One will be responsible for finding suitable strongholds around, while the other team will be responsible for making noise to attract the attention of zombies. During the mission, other vehicles should surround the gate of the jewelry store in a semicircle to stop the zombies. The team in the center vehicle is responsible for moving the jewels. Their speed must be fast, and they should not stay for more than 10 minutes. The others are responsible for stopping the zombies. No matter how many gold jewels you get, you must leave in 10 minutes. This is the plan formulated by Sebastian, and this allocation should be the most efficient search with what he has. Afterwards, we will proceed with the next task depending on the situation. If the task goes well, we can consider going to the bank at the end of the street. This is his follow-up plan. At the end of that street is a very large bank. Many rich people may buy a lot of gold bars and store them in the bank. If the situation is critical, we must retreat as soon as possible. The task will be carried out at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Do you understand? Sebastian's tone was full of authority, and his voice echoed in the room. Understood. In front of him, the infantry saluted respectfully together. After the meeting was over, Sebastian walked out of the meeting room, just in time to see the 3 people who had been waiting outside for a long time. Saya Takagi, Rei Miyamoto, and Alice Marizato. Sebastian, are you going downtown tomorrow? Saya said with some nervousness. She knew how terrifying the zombies in the downtown area would be. Yes, Sebastian nodded. Although he has accumulated a large number of units now, the residential buildings near them have almost been searched. If he wants to continue searching, he will have to go farther, which is time-consuming and labor-intensive. Coupled with the improvement of technology in the future, the cost consumption faced when building units will also increase, so going to the jewelry store is a must. Chapter 23, The city is already like a purgatory on Earth. Sebastian, we also want you to take us with you. Besides Saya, Rei said hastily. We can help. Yes, we can help a lot. Saya also replied in unison. The 2 of them know that the downtown area is very dangerous, so they hope to help Sebastian reduce the pressure. Seeing the worried expressions in the eyes of the 2 people in front of him, he smiled. Thank you both for your kindness, but if the 2 of you can stay in the academy, I think it's a better choice, because you 2 are people I trust, so I can rest assured to give you my back. Sebastian declined the kindness of the 2 people. Although in the story, both of them are important members of the protagonist group, and they have survived crisis after crisis. But after all, the 2 of them are very important people to him, so he will not put them in danger. And as Sebastian just said, they are needed to assist in the management of the academy. Other students must go out to search for supplies and security checks every day, and Sebastian will only entrust it to people he trusts to handle. Previously, these things were handled by Saya's and Rei's. This mission may last for a long time, and they may not even be able to return to the academy that day, so he must let the 2 stay in the academy to maintain order in the academy. But don't worry, it's just an ordinary task, there's nothing difficult about it, Sebastian said. On the contrary, during my absence, the order within the college needs to be maintained by the 2 of you. After hearing Sebastian's words, the 2 couldn't say anything more, because they also knew that what he said was not wrong. Big brother, at this moment, Alice stood on tiptoe and handed something in her hand to him. Sebastian took a closer look and found that it was a folded origami crane. I just learned to do it, thank you big brother for your kindness, so be careful. Alice is just a 6 or 7-year-old girl, she looks a little shy in front of Sebastian. Well, thank you, Alice. Sebastian squatted down and gently patted Alice's head, and a smile appeared on his face. In the early morning of the next day, the troop led by Sebastian had assembled outside the academy. He turned his head. And behind him were more than 120 infantry standing neatly on the playground, and behind them were more than 20 multi-gunner IFVs. He also reserved about 1,000 G to ensure sufficient ammunition for soldiers and vehicles during battle. Everyone get in the vehicles, Sebastian gave an order, and all the soldiers immediately moved into the vehicle. Although driving a vehicle will make a lot of noise, the downtown area where he and the other are located is a certain distance away. And it is very difficult to move if you only rely on walking. And in the urban area, he and others need to ensure high mobility so as not to be surrounded by zombies. Without vehicles, it is very difficult for hundreds of soldiers to move. However, because the zombies on the way from the academy to the urban area have been cleaned up by his subordinates, they will not encounter too many zombies before arriving in the downtown area. Sebastian himself got into a vehicle, and all kinds of high-tech equipment came into view. The space inside is huge, even if 6 or 7 soldiers are sitting, it will not feel crowded. Set off. Following Sebastian's order, more than 20 vehicles moved at the same time, and the roar of engines echoed in the academy. Saya, Ray, and others were inside the academy, watching Sebastian and others leave. Seeing such a robust convoy, they couldn't help feeling a sense of pride in their hearts. Don't be in a daze, we have to start our work, we can't let him down. After the convoy disappeared from their sight for an hour, Saya immediately turned her head and said loudly to the others. A few hours later, Sebastian's convoy was approaching the city. Because the obstacles and zombies on the road have been cleared before, they have been unimpeded along the way. At the same time, Sebastian ordered several vehicles with supplies to stop, looking for a suitable place on the outskirts of the city, and set up a temporary stronghold. The other vehicles all slowed down, trying to avoid making too much noise. Commander, we are almost reaching our destination, the infantry on the side said to Sebastian. Sebastian stood up and observed the scene outside through the observation mirror of the vehicle. The road leading to the city center is also covered with traces left by death, a large number of corpses left over after being eaten lie there. Still maintaining the movement of struggling before dying after being thrown down. They were almost devoured, and they didn't even have the time to turn into zombies. What's more, they even died in traffic accidents or before being bitten by zombies. In the early days of the virus outbreak, when the city center had just been overrun, terrified citizens fled in all directions. Many of them hoping to find familiar places to hide. Most of these people died on this hopeful road. Ignoring the fact that the city center has an exaggerated population, it was discovered that zombies wandering there, hiding and tracking their prey, and the result was a disaster without exception. In this place, it is difficult to find a safe position. The towering buildings in the business district in the city center have been exposed in front of Sebastian and others, but, as if a battle had just happened. The surroundings of the building were burning with flames of war, and a large number of zombies gathered here, and they did not leave with the refugees. It may be that the huge noise in the city center held them back. They are unconscious, ignorant, and like a large number of puppets controlled by people, wandering aimlessly in the deserted streets. The uneaten corpses, and coagulated blood on the floor tiles of the commercial street square are shocking, bright red and dark outlines and impressionist painting, a painting that seems to be created in a lifeless void, a scene that only appears in hell. On both sides of the street, abandoned cars were overturned or burned, blocking Sebastian's way. Quite close to the commercial street, there are several burning buildings. From the looks of it, it seems that it will affect here at any time. Chapter 24, The sea of corpses floods in and breaks into the jewelry store. Sebastian's brows twitched slightly. This scene did not exceed his expectations. Compared with the suburb where the academy is located, the densely populated city center is too miserable. The densely packed zombies on the street were piled up together, and each other's limbs had been inserted into the bodies of other zombies around them. Many zombies have noticed the existence of the convoy and slowly moved towards the convoy. According to the plan, the decoy team will act first. You make noise, destroy the roadblocks, pass through the crowd of zombies, and then drive to the city's edge to attract the zombies away. Sebastian used the radio to give commands on the channel. This is the first step in his plan. Even though their convoy has slowed down and kept the sound down to a minimum, there is still a lot of noise, which will be noticed by the zombies and affect their actions. So he decided to send a small team to distract the zombies and lure most of the zombies away, which would allow other teams to perform their tasks better. Wilco. On the radio, the infantry responded, and 2 multigunner IFVs rushed out. This kind of task is very dangerous, but the units produced by the system are loyal to him. Even if they go up the mountain of swords and go through a sea of fire, they will do it. The 2 multigunner IFVs quickly flattened the scrap of the vehicle in front of them and then threw it aside with their mechanical arms, making way for the vehicle behind. Such a move made a loud noise. And the zombies in the whole block were attracted by this movement. They all focused on the 2 vehicles. As if they were an ant colony that had been hungry for several days, they moved towards them. They were like floods that broke the dam, submerging the 2 vehicles in an instant, and the sharp nails kept scratching the vehicles, and even many zombies climbed to the top of the vehicles and hit the roof. However, the vehicles created by the system are extremely tough, even surpassing the vehicles in the world today. Even surrounded by such an exaggerated number of zombies, these 2 multigunner IFVs can still drive easily. The machine gun turret on the top of it rotated, easily throwing the zombies lying on the roof out, and the impact directly blasted these zombies into a pulp. At the same time, bullets sprayed out from the machine gun turret, blasting the surrounding zombies. However, this kind of undead does not have any thinking ability. Even if the surrounding ones of the same kind are killed, they will still rush forward without hesitation. The 2 IFVs moved forward taking an exaggerated number of zombies with them, and the powerful suspension system kept them on the ground. Under the wheels, countless zombies were turned into meatloaf. Although the steel behemoth has an absolute advantage in the face of zombies, it still cannot stay in any place for more than a second, otherwise, it will be surrounded by more zombies. Even vehicles can be overturned if there are enough zombies, therefore. The 2 IFVs used as bait adopt a tactic to ensure that they will not be surrounded by too many zombies. Soon, most of the zombies in the city center were attracted by the decoy team. There are still a lot of zombies left, but they are much less than before. Begin the operation. Several other vehicles also started to move at the same time. According to Sebastian's arrangement, they moved in different directions to their respective destinations. A convoy with Sebastian inside went straight to the nearest jewelry store. The vehicle drifted in front of the jewelry store and blocked the door with its body to prevent zombies from surrounding it, while his group could enter the store from the car door attached to the jewelry store. The remaining 6 vehicles also acted according to the plan, forming a semicircle, enclosing the vehicle that Sebastian was riding in the middle. Sebastian's team immediately jumped out of the car door and entered the jewelry store. The inside was already in a mess at this time, and what came into view was a vague object. A corpse. Although her long red hair obscures her face, Sebastian sees that it is a young woman. Although the blood-stained shirt hides her body, there seemed to be more than a dozen wounds. The clothes had been torn, and the bloody muscles underneath could be seen. The victim's shirt was torn open, exposing her spine and chest. The spine with some meat remaining was bright red, and the ribs that formed the female's moving curves were mixed with the torn internal organs. This person should be an employee of the jewelry store. There were also several corpses lying around in disorder, all of which were in dilapidated condition, and the glass counter was stained with blood. There is no living person in this building that symbolizes the power of wealth, only a few zombies who face the wall. Sebastian ordered his subordinates to kill all these zombies and then turned his attention to the counter. Although the counter was stained with blood, the glass was safe and the jewels inside lay quietly and unscathed. In the apocalypse, these precious jewels became worthless. Everyone is running for their lives. And there is no time to estimate that these gold and silver jewels, even if it is just a bottle of water, are now priceless. At this moment, the vehicles outside the jewelry store had already opened fire, and the rest of the infantry stepped out of their vehicles one after another, using the space surrounded by the vehicles as their covers, and unleashed bullets on the surrounding zombies. Even if more than half of the zombies were attracted away, the remaining number was still high. Zombies rushed towards them like an avalanche. But the bullets from the infantry and vehicles formed a line of fire to isolate them. But with the continuous explosion of gunfire, more and more zombies will be attracted. System set bullet replenishment to automatic. Sebastian told the system that the bullets held by each soldier and vehicle are limited, so gold or raw materials are needed to supplement them. Understood. The system replied immediately. Sebastian nodded, listening to the dense gunfire outside. He knew that he was racing against time. If it was a little later, then the entire team might be overwhelmed by the tide of corpses. His group opened all the counters and immediately sent all the jewelry inside into the ore refinery in the base space. Gold necklaces, bracelets, diamond rings, and more. In just a few minutes, his fund has exceeded 10,000 G. Chapter 25, Another Group of Survivors. Sebastian continued to convert the resources in the jewelry store into system resources and soon broke through 15,000 G. Such a quantity can be said to be impossible to achieve in the previous search of housing areas. At the same time, he could already hear the grunt of the zombies outside gradually overshadowing the sound of machine gun fire. Although their attack can still suppress the corpse group, it is only temporary. The zombies were getting closer and closer to his group, and the blood had almost stained the IFV red. If it weren't for these multi-gunner IFVs as a cover to block the zombies, I'm afraid his team wouldn't be able to last long. Sebastian saw that all the counters had been emptied, and he had obtained about 20,000 G of resources, so he immediately used the radio to convey his order. Mission complete, retreat. His team rushed out of the jewelry store immediately and saw zombies climbing on the roof of a nearby IFV, roaring hysterically. Although they were headshot by other fighters in the next instant, he knew that their defense could not last long. They immediately returned to the vehicle, and the other infantry also covered each other, and all returned to their vehicle. In just a few seconds, the zombies drowned them like a tide. But the turret of the IFV immediately rotated, tearing up all the zombies around like a scythe. And the huge mechanical arm also crushed the zombies into meat paste. At the same time, the machine gun turret was constantly firing bullets, and the gun barrel sprayed out flames, even igniting many nearby zombies. Set off. With his order, all the vehicles immediately began to move, removing all the zombies on their vehicles, and the zombies in front of them were caught under the wheels. Second and third team, give me a sit rep, Sebastian ordered on the radio. The mission of the second team is completed, no casualties. The mission of the third team is completed, no casualties. Decoy team, report the situation. The decoy team is performing its mission and everything is normal. Logistics team, report the situation. The logistics team has built a temporary stronghold, and the surrounding area has been confirmed to be safe. Good, Sebastian nodded and continued. The logistics team will inform us of the coordinates of the stronghold, and all other troops will get rid of the undead following them as soon as possible. And go to the stronghold to meet up under the condition that there are no zombies following them. Roger. On the other end of the radio, the other troops replied in unison. A few kilometers away, a dark convoy was driving fast. The front end of the convoy is the forklift responsible for opening the road, and every car behind it has been modified, which is a well-prepared group. The convoy stopped, the doors opened, and a row of people in military uniforms came out in a uniform order. They are all dressed in black uniforms, with samurai swords hanging from their waists, and they all look like well-trained fighters. They walked to the vehicle in the middle of the convoy in unison, one bent down to open the door, and the others lined up neatly in two lines as if welcoming someone's arrival. And surrounded by these fighters, a man stepped out. His height was close to 2 meters, and he exuded an aura that was difficult for others to approach, like a terrifying lion. But there was a trace of fatigue on his face as if he had just escaped from a troublesome matter. Master Takagi, the person standing next to the man said. There is something ahead. The man didn't speak but just looked ahead calmly. He is Sicher Takagi, the master of the city, the leader of an ultranationalist political right-wing group, and the father of Saya Takagi. In the story, when the crisis broke out, he thought that his daughter was bound to die, so he didn't carry out any rescue operations. But before the zombie crisis broke out, he transformed his mansion into a fortress and a temporary refuge, sheltering hundreds of people. Even at the end of the world, there are still people who can survive, and Sicher himself has very strong combat and decision-making power to be able to do this. In the story, it was he who protected the protagonist group and his party so that they could temporarily avoid the crisis. But now the academy has become a safe base, and the protagonists of the story don't need to leave the academy, so they couldn't meet Sicher. At this time, Takashiro Soichiro was on the way to escape. A few days ago. Due to various reasons, the electronic equipment collectively died, and the electric gate of the mansion failed. Countless zombies flooded into the mansion, causing the place to fall. As a last resort, Sicher could only take his retainers and some people and fled the mansion in cars, looking for other shelters. This is the reason why Sicher and others appeared here. After getting out of the car, Sicher noticed bursts of flames appearing in the city center in the distance. At the same time, there were continuous gunshots. Is it the government troop? The vassal on the side asked suspiciously. The gunshots on such a scale could only be achieved by the scale of the army. No, it's impossible, Sicher immediately denied his subordinate's speculations. He knew that under such circumstances, the government couldn't spare time to take care of the safety of the people. It seems that in the city, there is another group that cannot be ignored. He narrowed his eyes. Sicher was also a little tangled at this time. He did not know what group the gunshots in the city center were coming from. He knew that when encountering a stronger force, the weak would only be annexed. If the other party had no malicious intentions, they might be able to protect their people. But if he has bad intentions, the whole family will probably be ruined. Master Takagi, seeing Cicher's frown, the retainer on the side asked worriedly. Let's go and see who the HLL it is. Cicher finally made up his mind and decided to take a gamble to see what happened in the city center. What kind of forces are able to unleash such a degree of firepower in the city? Move out. He ordered, and then he returned to his car and drove quickly towards the city center. Chapter 26, Research Advanced Technology. It was already evening. Sebastian's troops circled several times to get rid of the zombie group behind them and assembled outside the city. The logistics team found a suitable location as a temporary base. And he planned to set up camp here first, as his frontline base, which is closer to the city center and more convenient for activities around the city center. Today, 3 jewelry stores were successfully searched, and the most basic tasks have been completed, while other jewelry stores and banks can only be visited on another day. To ensure the safety of the frontline strongholds, he spent a few resources on building walls and installed 3 pillboxes, so that they would not have to worry about being raided and besieged by zombies. Unknowingly, this temporary stronghold looks like a frontline base, and the defense facilities are no less than the school stronghold. At this time, Sebastian came to the temporary military camp, which contained a dazzling array of gold and jewelry. Here are the results of the other 2 teams. He immediately put them into his or refinery. And the amount of system resources began to skyrocket, reaching 60,000 G. This is more resources than previously obtained combined. Searching jewelry stores is indeed a good choice. After he obtained a large amount of resources, he immediately spent a large part of them to replenish his troops. Although today's mission was completed, he realized that the current force was still not enough, so he immediately produced dozens of infantry and added more than a dozen multigunner IFVs. After the expansion of troops, he can obtain more resources and speed up his development. In this way, he can implement the second phase of the plan. The recovery of the city. As long as he has enough resources, then his military strength must be far more than self-defense. He can conquer cities so that he can obtain more resources, accumulate more troops, and thus regain more land. Until the end, he may be able to control the entirety of Japan or even the entire world. He remembers that the gold reserves in the entire Japan should be around 845 tons, which is quite a considerable resource for him. Looking at the whole world, it must be even more exaggerated. Taking over Japan is only a small part of the grand plan. However, for him at the current stage, there is still a long way to go to completely recover the main city with his troops. If he wants to regain the city, it is far from enough to rely on these relatively low-level arms. He needs more advanced units. To create advanced units, he also needs more advanced buildings to unlock technology. For example, the Battle Lab and Air Force Command Headquarters, building them can unlock more advanced buildings and units. After creating a large number of troops, he still has more than 40,000 G left. The current funds are much more abundant than before. The reason why he did not build them before was precisely because of insufficient funds. And the amount of resources obtained every day was not enough to support the expansion of advanced arms, so the plan to build them was temporarily shelved. But now there are plenty of resources left, he can start his development plan. System, build a battle lab and an Air Force Command Headquarters, Sebastian ordered and chose to project the creation into the real world. After the Air Force Command Headquarters is built, it can be used as a landing pad for future flying vehicles, and it must be built in the real world. The battle lab can be used as a frontline command post. After a few seconds, the system sound rang again. Commander, the construction of the Air Force Command Headquarters has been completed, and new units and buildings have been unlocked. Commander, the construction of the Battle Lab has been completed, and new units and buildings have been unlocked. In the huge open space, 2 majestic buildings loomed. Air Force Command Headquarters is a huge airfield with a huge radar lying in it. The Battle Lab is more than 50 meters high, standing like a tower in the stronghold, looking like a giant. At the same time, numerous new options emerged in his mind. Nighthawk type, mechanical cost, 1,500. V3 rocket vehicle type, mechanical cost, 2,500. Apocalypse tank type, mechanical cost, 3,000. Black Eagle type, machinery cost, 3,000. Spy type, creature cost, 1,000. Navy SEAL type, creature cost, 1,000. These are all high-level units. The Nighthawk has decent firepower and can carry out air transportation. The V3 rocket vehicle can launch missiles, which are very powerful and can easily destroy long-distance targets. The Apocalypse tank is arguably the strongest unit on the ground. It has tough armor that is difficult for other tanks to destroy, heavy firepower, and also has an anti-air capability. An Apocalypse tank can be said to be a mobile arsenal. The Black Eagle has super high speed and can carry out long-distance bombing missions. The spy can disguise, infiltrate the enemy's forces without a trace, and steal the opponent's intelligence. The combat effectiveness of the Navy SEAL is higher than that of ordinary infantry. The strength of an infantry can catch up with the special forces in the real world. And the Navy SEAL produced by the system is probably the super agent level in movies. It is possible to destroy the opponent's army by itself. However, he didn't mindlessly build all the units. After all, although he had just obtained a considerable amount of gold, not to mention increasing military expenses, it was far from enough. Reached the point where he can be extravagant and wasteful. The Black Eagle is much more powerful than the Korea Republic in the game and has a fixed-point bombing capability, but the bombing capability of the Black Eagle is currently not needed. In the future, he may be able to use the Black Eagle to clean up the zombies in a city center, but doing so now will also burn the materials that have not been taken away in the city center, so he will not consider making this weapon now. The same goes for the V-3 rocket vehicle. In the doomsday situation, human civilization is already in jeopardy, spies have no meaning to exist. So he will not choose to create them. However, to ensure his firepower, he chose to create 5 Apocalypse tanks. This super vehicle is like a mobile fortress, allowing them to ignore any obstacles. Chapter 27, Advanced Buildings completed. 5 Apocalypse tanks appeared in the frontline base, like ancient behemoths. The front end of the tank is 2 long gun barrels. The huge caliber shows the great power of the firepower, and it can easily destroy a building. Behind the 2 main cannons, there is also a row of anti-aircraft weapons, which can easily shoot down even enemies in the air. Moreover, the shell of the Apocalypse tanks is made of a special material structure, and modern technology missiles cannot penetrate it. The Apocalypse tank can be said to be the most powerful weapon in both offense and defense. Next to the massive Apocalypse tank, the multi-gunner IFV looks tiny. At the same time, Sebastian also built 2 Nighthawks, which can make transfers more quickly. On the ground, there will be many obstacles and zombies, but these problems can be perfectly avoided in the air. Now he has more than 20,000 G left, ready to build other things. In addition to the new units, he also unlocks more advanced buildings. Nuclear reactor type, construction cost, 1,500 gold coins. Spy satellite type, building cost, 1,500 gold coins. Boot camp type, building cost, 1,000 gold coins. Each type of building has a completely different role. The nuclear reactor can provide him with huge nuclear energy, ensuring sufficient energy and a steady stream of electric energy. The boot camp can directly strengthen infantry units, and even upgrade their levels. From the system before after killing a certain number of enemies. Each unit could spend a certain amount of gold coins to upgrade, but he thought that the gold coins at that time were more precious, so he did not upgrade his units. However, the boot camp can upgrade infantry units without killing enemies and weapons. As long as you have time and gold coins. Engineers can also use the boot camp to upgrade. Therefore, the boot camp can be said to be a necessary building in the midterm. However, the boot camp is not a universal building. First of all, it can only upgrade land infantry units. Tanks, vehicles, and aircraft cannot be upgraded by the boot camp. Secondly, the number of soldiers that the boot camp can accommodate each time is very limited. According to the system introduction, each boot camp can only accommodate up to 6 soldiers. If the number of soldiers increases in a later stage, only 1 boot camp is not enough, and more boot camps will need to be built later. At that time, he can upgrade his infantry to the full 3-star and will have a huge amount of bullet reserves every day. And the cost of replenishing ammunition will also be greatly reduced. The most important thing is the thinking ability of the soldiers, and then they can carry out various complex tasks without his orders. Besides the boot camp, the most important building is the spy satellite. In the game, the spy satellite could provide a view of the entire map. But in this world, they can monitor the whole world. If it is built well, he can have a vision of the whole world. All resource intelligence will be clear at a glance. He immediately placed the bases of these buildings in the open space and started construction. In an instant, several huge buildings rose out of thin air. He first created 6 Navy SEALs and immediately put them into the boot camp. After the training is completed, these 6 soldiers will become the elite among the elite, and they can even replace the previous 1-star infantry and become even better commanders. Meanwhile, the spy satellite was successfully built. The huge radar bloomed like flower petals, and at the same time, several satellites were launched, and the dazzling fire turned into a brilliant light in midair. After more than 10 minutes, these satellites entered the set orbit, and the whole picture of the planet was directly projected in front of Sebastian. As long as there are spy satellites, he can easily detect any location in the whole world and know where the gold mines are. After that, as long as he has enough troops, he can mine gold mines, which is almost the same as in a game. At that time, his resource income will become impressive. Sebastian gradually zoomed in on the surveillance map in his eyes, transferred the screen to the location of his frontline base, and checked whether there were any enemies around that might pose a threat. At this moment, his eyes gradually narrowed, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He noticed that on the surveillance screen, a convoy was approaching him. He had already guessed the other party's identity. Master Takagi, it's ahead, about a few kilometers away from the Sebastian base. Tgthegood's convoy was driving cautiously towards the base. After they heard the movement of the troops in the city center, they went to the city center under the order of Tgthegood, looking for the source of the sound, which might be a force that could help them. After searching for a while, they noticed the light of the newly built frontline base, guessed where they were, and prepared to go and join them. Not long ago, he received news that the neighbor's house had also fallen. It can be said that defecting to Sebastian is the only choice. At this time, Tgthegood sat in the car without saying a word. Although he gave such an order to his retainers, he still felt confused about who Sebastian and others were. Logically speaking, the government of Japan has no spare power to protect citizens from dealing with zombies. So who exactly is the army shooting in the city center? Thinking of this, Tgthegood frowned more and more. At this moment, several figures appeared in front of the convoy. They were Sebastian infantry. More than 20 in number, and all of them were fully armed. This is the security team arranged by Sebastian, responsible for the security work around the frontline stronghold. When they saw Tgthegood convoy, they immediately stepped forward and signaled each other to stop. With more than 20 light machine guns in front of them, Tgthegood convoy had to stop. At the same time, Tgthegood observed these soldiers, feeling more and more puzzled. He had never seen such a uniform and such a weapon. This made him more certain that this army was not the government military. What kind of military is it that can directly appear in the territory of Japan with swagger? However, at this time, the infantry had already issued an order. Within 10 seconds, everyone needs to get out. Chapter 28, Are You Worthy? Originally, Tgthegood didn't intend to get out of the car and asked his men to go to contact the other party. One of his retainers immediately got out of the car, raised his hands, and said hastily, "We are not enemies, the one in the car is the master of the Takagi household, Lord Tgthegood." 9. Before the retainer could finish speaking, the infantry had already started counting down, showing them no face at all, as if the title of master of the Takagi household was worthless. There was no other way. Tgthegood could only get out of the car with all his vassals and fellow citizens. "We are not malicious, we are survivors who escaped from the other side of the city," Tgthegood said calmly. "I want to meet your leader." However, the doubts in his mind still haven't diminished. No matter who hears his name, they should react. After all, he is the leader of the nationalist political right-wing group. But the soldiers in front of him didn't respond. All hands up, the infantry ignored Tgthegood and began to search everyone to see if they were carrying weapons. Even though Tgthegood and the others were dissatisfied, they did not dare to speak out. After all, he also knew that the army in front of him was just the tip of the iceberg. Judging from the gunshots heard a few hours ago, the size of the opponent's army must be very large. Even though Tgthegood's power is not small, at best there are only a few pistols and a dozen samurai swords, and he can't be the opponent of this group of troops. Before knowing the other party's details, Tgthegood did not dare to act rashly. "Okay, come with me." After the infantry took away all the weapons carried by the group, they took Tgthegood and his party into the base. Tgthegood watched the surroundings vigilantly, trying to get clues about the opponent's information. But after entering the stronghold, his face changed. Even he who always had a solemn expression couldn't help being astonished at this time. In front of him were more than 100 well-trained infantry, arranged in a neat formation. On both sides of the infantry, there were nearly 30 vehicles with unique shapes. He had never seen such a vehicle. Among them, the 5 Apocalypse tanks made Tgthegood shudder, and he could imagine their terrifying firepower just by looking at them. And next to it, there are even a few helicopters docked. It was not these troops that shocked him the most, rather, it was a towering building towering in front of him. Battle lab, spy satellite, Air Force Command headquarters, and several pillboxes. Tgthegood remembered that when the crisis broke out, there were no such buildings here at all. With Japan's production capacity, it would take time to erect any of these buildings. What is going on? This made Tgthegood curious about the owners of these armies and buildings. What kind of person can create such a big building and have such a large army during the doomsday? As long as the other party wants to, they can easily annex them. This made Tgthegood feel like he was in the mouth of a tiger. When the other people saw this scene, they were all surprised. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Sitcher." Just when Sitcher thoughts were spinning, Sebastian's voice brought him back to reality. "May I ask who you are?" Sitcher was a little puzzled. The person standing in front of him was just a high school student. Could it be that he is the leader of these armies and buildings? "My name is Sebastian Alexander." There was a smile on his face, and his sharp eyes made Sitcher feel that there was nothing that could be hidden from him. At the same time, Sitcher found the name Sebastian Alexander familiar. It seems that he once heard this name from his daughter's mouth. When Saya occasionally went home on vacation, she would often mention that she had a classmate from abroad, whose name was Sebastian Alexander. It's just that Sitcher, as a right-wing member of Japan, didn't have a good impression of foreigners, so he didn't take it seriously at the time. Thinking of this, Sitcher felt that Sebastian in front of him seemed to be about the same age as Saya. Could it be that the boy in front of him is Saya's classmate? No, this is impossible. The person that Saya talks about should be just an ordinary high school student. "Mr. Sitcher, as you can imagine, I am your daughter's classmate." Sebastian seemed to see through Sitcher thought and said with a smile. This made Sitcher mind go haywire. The person in front of him is his daughter's classmate. Does he control such a threatening force? Sitcher remembers that Sebastian seems to be a student from abroad. So are all these soldiers in front of me from overseas? Why do these soldiers appear on the territory of Japan? A series of questions kept circulating in Sitcher's mind, which almost caused his brain to shut down, and he couldn't say a word for a long time. At this moment, a woman beside Soichiro Takashiro asked, "Saya, is she alright?" This woman is Saya's mother and Takashi Sitcher's wife, Yuriko Takagi. Hearing his wife's words, Sitcher pursed his lips. When the crisis broke out, he thought that his daughter would die, so he didn't arrange any rescue mission at all. He even forgot the existence of his daughter for a while. "Don't worry, Saya is safe in the base." Sebastian said something indifferently. His eyes swept across Sitcher's face, and the latter lowered his head without making a sound. Although Sitcher kept his mansion and people when the apocalypse broke out, in the eyes of others, Soichiro Takashiro may be a good leader, but he was not a good father. "May I ask who you are?" After several seconds, Sitcher finally asked. "Are you a spy sent by a foreign nation?" A guess emerged in his mind that Sebastian might be a spy sent by a foreign nation, otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why he has such a large army. Spy. At this moment, Sebastian raised the corner of his mouth with a hint of contempt. "Does your little nation need our organization to send spies?" Chapter 29, Annex the Takagi family and unlock new technologies. Sitcher Takagi, as a right-winger in Japan, does not have a good impression of the foreigner. But after hearing Sebastian's words, he couldn't refute them. Faced with such a situation, his own country had already abandoned the people and did nothing. Moreover, the military technology possessed by Sebastian is far beyond his comprehension. He is afraid that the technology of his organization has completely surpassed that of Japan. The reason why these buildings can be built in such a short time is probably also due to the terrifying technological level of his group. This well-trained army also surpasses the army of Japan. When he thought that his nation disregarded the Shadow Group as an imaginary enemy, he felt a little ashamed. This is simply a fool's dream, and there is no comparison between the two. Then what is the purpose of Mr. Sitcher coming here? Sebastian narrowed his eyes and looked at the person in front of him. The mansion we originally guarded fell, and we were going to seek refuge with our neighbors, but we also learned that they had also fallen on the way, Sitcher said, with a lot of respect in his words. "We have nowhere to go, so we can only come and join you." What he said was indeed true. After the mansion fell, he planned to take the only remaining retainers and people to the neighboring place to seek refuge. But just now, he received news that their place had also fallen. Now they are helpless. If there is no stable stronghold, I am afraid that all of them will die of zombies or starvation one day. "You want my shelter?" Sebastian said lightly. "Sure." For him, the remaining members of the Takagi family can be used as manpower. If you want to expand your power, in addition to the units created by the system, these people are naturally indispensable to maintaining the operation of the most basic facilities. At the academy base, engineers led many teachers and students to start building necessary facilities such as greenhouses, reservoirs, hospitals, and production workshops. These people have been specially trained, and they are better than ordinary teachers and students in the academy. With the participation of the Takagi family, the progress of these projects will be accelerated a lot. However, there is a necessary condition. A smile appeared on Sebastian's face. "Please speak," Sitcher immediately responded. "That is, you must obey my orders, and you must not disobey them in the slightest." Sebastian's eyes became deep, like a black hole, trying to swallow Sitcher. Sitcher swallowed involuntarily. A small power would be swallowed up by a greater power, this is the truth he understands. But he never thought that one day, he would obey the orders of a high school student. Sitcher looked around, looking at the soldiers and tanks around him as if they would point their guns and cannons at him in the next second. He knew that he had no right to refuse. Without Sebastian's protection, his family might be wiped out on the way. What's more, his daughter Saya is also under his command. I understand, I will obey your every order, your excellency, Sitcher bowed deeply to Sebastian. Although he is a very proud person, he is also a man who walks the talk. As long as he agreed to Sebastian's conditions, Sitcher would not disregard them. Okay, tomorrow I will ask my subordinates to escort you to another stronghold. Saya is helping me manage the specific matters there, and I will assign tasks to you at that time, Sebastian said. Saya, Sitcher never expected that another stronghold would be managed by his daughter. At the same time, a new question emerged in his mind. Excuse me, Your Excellency, why did you come around the city? Sitcher knew that the vicinity of the urban area was very dangerous, and his motorcade also took huge risks to come to this place. So is there a reason why Sebastian and his troops are here? I'm here to collect some more supplies, Sebastian said with a smile as if talking about a very easy thing. Next, I'm going to retake the city. What? Hearing Sebastian's words, not only Sitcher but also other people around were a little surprised. Want to retake the city in the apocalypse? This is just too risky. It's hard for everyone to protect themselves, yet he wants to retake the city. Sitcher looked around. Although Sebastian had a large army, there was still a long way to go before recovering the entire city. The number of zombies in the city is probably in the millions, and such troops are far from enough. But he thought about it again, Sebastian's troops had already gone to the downtown area during the day, so they should know the situation there. In addition, he must have more power that he does not know. Perhaps it is not impossible to regain the nation. In his mind, he was filled with admiration for him, and the previous hostility was gone. Oh, right, at this moment, Sebastian looked at Sitcher and said meaningfully. You surrender to me all the gold jewels in your possession. After Sebastian settled and dealt with Takagi's affairs, he went to the battle lab regarding the matter of taking in the Takagi family. It can be said to have no harm at all. Not only did he gain a lot of good human resources, but he also got a lot of supplies. This is the material that Sitcher took with him when he evacuated with the people, and the quantity is quite considerable. At this time, Sebastian pushed open the door of the battle lab, the originally dark interior was instantly brightly lit, and various high-tech equipment was also activated at the same time. At the same time, the voice of the system adjutant rang out in the building. Commander, welcome to the battle lab. Sebastian nodded. From today onwards, the battle lab can be used as a combat center. At the same time, he heard the voice of the system again. When you're in the battle lab, you can conduct advanced technology research. Advanced technology? Sebastian's curiosity was aroused by the system words. At the same time, options emerged in front of him. Unlockable technology. Union of Soviet Socialist Republics technology. After the research is completed, unlock the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics technology tree. Allied technology. After the research is completed, unlock the Allied technology tree. Yuri technology. After the research is completed, unlock the Yuri technology tree. Chapter 30, choose one of the three, the future development route. Why does it take 100,000 G to unlock one of the technologies? After looking at the options in front of him, Sebastian couldn't help sighing. 100,000 points of resources is not a small number. Including the gold and jewels seized from Takagi's family, his current resources do not exceed 20,000 G. These three technologies represent the three forces of the game, each with its characteristics. The Soviet Union has powerful positional warfare and fortified warfare capabilities. It has powerful heavy units such as Kirov airships. It also has a building called an industrial plant, which can reduce the cost of all mechanical units by 25. The super weapons are nuclear missile silo and the Iron Curtain. The power of this nuclear missile far exceeds that of the nuclear bomb in the real world. And the Iron Curtain device can generate a super barrier, making buildings and vehicles within the range completely invincible for a certain time. The Allied had excellent mobility in the later stage and could produce units such as Chrono Commando, and Haven or Purifier, which could increase or income by 25. The super weapons are the Weather Control Device and Chronosphere. The Weather Control Device creates a lightning storm with terrifying lethality within a certain range, while the Chronosphere can teleport units within a certain range to another location. As for Yuri, it is even more special, capable of exerting mind control on the enemy and making them his subordinates. Although 100,000 G is much more than any previous buildings and units, it is not impossible for him at this stage. If he can possess 3 technologies at the same time, then his strength and technological level will be greatly improved. However, as expected, unlocking the technology is a bit special. The first unlocking requires 100,000 G, and the second time it takes 200,000 G. It is not small to unlock all of them, he said to himself. Based on his current resource reserves, this cost is a bit huge. Therefore, he can't choose to unlock all the technologies directly but has to choose one of the technologies first and give priority to development. As long as one of the technologies is developed, his technological level should be sufficient for the time being. So what should you choose? He first ruled out the option of Yuri. Zombies have no thinking ability, and naturally, they cannot be controlled by the mind. At present, it seems that there is only one choice between the Soviet Union and the Allied. The Soviet Union had an industrial plant that reduced the cost of all mechanical units by 25, while the Allied or purifier increased our income by 25. How to choose? He performed a simple calculation. For example, if I have harvested 100,000 G, if I want to manufacture a certain 1000 G vehicle, I can only build 100 of them. With an industrial plant, a vehicle priced at 1000 G only needs 750 G, and 133 vehicles can be built, with a surplus. And if it is an ore purifier, the resources you harvest will change from 100,000 G to 125,000 G. And you can only build 125 vehicles. In terms of income, it is obvious that the industrial plant is better. Moreover, the Soviet Union also have other technologies that can be used. For example, the cloning vats can copy infantry units, which can increase the expansion of troops extremely quickly. So he decided to take the Soviet Union with an industrial plant as his first goal, then built 5 more boot camp, and then converted all the remaining resources into military forces. In the early morning of the next day, Sebastian sent a multi-gunner IFV to escort the Tgthegood family to his academy stronghold, where they could provide a good labor force. Although these troops seemed to be escorting Tgthegood and others to the academy stronghold, they were also sent to keep watch on Tgthegood. If Tgthegood is a man who can't follow his words, he has to be prepared. The zombies along the road have already been cleaned up by Sebastian's troops, so they will not encounter any danger. Moreover, Saya, who is in charge of managing the school's stronghold, is a very capable person, so he is very relieved about this. Last night, he told Saya about her parents by radio, so she had already made preparations in advance. After arriving at the academy, Tgthegood was once again shocked by the sight in front of him. The entire academy was transformed into an impenetrable fortress, protected by a huge wall. The people inside are doing their work in an orderly manner, and no one is lazy or slack at all. It was as if the doomsday had never touched this place at all. Sebastian protected the entire academy and maintained order inside. This made Tgthegood admire him even more. No matter what his identity is, he has done what he could not. Dad, a familiar voice pulled him back from his thoughts. It was his daughter, Saya, who caught his eye. Saya, Tgthegood had mixed feelings at this time, and some didn't know how to face his daughter. Saya, who he thought was doomed to die, was rescued by Sebastian and is alive and well. Meanwhile, Sebastian has led his troops on a second day of missions. Heading to more jewelry stores to collect gold and gems. Compared with the previous day, the firepower of the present troops can be said to have been greatly improved, not only expanding the size of the army but also adding new units to the team. Sebastian redistributed his troops, and the Navy SEALs had also completed their training, walked out of the boot camp, and were directly promoted to 3 stars. Sebastian assigned them to the newly formed team as the commander of the unit, who can complete any task assigned by him, respond to various emergencies, and also have a strong learning ability, learning during each task experience. The newly created Apocalypse tank is like a majestic city wall, with a huge and strong shell that can easily stop the raiding zombies. The 2 giant barrels fired powerful shells, blasting thousands of zombies into a pulp, and the scorching heat melted their bodies. Although the current military strength is still unable to completely deal with the zombies in the entire city, compared with the previous days, it is more than enough to protect oneself and delay time. His troops had more time to raid jewelry stores and even went to large banks in the city. This kind of bank often stores a large number of gold bars and bricks, and the income it brings may even be far higher than that of jewelry stores. Chapter 31 Unlock the Hero Unit, Boris the Combatant. Banks of this level generally have special safes, which cannot be destroyed even by bombs. But Sebastian has an engineer, so it only took a few minutes for the engineer to unlock the strongest anti-theft measure in the world. Soon, Sebastian harvested a lot of resources, much more than before. At night, his group had already returned to the frontline stronghold. Today they also eliminated tens of thousands of zombies. Although there is still a long way to go before completely recovering the city. His original task today is not to clean up all the zombies, but to continue to collect resources. At this time, he had just returned to the battle lab after searching. He obtained nearly 200,000 G of resources, more than the previous day. This is precisely because his military strength has been greatly improved so that he can have more time to collect supplies in a tide of corpses. Now with 200,000 G, he has the capital to choose supplementary technology. System, unlock the Soviet Union tech tree. Sebastian immediately said to the system adjutant. For the current him, the technology is enough for the time being. And the most urgent thing is to expand the soldiers. As long as there are enough troops, he can regain more lost ground and thus obtain more resources. The Soviet Union industrial plant can greatly reduce the resources required by mechanical units. Vehicles are undoubtedly the more important units in the mid to late stage. With the Soviet Union industrial plant, he could use the same resources to produce more vehicles. Although it will cost a huge sum of money now, it will be necessary for future development. Unlocking Soviet Union tech tree. The system's voice echoed throughout the battle lab as the building burst into blinding light. After a few seconds, the light faded away, and the system's voice sounded again. The unlock is complete, Commander, you can already use the Soviet Union technology. At the same time, numerous options appeared in Sebastian's eyes. Unlocked unit. Conscript type, creature cost, 100 G. Tesla Trooper type, creature cost, 500 G. Crazy Ivan type, creature cost, 600 G. Cosmonaut type, creature cost, 500 G. Boris type, creature cost, 1500 G. Hero, only one can be built. Terror drone type, mechanical cost, 500 G. Flak track type, machinery cost, 500 G. Rhino tank type, machinery cost, 1500 G. Kirov airship type, machinery cost, 3000 G. These are all the characteristic arms of the Soviet Union, and they are unique units that other forces cannot have. Tesla Trooper can release electric attacks that shock biological units. Crazy Ivan can make and use bombs that can destroy buildings with ease. Cosmonaut uses a special jet device that allows a person to fly and fight in the air. Terror drone is a small intelligent robot that can instantly kill ordinary biological units, and can also drill into mechanical equipment and destroy its internal structure. Flak track has high mobility and powerful air defense capabilities, and the Kirov airship is the trump card of the Soviet Union in the air, a huge bomber airship. It attacks by dropping large bombs. So it can destroy an entire area. However, the shortcomings of the Kirov airship are also obvious. It is slow and has no air-to-air capability. If there are other air forces as a defender, it may be an easy target. Among so many units, what he cares most about is the Soviet Union's commando. Since he is a hero unit, only one can be built. In the game, the commando could call in bombers to bomb areas. If it was created by the system, his strength and leadership must be far superior to other soldiers, and he can be regarded as one of the most capable officers. He did not hesitate and immediately created the commando. In the next second, a muscular man appeared in front of Sebastian. He is wearing a military uniform and a military cap of Soviet Union style. And holding an AK rifle. This AK, which looks no different from an ordinary rifle, can penetrate tanks. He respectfully saluted Sebastian, with a smile on his bearded face. Commander, Boris reporting for duty. Sebastian smiled slightly. Many players knew that the commando was the hero unit of the Soviet Union. Okay, you go to the boot camp for training first, and at the same time I will let the assistant inform you of the latest combat plan, Sebastian said to the other party. Roger. Boris saluted again and then went to the boot camp for special training. After Boris left, Sebastian did not choose to continue making arms but looked at another row of options that came to his mind. Newly unlocked buildings. Sentry gun type, building cost, 500 G. Industrial plant type, building cost, 2500 G. Cloning vat type, building cost, 2000 G. Sentry guns are defensive buildings similar to pillbox, and the industrial plant is the reason why he chose the Soviet Union, which can save a lot of production costs. The cloning vats is a special building in the Soviet Union. In the game, whenever the player creates a non-hero biological unit, the Soviet Union will create a clone of them. In this way, in addition to reducing the production cost of mechanical units, the production efficiency of infantry units has almost doubled. Sebastian did not hesitate, and immediately built an industrial plant and a cloning vat. Sure enough, the cost of all previous mechanical units has become 75 of the original cost. The 3000 G Apocalypse tank only needs 2250 G, the multigunner IFV has changed from 600 G to 450 G, and the terror drone even only needs 375 G. He immediately created a large number of troops, the most produced of which were terror drones. The size of this robot is probably no different from that of a human. But it has a mechanical body with extremely high lethality. In this world full of zombies, the standing of terror drones may be much bigger than other vehicles. Chapter 32, Clone Technology. Sebastian's current resource is more than before, which can expand a lot of units. With a wave of his hand, 100 terror drones have been added to the production queue. With the effect of the industrial plant. The terror drone with a price of 500 G only needs 375 G. Even if 100 of them are built, it only costs less than 40,000 G. In an instant, dense groups of terror drones appeared in front of Sebastian. They are small in size, but the multiple mechanical legs supporting the body make the horror look like a spider, and the mechanical legs are equipped with sharp blades, which can easily chop metal. The reason why he chose the terror drone is precisely because it has a terrifying lethality to biological units, almost all of which can be killed instantly. In addition to being cheap, this unit's attack and movement will not make a loud noise. And will not cause a tide of zombies, and it moves very fast and can travel through various narrow terrains. In a sense, these terror drones are more efficient than ordinary vehicles when facing zombies. What's more, they are remotely controlled and do not require human presence. There is zero risk in the face of zombies, and they can automatically perform tasks at night when their vision is blocked. After creating a large number of terror drones, he sent them all out at once. Terror drones came out, moving in different directions, like a swarm of insects falling apart, and the huge sharp blades on their legs reflected bursts of metallic luster. Then Sebastian produced a lot of vehicles and infantry. When the infantry was produced, an identical unit would appear in the cloning vat at the same time. Soon a large force appeared around the battle lab. The frontline stronghold has been expanded in advance, so it is more than enough to accommodate these troops. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Commander, new technologies have been unlocked, please check. Sebastian immediately called up the technology options. Unlock technology. Nuclear missile silo cost, 50,000 G. Iron curtain cost, 25,000 G. Cloning technology cost, 25,000 G. Sebastian narrowed his eyes and carefully observed the three newly unlocked techs. The first two are the super weapon technology he obtained after unlocking the Soviet Union tech tree. Nuclear missile silo has destructive power, can easily destroy the entire area, and turn the entire area into a wasteland full of nuclear radiation. No creature can live on it to survive, but all mechanical units produced by the system are immune to this nuclear radiation. The Iron Curtain can create a huge barrier to protect all buildings and mechanical units within the range. These two technologies have very terrifying capabilities. But for him, super weapons are not needed at this stage. Using the nuclear missile silo to deal with zombies is like killing chickens with a sledgehammer. While wasting resources, it will also turn that area into a wasteland place, and even the resources stored in it may be damaged by nuclear radiation. He now had enough firepower. The zombies were no longer a threat, they were just dealing with slightly troublesome weeds. And there was no need to use the Iron Curtain. However, he is somewhat interested in cloning technology. The cloning vat can duplicate soldiers, so what is the significance of this cloning technology? He asked the system the question in his mind. This cloning technology allows the cloning vat to clone your body, Commander. The system replied. Oh. He gently rubbed his chin. Clone myself? That's right. After the research of this technology is completed, you will be able to create a copy of yourself, Commander, and you can control him remotely. The system said. The clone can also construct buildings and units in the real world. Such words gave him a lot of new ideas. In this way, he can also perform multiple operations. Since the created clone can be controlled remotely, and can also use and build buildings in the same way, wouldn't it be possible to send a clone to farther places in advance to open mines with gold? Now he has a spy satellite that can monitor the entire world, so he can easily find gold veins. At that time, he will be able to command the troops to recover the city. And at the same time, send his clone to open the submines, and build a refinery at the location of the gold mines, greatly improving efficiency. He now has about 35,000 G left, but he still didn't hesitate, and immediately chose to research the cloning technology. This technology costs 25,000 G, but the strategic significance it brings is far greater than this value. The research is completed, and the cloning technology has been unlocked. At the same time, a new option appeared in Sebastian's eyes. Clone type, creature cost, 10,000 G. Do you want 10,000 G? He looked at the options in front of him, smiled, and shook his head. A clone costs more resources than a Kirov airship or an Apocalypse tank. But this is also reasonable. The strategic significance of a clone cannot be measured by money and resources. He immediately chose to add the clone to the production queue, and the resources obtained today have almost been spent. Soon a body exactly like him appeared in front of him. Whether it is fingerprints, interpupillary distance, or even DNA, they are all the same. Commander, you can control him now. The system said. Immediately, Sebastian gave the order in his mind. And the clone made the same action. Not only that, but what the clone sees and hears will also be shared with him. It can be said that this clone is just another body that can be controlled remotely. And this kind of body is disposable, allowing him to handle more dangerous things instead. Very good, he nodded and immediately found the nearest mineral vein on the spy satellite. Although Japan is small, it has a few mines. After he marked the location, he immediately dispatched a group of his soldiers, boarded the Nighthawk with his clone, and headed for the mine. Commander, you have unlocked new technology. After dispatching the clones, the system spoke again. Chapter 33, Gene Extraction Technology. Gene extraction cost, 50,000 G. After the research is completed, you can extract the organism's DNA, and use the gene to genetically modify your biological unit. Note, the cost of transformed units will also increase. Genetic modification. Sebastian looked at the options in front of him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The level of technology brought by the cloning vat far exceeded his imagination. It must be a good thing to be able to genetically modify his soldiers. Even if the cost is increased. It will not be a big deal for him who will have abundant resources in the future. Moreover, his clones can also enjoy the benefits of genetic modification. But for now, the only people in this world whose genetic value has been extracted are probably zombies. Perhaps in the future, I will have the opportunity to travel to other worlds. The next morning, the sun had just risen, and the strength of the troops could be said to have grown exponentially every day for the past few days. Now he can formally implement the plan to recover the city. Before he led the troops out, the streets of the city were full of chopped-up body remains of zombies. And almost the entire street was already stained red with blood. This is the credit of the terror drone. Their mechanical limbs are full of hard and sharp blades, and they can cut them into pieces when they rush into the crowd of zombies, and the zombies can't handle such high-speed and inanimate weapons. Even in narrow streets where vehicles cannot enter, terror drone can easily sneak into them and catch all the fish that escaped hiding in it. They jumped up, wrapped their limbs around their torsos, and exposed their sharp blades, like sharp flying knives, easily transformed into terrifying meat grinders among the corpses. Not only that, but his other troops also played a role one after another. The bullets of the infantry turned the zombies into honeycombs, and the attack of the Tesla trooper melted the bodies of the zombies. While other vehicle units fired their cannons, smashing the zombies to pieces. Boris moved around among the zombies, and the modified rifle in his hand easily wiped out the zombies. Hundreds of millions of zombies are no threat at all in front of his army, which has reached a terrifying scale. They have only become weeds that can be cut at will. They also went to the surrounding jewelry stores, banks, and gold stores. These places were once inaccessible for him and had become easy. The resources he had already used up immediately began to recover, allowing his subordinates to unleash more bullets and cannon fire. At the same time, he also used the resources he had just collected to unlock the gene extraction tech and then sent the remains of the zombies to the cloning vat for research. Extract zombie genes cost, 50,000 G. Time, 24 hours after the research is completed, the biological units modified with zombie genes will be immune to zombie viruses, their constitution will increase by 10, and their recovery speed will increase by 10. He immediately chose to extract the zombie gene. If he successfully transforms his soldiers with this gene, it will improve their survivability and combat effectiveness. At the same time, the clone controlled by him and the following troops has also arrived at the nearest gold mine in the Nighthawk. The local mine has also fallen, and there are many zombies in it. But in just a few tens of minutes, all the zombies in the field were eliminated. After cleaning up, he immediately manipulated the clone, built an ore refinery near the gold mine, and produced several chrono miners. This kind of mining vehicle that uses hyperspace transmission technology can mine gold mines very efficiently, immediately transmit them to the ore refinery after mining, and decompose them into resources. In this way, he will be able to mine minerals as in the game, and the resources that can be collected every day will become very impressive. Soon, the mining vehicles were built. They have huge tracks that can move on various complex terrains. And the blue light shining under the huge front is a special device for transdimensional transfer. These mining vehicles immediately moved to the gold mine, and the huge suction cups were like the mouth of a blue whale, sucking all the gold hidden deep in the ground into the vehicle. After setting up the mining area, the clone immediately took the troops and went to the next mining area. Among the colleges, Saya is managing the big and small matters inside the school base. Because Sebastian had already cleaned up the zombies around the school, they could develop and expand as much as they wanted. He previously assigned tasks to engineers in the school to build greenhouses, hospitals, and other necessary facilities and buildings. Now, with the assistance of system technology and the manpower inside the academy, these buildings have also been completed a few days ago and started. If it works, they will be self-sufficient soon. Among them, the people from the Takagi family provided very important help. They have all experienced training, and their work efficiency is much higher than that of the students in the academy. Shizuka Marikawa, a female school doctor in the protagonist group of the story, was promoted to become the dean of the medicine hospital, which is the base of the school. She can make excellent medicine by herself to treat common trauma, which has played a non-negligible role in the development of the stronghold. Moreover, during this period, Sebastian also studied agriculture-related technologies, allowing the engineers to manufacture greenhouses and farms with new technologies, allowing crops to mature much faster than before. The entire school stronghold is also booming at an extremely fast speed. A week or so had passed. Sebastian's army has reached a very exaggerated scale, with tens of thousands of infantry, and a full range of vehicles and tanks. Terror drones, light tanks, Rhino tanks, multi-gunner IFVs, as well as V-3 rocket vehicles, Apocalypse tanks, and other heavy firepower. Their numbers are also terrifying, and they move together like a great wall made of steel. It was precisely because of such a powerful army that he could quickly reclaim the city, which was considered impossible to recover. However, once those people are difficult to use, he will not hesitate to give them up. Therefore, under his rule, no one would have any dissent at all. They all obeyed his orders honestly and did not dare to have any ideas of opposition. Chapter 34, The Gate to Another World has been opened. All the zombies in the city were slaughtered by Sebastian's mechanized troops, and none escaped the net. After eliminating all the zombies, he asked his men to clean and rebuild the city. Soon the blood stains and corpses on the road were swept away, as if no bloody massacre had occurred at all. Meanwhile, engineers and multi-gunner IFVs began restoring abandoned buildings in the city. The mechanical arm of the IFV is extremely powerful, far exceeding the jacks in the real world. And it is easy to lift heavy stones and ruins. It didn't take much time, and the entire city completely became Sebastian's territory, completely different from the doomsday world outside. What he did in the city attracted many other survivors, including government officials from Japan. After seeing the buildings and exaggerated troops at his base, all of them couldn't help being stunned, and in the end, they could only exclamation. How did this happen? In their hearts, Sebastian and his organization are basically like saviors. Naturally, he will not miss this free manpower, but he also put forward his condition: everyone must obey my orders. His meaning is very simple: as long as you obey my orders honestly and be people, I will give you a place to stay. The task of recovering the city has been completed. And at the same time, the clone that is under control is also going to various gold veins in the world to open submines. This allows him to obtain a steady stream of gold income every day, which allows him to have more funds to expand his troops. At this time, he was standing on the top of the battle lab, overlooking the street below him. The streets that were originally abandoned and full of zombies wandering around have taken on a new look at this time, without any shadow of the end of the world. Various units of arms are docked in the street, waiting for his order. He raised his head and looked into the distance. The edge of the city was surrounded by the towering walls built by him, which were loaded with various defenses that ensured the absolute safety of the city, not being invaded by external dangers. But of course, he will not feel satisfied just regaining a city. The entire nation has at least 760 tons of gold, which is a considerable amount of resources. Moreover, Japan is just a drop in the ocean in this world, and there are more and richer resources that can be exploited in other countries. He is going to use the whole world as his mine. Immediately, Sebastian sent his army to go out to recover other surrounding cities. And the troops under him began to move, and the ground seemed to be shaken like a giant beast gradually waking up. It is only a matter of time before the entire world is recovered by maintaining such a mining speed and expansion speed. At this moment, the voice of the system suddenly sounded. Commander, your technological and military level has broken through level 1, and the gate to another world has been opened. The gate to another world? He asked suspiciously, but he had already expected it in his mind. What will happen then? After opening the gate to another world, you, Commander, can freely enter and leave another world with your subordinates. The system said slowly. What's the other world like? He asked. Sorry, I have no way of knowing this. You need to send troops to the commander to find out, but the other world must meet the basic environmental conditions for human survival. So can people from another world come to this world through the portal? His expression gradually became serious. If people from other worlds can also come to this world through the portal, then he needs to further build defense facilities. Yes, but they must have the authority granted by you, Commander. You are the only one who can control the portal. And command that the resources and technology you get in different worlds can be shared. Listening to the system words, he rubbed lightly on his chin. With this portal to another world, he can go to another world, maybe he can also develop it into his territory and obtain a lot of new resources. But in the same way, he does not know whether there is a civilization in another world that can communicate with him. If there are other civilizations, he doesn't know the strength of the opponent. And his tanks and vehicles may not be of any use at that time. He has to be fully prepared. If there are other civilizations in other worlds, he naturally hopes to establish diplomatic relations with them without bloodshed, to obtain the resources in their worlds. But once the opponent shows hostility, he must also ensure that he has enough military power to fight them. But since the right to use this portal is in his hands, even if there are hostile civilizations in other worlds, he at least doesn't have to worry about threats to his world. At this moment, he saw a dazzling light burst out from outside the building, and then the light gradually dimmed, and the space collapsed, turning into a huge passage. It is like a black hole, and it is impossible to detect the appearance of another world. At this moment, an idea came to his mind. Since you can send your units in and out of the portal, you might as well let your men go to explore the way first. He can also use the body of the clone to go to another world without worrying about any danger. System, is the time flow of the two worlds the same? He continued to ask. That's right, said the system. Then can I remotely control a clone in another world in this world? Yes. Hearing the system's words, he nodded, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. During this period, he only created 4 clones in total, went to various parts of the world to mine, or led troops out to clean up zombies. He immediately created another clone, ready to let him go to another world as a soldier. If there is no civilization there, then he can freely use that world as his mine to develop resources. If there is a civilization, he can also use the body of the clone to use it as his diplomat to establish diplomatic relations with other civilizations. Chapter 35, Everything is ready, go to another world. If diplomatic relations can be established peacefully, Sebastian will not object. After all, war consumes a lot of resources. However, he naturally has a backup. After he created the clone, he immediately created 2 spies. This unit uses special cutting-edge equipment, which can change its appearance, imitate the actions of others, and infiltrate the enemy's barracks. Perhaps in another world, they can exert miraculous effects and obtain information and intelligence from other civilizations for him. Soon, the clone and spies were produced and appeared in front of him. Sebastian immediately dispatched Boris and 5 Navy SEALs back to his base and formed them into a team with the clone and spies. The number of soldiers is not large, and he only regards them as pathfinders, to investigate the intelligence of another world. Such a team size can ensure that they can move quickly, and at the same time can guarantee the most basic self-protection ability. After the formation was completed, he immediately sent them into the portal. Watching the team disappear into the portal, his eyes gradually narrowed. He knew that he had to make more preparations. If there are hostile civilizations in that world, he will need to be prepared to let them go. He needs powerful deadly weapons to prevent problems before they happen. Once those civilizations harm him, he will fight back immediately and give them a terrifying blow. System, unlock the nuclear missile silo tech. In the portal of another world, Sebastian's troops are moving forward. At this time, he has already remotely transferred his consciousness into the body of the clone. So there is no need to worry about any danger. Even if the clone is hit in any way, his body will not be affected at all, and he can transfer his consciousness back at any time. In the passage to another world, the surroundings are pitch black, and nothing can be seen except the road ahead. According to the introduction of the system, in the different world transmission channels, they do not need to spend any time going back and forth between different worlds. I don't know how far and how long he walked, he finally saw the light in front of him. That is the exit of the passage, and it is also the entrance of the new world. He narrowed his eyes, he didn't know what kind of world was outside. Everyone stay alert and move forward slowly, he gave the order, and the other soldiers immediately got ready to fight, and gradually walked out of the passage to another world. The moment he stepped out of the dark passage, the scene around them changed, and the blue sky, bright sun, and lush forest came into his eyes. They appeared in a deep forest. There is silence in the woods. And the sun is shining through the shade among the leaves, like stars twinkling in the sky, revealing an elusive tranquility. The endless green seemed a bit hollow, and it should still be the budding branches and shoots, but was slowly falling to the ground. Sebastian carefully observed the surrounding environment. This jungle was similar to the forest in the original world, but there were no plants that he had never seen before. This also shows that in this world, there are likely to be creatures that did not exist in other worlds. After the entire group left the portal, he immediately closed it and then led his men cautiously through the jungle. Sebastian controls the body of the clone at this time, but he can still build structures and soldiers freely, but the main purpose of this trip is to explore the world. And these troops are a drop in the ocean from his entire army, so he didn't rush to build a new stronghold, but chose to explore first. Boris walked at the forefront of the team, and the remaining 5 Navy SEALs surrounded Sebastian and the spies to ensure their safety. After advancing for about half an hour, Boris, who was walking in the forefront, suddenly clenched his right hand and raised it to his head. This is the motion to stop moving forward. There is a situation, Boris said to Sebastian in a low voice and then motioned everyone to bend down and hide. At this moment, Sebastian heard a loud noise, the sound of leaves being rubbed and tree trunks being snapped. There was a violent tremor under the ground. The ground tens of meters in front of them was torn apart suddenly, and a huge figure rushed out from the ground, passing in front of his group. It was a monster that looked like a giant dragon, but instead of having wings, it had an insect-like exoskeleton attached to it. Its body size exceeds 10 meters, and every step it takes, it leaves a hole in the ground. What a monster! However, it should be within the processing range of our troops. Sebastian squinted his eyes to observe the opponent. The giant beast didn't notice their existence, so they didn't need to kill it. The monster seemed to be running in a certain direction, so he was going to wait for it to leave before continuing. At this moment, he heard another shout. It was not the roar of a wild beast, but more like the sound of a human being. He moved his eyes to look in the direction of the monster just now and saw an old-fashioned carriage approaching him. There was a man in the carriage, his face was full of fear, and he seemed to be frightened by the giant beast as well, desperately trying to drive the carriage to change direction. And the target of the giant beast is this carriage. It took men and horses as its prey. Are they humans? He narrowed his eyes and observed the other party. This is enough to show that there is human civilization in this world, but they still chose a carriage as a vehicle, which also shows that the level of human technology in this world is not high. However, it was rare to see human beings in this wilderness, so he would not easily make them food for monsters. This is an opportunity to learn about the intelligence of this world, and he will never miss it. Save that man. Sebastian immediately issued an order to his subordinates. Roger. At this time, the man on the carriage tightened the reins in his hand, trying to make the carriage turn sharply and escape from the claws of the giant beast, but the horses in front of the carriage were frightened and out of his control. They turned sharply and overturned the carriage. The man was thrown and fell heavily to the ground. He stood up desperately, but a huge black shadow had already enveloped him. Chapter 36, This is, Akame Kill. The giant beast had already rushed in front of him and opened its mouth wide, ready to swallow the man in one gulp. The man looked desperate and completely gave up resistance. At this moment, a huge explosion burst out in the air, and the giant beast that was still baring its teeth and claws just now was thrown away by some powerful force. The man looked surprised and didn't know what happened. And that giant beast's head exploded like a watermelon, blood gushed out instantly, and its huge body collapsed like a doll with its string cut. Sebastian and his troops also came out from the side. It seems that no matter how big the body is, it's nothing more than that. Boris held the modified rifle in one hand, stroked his beard with the other hand, and said with a smile. It was Boris who blasted the giant beast away just now. The rifle in his hand adopts the most cutting-edge Soviet Union technology, and its power can even surpass that of ordinary vehicle cannon. Just one shot killed the giant beast no matter how huge its body is. It is still only a body of flesh and blood after all, unable to withstand his heavy fire. The man looked at Sebastian and the others with dull eyes, unable to say a word for a long time. He didn't expect that this giant beast would be killed easily. He turned his head and spoke to Sebastian. Judging from his expression and tone, Sebastian knew that the other party should be expressing his gratitude. But he couldn't understand what he was talking about, because this was not the Earth that he was in before, so it was normal for them not to be able to communicate with each other. Commander, new technology has been unlocked. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. Language analysis cost 10,000 G. After the research is completed, you will learn the language of the other civilization. He smiled and immediately chose to learn the language. In this way, the other party's words can finally be understood by him, and also learns the other party's language. Thank you very much. If it weren't for you, I would have become the food of the earth dragon," said the man gratefully. "Earth dragon?" He heard what the other party called the monster just now, and continued to ask. "Is it the monster just now? Do not you know?" The man was a little surprised. "This is a level 1 danger beast." Danger beast? Hearing this term, his brows twitched slightly. He had heard of this term before, and it belonged to the world of HIATUS, and only in that world were there beasts and monsters called danger beast. However, he is still unable to confirm what the world is now. "Sorry, we are from another kingdom, and we don't know the specific situation here," Sebastian said with a smile. Oh, the man counted the luggage on the ground. After the carriage was overturned, the contents inside were scattered all over the ground. "To repay everyone's kindness, if you don't mind, you might as well come to my village as a guest, it's not far away." "It's time to work," he nodded. Since there is a village nearby, he can take this opportunity to learn more about the world. After some time, Sebastian followed the man to his village. On the way, he learned from the man that his name was Locke and that he would bring some village supplies to nearby towns to sell them and then in exchange for some supplies for the village. It's just that today. To get back to the village before sunset, he took a risky shortcut and wanted to go directly through the forest back to the village, so he encountered such a situation. Looking at the village in front of him, Sebastian shook his head. Although it is called a village, all the houses are dilapidated, and I am afraid that they can't even do things like shelter from the wind and rain. The villagers living in the village are skinny, and they seem to be hungry every day. It seems that the situation in your village is not good. After arriving at Locke's home, Sebastian said. "Life is a bit difficult now," Locke shook his head and sighed. "The taxes imposed are ridiculously high now, and the survival of ordinary people like us has become a problem." "Has it always been like this?" he asked, wanting to learn more about this world. "No, our village used to be far from rich, but life was not a problem." Locke's face became gloomy, his eyes very melancholy. "Until a few years ago, when the new emperor came to the throne and the ministers took power, taxes became very exaggerated." "The new emperor? Minister? Could the minister be honest?" That's right. While Locke was speaking, he couldn't help gnashing his teeth, as if venting his hatred for Minister Honest. Now he can be completely sure that this world is HIATUS. In this world, the most powerful country is the Empire, with a history of thousands of years. But with the ascension of a young emperor, Minister Hornest, who supported him to the throne, took control of the power. Because the emperor obeyed Minister Hornest's words, he used the hand of the emperor to eradicate dissidents. Hornest, who is in power, is equivalent to the real emperor. He spends his days licentious and debauched every day, making the whole palace smoky. The atmosphere of corruption he brought permeated the entire empire. Strict and heavy taxes made the common people miserable. Even the capital of the empire, the imperial capital, was full of homeless vagabonds and beggars. The rich will even treat these poor people as toys for their entertainment, wantonly trampling on their dignity and lives. Under such high pressure, a force called the Revolutionary Army was born. They wanted to overthrow the empire and rebuild it. A single pebble can stir up thousands of waves, and they grow very fast and even develop into a threat that the empire cannot ignore in a short time. The Revolutionary Army allied with the foreign kingdoms around the empire and has been at war with the empire for several years, but no one has been able to break the delicate balance. What he cares most about is not the contradictions and struggles in this world, but the military level of this world's civilization. The technology tree of the empire seems to be crooked. Although the people's livelihood technology is very backward, the military level must not be underestimated. They have special weapons called Tgthegood, which are manufactured using super danger beasts as materials, plus rare metals and a large number of lost secrets, which cannot be replicated in the modern world. Chapter 37, Encountering the Tatsumi Squad. Although the present empire cannot create Tgthegood, Sebastian, with the system technologies may be able to do so. Perhaps he can improve the strength of his troops by researching Tgthegood and mass-producing it. Thinking of this, he made collecting Tgthegood one of his goals in this world. Besides getting more resources and collecting Tgthegood, he has another plan. Collect the genes of the strong to strengthen your troops. He has previously developed gene extraction technology, which can extract genes from organisms and then genetically modify his soldiers. In the world of HOTD, he can only extract the genes of zombies, which slightly enhances the resilience and physique of soldiers. The people in the world of HIATUS are far more powerful than the humans in the previous world. In the story, even the protagonist Tatsumi, who seemed to be very useless in the early stage, can easily kill high-level danger beasts and can even smash boulders with his bare hands. It can be said that the average strength of human beings in this world is much higher than that in the world of HOTD. This also gave him the material to extract genes from. He can look for the strong people of this world, extract their genes, and then genetically modify his soldiers so that they can obtain physiques and strength that match this world or even be stronger. Sir. At this moment, Locke's words pulled him from his thoughts back to the real world. Mr. Sebastian, which kingdom are you from? I'm with the Global Defense Initiative, or GDI, for short, Sebastian smiled. From the far side of the Empire. GDI. Locke was a little confused because he had never heard of a kingdom named GDI. May I ask what kind of weapons are in your hands? Locke asked. He remembered that it was Sebastian's subordinates who had saved him with a weapon just now, but he had never seen such a weapon. It's just an ordinary firearm, he said lightly. All right, Locke swallowed involuntarily. Although there are firearms in the Empire, they are not popular. The firearms in the Empire are expensive to manufacture, have short ranges, poor accuracy, and are very heavy and difficult to carry. Therefore, except for Tgthegood, most fighters in this world still use cold weapons. However, the firearms in the hands of Sebastian's subordinates are very different from not just the appearance, and they look very light. Although Locke had never heard of the kingdom named GDI, he had already determined that it was a very powerful country in his mind. Then where are you going this time? Locke was a little curious. Prepare to go to the imperial capital, he said. Now that it is confirmed that this world is Akame Ga Kill, he is going to go to the imperial capital. The imperial capital is the capital of the empire. It is also the most prosperous city and the main stage of the story. There are abundant resources in the imperial capital, and most of the Tgthegood are also concentrated in the imperial capital. If feasible, he hopes to obtain the resources of the empire in a relatively peaceful way. If it doesn't work, he will adopt a more simple and rude method. Like starting a war. Chief. At this moment, a boy's voice sounded from outside the door, and Sebastian felt that the voice was somewhat familiar. Soon, a teenager about 14 or 15 years old hurried into the room. Tatsumi, looking at the boy who just rushed in, Locke smiled. And Sebastian narrowed his eyes, carefully observing the boy in front of him. He has short brown hair, is not tall, and carries a giant sword that does not match his figure behind his back. Locke has called out his name just now, and it is the protagonist Tatsumi. Did I just arrive at Tatsumi's village? He said to himself in his mind. In the first episode of the anime, Tatsumi just happened to save a carriage from an earth dragon, which is somewhat similar to his experience. In the story, he and his two close friends, Seiyo and Ryasu, went to the imperial capital to save the village's plight, hoping to make a career in the army, but they were attacked by bandits on the way to the imperial capital and separated from them. After arriving in the imperial capital, Tatsumi found out that his two companions had been murdered. After seeing the dark side of the imperial capital, he chose to join the night raid team of the Revolutionary Army. A squad dedicated to the assassination of important officials of the empire. But in fact, the Revolutionary Army is no better than the empire. Although they nominally want to overthrow the empire and save the people, they are the same as the empire, regardless of the life and death of the people. However, he didn't care about the right or wrong of his position. Instead, he had an idea when he saw Tatsumi. Since I came to the village where Tatsumi was by coincidence. He might be able to extract Tatsumi's genes to strengthen the troops at this stage. At this time, Tatsumi has not gone to the imperial capital, which is a good opportunity for him. Behind Tatsumi, another pair of young kids walked in. The boy was Ayasu. The girl is Seiyo. In the plot, she goes to the imperial capital with two other companions. But after being separated from Tatsumi, she is tricked by a noble family, and that noble family takes pleasure in killing outsiders. In the end, Seiyo could only die in a tragic ending. Who are these people? Tatsumi looked at Sebastian and the others and asked suspiciously. Now the village is very impoverished, and few outsiders come to visit, so Tatsumi was a little surprised when he saw Sebastian's group. This is a guest from another kingdom, his name is Sebastian Alexander, Locke immediately introduced. When I came back, I met an earth dragon, thanks to them, my life was saved. This is Tatsumi, Seiyo, and Ayasu, the children in the village, who have a very good relationship with me. Thank you for saving Mr. Locke, my name is Tatsumi. Chapter 38, Bandits. Hearing Locke's words, a smile appeared on Tatsumi's face. It's pretty awesome that you can kill the earth dragon, but I should be able to do it too. By the way, Tatsumi, are you planning to leave for the imperial capital tomorrow? Locke asked. Tatsumi nodded. In the story, the Tatsumi group chose to go to the imperial capital to make money to improve the dilemma of the village and wanted to become soldiers to make money. It's just right, Sir Sebastian, you are also planning to go to the imperial capital, why not go with Tatsumi and others, Locke said. They know the route to the imperial capital, and it will be convenient for them to take care of them if they go forward together. Very well, thank you very much, he nodded with a meaningful smile on his face. Acting with Tatsumi can not only find the imperial capital faster but also find opportunities to extract their genes. Tatsumi's group did not object but were very happy to set off with them. Early the next morning, Sebastian's team left the village with Tatsumi's group and embarked on their way to the imperial capital. Along the way, Tatsumi and the other asked a bunch of things about the GDI. Because they have been living in the village and never left, so they are full of interest in the outside world. When Sebastian told him that GDI is full of high-rise buildings and even vehicles that can fly, the eyes of Tatsumi and others widened. They have never heard of the existence of airplanes. So it is hard to imagine that there are vehicles that can fly in the air. In this world, there are only some special taigu or danger beasts that can make people fly, and airplanes don't exist at all. This made Tatsumi and others lament the power of the GDI. At night, Sebastian's team temporarily camped on the roadside outside the forest to rest. He ordered Boris and other men to patrol around, while he and the trio sat around the campfire and chatted. Mr. Sebastian, are those people all your subordinates? Ayasu looked at the soldiers patrolling in the distance and asked. Well, a few accompanying bodyguards, and 2 clerks who are responsible for assisting my work. The 2 clerks mentioned by him are the 2 spies. After he was going to the imperial capital, he immediately let the spies infiltrate to obtain more intelligence and information. So Mr. Sebastian, are you a diplomatic ambassador? Tatsumi asked. Well, our organization wants to establish diplomatic relations with the empire, he replied casually. Then sir, how is the living standard of the people? Seo, who was at the side, asked curiously. In Seo's mind, the village they live in has always been in a very poor situation. It is difficult for everyone to have enough food. And it is even more difficult to find clothes that can keep out the cold in winter. If it wasn't for this, the group of them would not have been forced to leave the village and go to the imperial capital. Seo heard from other people in the village that the situation of the villages in other places is not too different from theirs. Every place in the empire except the imperial capital is very poor. That's why Seo is particularly curious about the countries outside the empire and wants to know what the life of the people there is like. People there live and work in peace and contentment. They don't have to worry about eating every day. When the weather is cold or hot, there are devices called heating or air conditioning to keep the room warm or cold, he said with a smile. Wow, Seo's mouth opened slightly, and there was a trace of desire in her eyes. Then, can the people in our village move to your place? Maybe we can when we're done, he replied. At this moment, the system voice rang in Sebastian's ear. Commander, Boris has discovered something unusual. About 30 or 40 people are slowly surrounding us. Listening to the adjutant's words, he narrowed his eyes. If there is no mistake, these people should be local bandits. In the story, the trio was attacked by bandits and dispersed. He could use the bandit attack to gain their favor so that the other party would willingly provide his genes. Moreover, although Tatsumi is young, his strength should not be underestimated. He is the strongest among the trio, so he believes that it is also a good choice to gather him as his subordinate. He showed a smile on his face, and looked at Tatsumi and the others. Pay attention, bandits are coming. What? The trio who had been in a relaxed state immediately became alert. At this moment, flames erupted in the surrounding forest, followed by dense shouts. Bandits came pouring in from all directions. Be careful. The trio stood back to back, holding weapons in their hands, not daring to relax at all. Although the strength of the 3 of them is outstanding, this is the first time they have fought outside the village. However, there was no nervous expression on Sebastian's face. Instead, he was very relaxed. Boris, get rid of them. Happy to oblige. Boris, who was defending not far away, stroked his beard, and then immediately unlocked the safety of the rifle in his hand. Everyone stay alert. Following Boris's order, the surrounding Navy SEALs immediately set up their battle formations. Take away all the money. Kill all the men. The girl stays. The bandits rushing down from the forest saw that the number of Sebastian and others was far smaller than themselves, so they couldn't wait to wave their weapons and let out even louder shouts. But these bandits are also curious about what weapons these soldiers are holding. Free fire. Before the bandits could react, the fully automatic rifles in the hands of the Navy SEALs poured out. As the units produced by the system, what they hold in their hands is not an ordinary rifle, but a fusion of the highest technology. The bullets used can tear through steel with ease. Even if the strength of human beings in this world is much higher than in the original world, they are still just flesh and blood after all. What's more, what they use is just ordinary cold weapons. In front of the powerful weapons in the hands of soldiers, the so-called physical advantages simply disappeared. The hail of bullets from the units drowned these bandits, and the surrounding towering trees were smashed to pieces by these attacks. Chapter 39, Let Me Join You. The gunshots echoed in the forest, like thunderstorms, and the danger beast hidden in the woods fled one after another, instinctively staying away from the location of the gunshots. And the gunshots drowned out the screams of those bandits, and they were shot without even a chance to escape. They thought that Sebastian and others were just lambs waiting to be slaughtered, but they didn't realize that they had provoked a monster. The flames from the muzzle almost lit up the sky, and the lush forest was blasted. After dozens of seconds, all the gunfire stopped at the same time. The entire forest became deathly silent. The 30 or 40 bandits just now had turned into a pile of meat. And the remains of different people were mixed, exuding a strong smell of blood. Even the danger beast didn't dare to approach this place at all. The instinct of being creatures told them that there was a frightening existence here. Report to the commander that all threats have been eliminated. Boris walked up to Sebastian, gave a military salute, and reported the situation just now. He nodded, and looked at the mess around him. It seems that we need to leave here temporarily and camp in another place. Beside him, Tatsumi's group has not recovered from the scene just now for a long time. Too strong, Tatsumi said tremblingly. Although he has the confidence to escape from such a large number of bandits, he can only choose to avoid the battle. The number of opponents is several times that of his own, so it is not wise to take the initiative to choose to fight. But he didn't expect that the power of Sebastian's subordinates would be so terrifying. With only a few people, dozens of bandits were wiped out. It took less than a minute, and the opponent didn't even have a chance to get close. This made him shocked by the strength of the GDI. How terrifying would it be if the troop's strength was expanded 10 times or 100 times? When he came back to his senses, Sebastian's team had already walked in front of him. Time to go, Tatsumi. Many thanks, Tatsumi nodded. If they hadn't accompanied their team, the trio might have faced a serious crisis. It's amazing, Mr. Sebastian, I've never seen such a powerful fighter. How many fighters like this do you have in your organization? Tatsumi was a little curious. About 9 million, if there is an emergency conscription, it should be 20 to 30 million, he said with a smile. Our organization has something even more powerful, these soldiers are just a drop in the ocean. What? This made Tatsumi even more surprised. He originally thought that their team was the top elite of their organization, but in the eyes of the other party, they seemed to be just ordinary fighters. He couldn't even imagine what an army of more than 10 million would look like. Do you want to see what GDI looks like with your own eyes? Sebastian narrowed his eyes, and his words were more meaningful. Yes. Seo spoke first, nodding her head like a machine. Through the previous chat with him, she was full of curiosity about the GDI. After Mr. Sebastian goes to the imperial capital to finish his work, can we go there? Seo said curiously. No, it's fine, we can go now, he said with a smile on his face. Ah. After hearing his words, they were puzzled. The technological level of GDI is far beyond your imagination, he smiled slightly and opened the portal to the world of HOTD. The brilliant light began to rotate and gradually turned into a huge ring. What is this? The surprised expression on the faces of the trio has not dissipated since the beginning. Come with me. After passing through the portal, he brought the trio back to the world of the HOTD, and they were transported to the top floor of the battle lab. Wow, it's amazing. Seo looked at everything around her in disbelief. She was clearly on her way to the imperial capital not long ago, but now she has come to another world. The decoration layout here is completely different from the world they are in. Is it all metal? Tatsumi stretched out his hand and gently rubbed the wall. The village where they lived were all simple wooden houses, which was completely different from here. Sebastian walked to the window and turned to look at the three of them. Come and see what the Global Defense Initiative looks like. The trios immediately came to the window where he was and looked down. Underneath is a dense army, a uniformed army of soldiers, and various vehicles parked by the roadside. Like a sleeping beast on both sides of the military, there are towering buildings, which are like works of art in the eyes of the trios. Although he controlled the clone to act in the world of Akim Ga during this period, the development of the H did not stop. In just 2 days, many surrounding cities were recovered by him, and more survivors became his people. His troops are also continuously expanding. Currently, he not only has supplies from several cities, but has also set up multiple submines in farther places, and the amount of resources he gets every day is quite excessive. Not only that, he also unlocked more technologies of the Soviet Union during this period. Demolition trucks, desolators, terrorists, and more. Oh my god, Seo couldn't help exclaiming, her eyes widened as if she wanted to imprint the scene in her mind deeply. For her, such a scene was unimaginable even in her dreams. The same is true for Tatsumi, who was deeply shocked by the appearance of the GDI. Thinking of the fact that the village he lives in is completely different from this, Tatsumi couldn't help pursing his lips. The gap is simply too great. Even the survival of the villagers in their village has become a problem, and it is just a delusion to have enough food. A bold idea also came into his mind. Mr. Sebastian, may I venture to ask a question? Tatsumi swallowed and looked at him. Say it. Sebastian always kept a smile on his face. May I ask if the villagers in my village can join your organization? Tatsumi wants to improve the plight of the village, which is why he went to the imperial capital. After he finished speaking, Tatsumi immediately realized that his request was a little too much, so he immediately added, if not, please let me be your assistant, I want to join you, Mr. Sebastian. Chapter 40, Extract the Tatsumi gene and strengthen the troops. After seeing the magnificent scene of the GDI, Tatsumi made up his mind to join him. With the strength of the GDI, if he followed Sebastian, he would get a lot of rewards, and it would improve the situation of the village. Moreover, he might be able to create a career with him and become famous. You want to follow me? Sebastian narrowed his eyes. The development of the situation was within his expectations. The reason why he brought the trios to his main base in another world was to make them follow him sincerely. He can not only obtain his impressive combat power but also obtain his genes to strengthen his troops. Are you sure you want to be my associate? He stretched out his hand on purpose, rubbing lightly on his chin, making a thoughtful movement. Seo and Ayasu on the side also expressed their willingness to follow him. We would also like to join you, Mr. Sebastian. He put down his hand and said with a smile, okay, the three of you can join me. As for your village, I won't bring all the villagers to this place. But I can change its current situation and guarantee their lives, of course, only after I finish my mission in the imperial capital. For him, these things are nothing to worry about. At most, he has to pay a little material. He, who has already controlled many cities, has no shortage of supplies at all, not to mention that the engineers have already built production facilities, allowing them to carry out production work by themselves. Thank you, Mr. Sebastian. Hearing his words, the trios almost were full of gratitude. But I have a requirement, Sebastian said. Say it, Mr. Sebastian, no matter what the conditions are, I will do it. Tatsumi patted his chest confidently. It's simple, I need your genes. He smiled slightly. It's just that you cooperate with us to perform a small operation. Of course, I can guarantee the safety of the operation and it will not have any effect on your body. Okay, I agree. Tatsumi did not hesitate and immediately agreed to his request. Sebastian immediately recruited several engineers, and they took Tatsumi into the operating room. At the same time, a new option appeared in the eyes of him who was standing aside. Extract Tatsumi gene cost, 100,000 G time, 24 hours after the research is completed, you can make the basic physique of your soldier unit reach the Tatsumi level and allow all firearms to penetrate this level of defense. He immediately chose to study this technology, so that even without using weapons, his soldiers could reach Tatsumi's physique. Soon, the day has passed. Commander, the research is complete. You can modify all infantry units, and the cost of each unit modification is 500 G. The adjutant's voice rang in Sebastian's ears. It would not be a small expense to reform all the soldiers. Unit modification not only costs money but also takes a certain amount of time, so he took the lead in choosing Boris and others who will travel to the world of Akame Ga Kill with him to upgrade. The remaining units can be handled by the system. Modification completed. As soon as the system words fell, Boris's body burst into light. Then he took Boris and others to the street, ready to see the results of the genetic modification. Boris hit the wall with your bare hands, he gave the order. As ordered, Boris nodded, walked up to a building, and punched hard. Boom! With just one punch, Boris created a huge hole in the wall. As if being shot by a shell. The effects of genetic modification are unmistakable. Although the previous Boris was the best among his troops, his physical strength was only the limit of ordinary people. But now Boris's strength has gone up to a higher level. With Tatsumi's genes, the strength of his other infantry units will also be greatly improved. But at the same time, this also means that the cost upgrade of all soldiers will increase, and the cost he needs to spend to build soldiers will also increase. The cost of infantry, which can be created with only 100 G before, will also increase to 600 G. Although the cost has increased, for him, the quality of soldiers is far more important than the quantity. In front of the absolute strong, the number of cannon fodder soldiers has no effect. In this world, there are more powerful people. He needs to maintain the further improvement of his troops. On the other side, Tatsumi finally walked out of the laboratory, but it was no different from before, still full of vitality. "What's up, Tatsumi?" Seo and Ieyasu asked quickly. "Nothing, just did a series of checks, and then took a few tubes of blood. I don't remember the rest," Tatsumi said lightly. Although due to the anesthesia, he couldn't remember the exact procedure of the operation, he woke up without feeling any discomfort, and he couldn't find any wounds on his body. With Sebastian's level of technology, it is natural to achieve the level of non-scarring surgery. "Feel alright?" At this time, Sebastian, who had just finished testing the results of genetic modification, brought Boris's groups to him. "Mr. Sebastian." When the three saw Sebastian coming, they immediately said respectfully. "They are now his associates." "There is no effect on my body." Tatsumi answered his question with a smile. "That's good," Sebastian nodded. For him, this deal is a steady profit. He not only obtained his genes, and strengthened his soldiers, but also gained their loyalty, so that he has 3 powerful assistants. "Then we're ready to move on." "Yes. But first, the disinfection work must be carried out." While Sebastian was speaking, several engineers in biochemical suits immediately sterilized the trios with disinfection equipment. After all, this is the world of H. And the safety measures must be the best to prevent all possible dangers. Although the territory controlled by him can be said to be safe, zombies cannot come in, and it is disinfected and cleaned every day, he still will not let down his vigilance. Once the zombie virus is brought to another world, the consequences may be unimaginable. Chapter 41, In the Imperial Capital, People's Hearts Are Not Good. After completing the disinfection work, Sebastian opened the door to another world again and took Tatsumi's group back to their world. He again embarked on the journey to the Imperial Capital from that forest. A few days later, the group finally arrived in the Imperial Capital. This is the capital of the Empire, the most prosperous city. The streets are full of traffic and very lively. But deep inside, there are countless beggars, tramps, and stinking corpses. The scene in the slums is even worse. In the story, Tatsumi, who had just arrived in the Imperial Capital, would be shocked by the prosperity. But after seeing the cities of the GDI, he felt that the gap between the two was too far apart. But it was the first time he had come to the Imperial Capital, so Tatsumi, who had always dreamed of the Imperial Capital, still wanted to go out for a stroll. "Sir, where are we going next?" Tatsumi asked curiously. "Let's find a place to rest first," Sebastian said. After a long time of exhaustion, he decided to find a place to rest for a while. "Then may I ask, can we go shopping around, sir?" Tatsumi asked with some expectation. "Go," he nodded. There was nothing wrong with the few of them now. "Come back before nightfall." "Well, thank you, sir." With a joyful smile on his face, Tatsumi immediately took Seo and Ieyasu to the street. "Seo, come and see this." "You're running too fast, Tatsumi." "Ieyasu, hurry up." The trio who came from the countryside were young children, and the bustle of the Imperial Capital completely attracted them. Although it was not as good as any city in GDI, it was still a very lively place for a few of them. What children like most is the excitement. The streets are crowded with people, and the cries of roadside vendors can be heard endlessly. "Boss, here are 3 sticks of skewer." The trio passed through the crowd, happily walked to a small stall, and were about to take out their pouch to buy something, but they stopped in mid-air as if frozen. "What's wrong, Tatsumi?" Ieyasu on the side asked suspiciously. "My pouch is missing," Tatsumi stammered and kept digging out his empty pocket as if he still couldn't believe the fact that his money was gone. They passed through the crowd just now, so the money was stolen at that time. There was a dense crowd of people on the road, and naturally, there were many thieves among them. "Then what to do?" Seo asked with some worry. "I have no idea." Tatsumi did not expect such a thing to happen and was at a loss for a while. "Hey, do you have any money?" The seller selling the skewer has lost his patience. "Excuse me." Before Tatsumi finished speaking, a voice sounded at this time. "I'll pay for them." Besides the trio, a girl in gorgeous clothes appeared in front of her. "Keep the change." She directly took out a gold coin and handed it to the seller, who immediately showed a flattering smile on his face. "Thank you for your purchase. It is more than enough to buy 3 sticks of skewer with 1 gold coin, and even 50 sticks are no problem." Tatsumi looked at the girl with grateful eyes. "Thank you very much. If I find my money when the time comes, I will return the money to you." "No need, it's just a trivial matter," the girl said slowly on her face. "My name is Arya." There was a meaningful smile on her face, and the blue eyes were not innocent at her age, but full of malice. She is the culprit of Seo and Ieyasu's death in the story. Arya's family is an aristocrat living in the Imperial Capital. Her family specializes in deceiving outsiders who want to come to the imperial capital, and then abuses and kills them to satisfy their perverted desires. And such people are not uncommon in the capital. In the story, the trio is separated because of the bandits, and Seo and Ayasu arrive at the capital first, but because they are unfamiliar with the place and their nature is too simple, they are taken away by Arya. They end up being brutally murdered. Tatsumi, who came to the capital later, was also deceived by Arya's kindness. But it was because of the night raid and their assassination of her family that he knew her true face in time. This is a very bustling street in the capital. Any outsider who comes here will most likely be attracted by the bustling scene of this street, so Arya often comes here to look for suitable hunting targets. The people who were revealed to be from the countryside atmosphere in both their clothes and behaviors were particularly conspicuous in the crowd, so they were targeted by Arya. They are the most suitable targets because they are still young and come from the countryside. However, without knowing the details of the trio, Arya would not choose to act blindly. When she takes advantage of Tatsumi's lack of money to get close to the other party, she can not only gain the trust of the other party but also obtain information from their mouth to find out who they are. Although she specifically picked the rural people as her target, she had to figure out the real identity of the other party. "What are your names?" Arya asked with a harmless smile on her face, preparing to extract information about the identities of the trio to see if they were the most suitable targets. "My name is Tatsumi, and they are my friends, Seo and Ayasu, pleased to meet you." The trio came from a mountain village far away from the capital, so they had no idea how the hearts of the people in the capital were degraded. They thought that Arya was a good person who rescued them from their predicament. "Are you from the countryside?" Arya asked. "Yes. I like the countryside too. Do you come to the capital to start a career?" "That's right." A more obvious smile broke out on her face. "Sure enough, the trio came from the countryside, so I didn't choose the wrong target." "So is anyone else going with you?" "Well, there are a few more people." Tatsumi patted his chest proudly. "We are now the entourage of the GDI diplomats." Chapter 42, Kill Without Mercy. GDI. Diplomat? Well, GDI is from the west of the empire, Tatsumi said with a smile. These words are exactly what Sebastian is telling them now. Oh, that's right. After hearing Tatsumi's words, Arya was relieved. In her understanding, the west of the empire is a small country, so she has never heard of the name of the GDI. The so-called establishment of diplomatic relations must be because the GDI, a small country, is not capable of its strength, so it has to find the empire for its protection. After all, even though the empire has many internal and external troubles, it is still the most powerful country in the world. The trio must have been fooled by the other party and treated as guides. Even if their whereabouts were unknown, the so-called diplomat would not care. Even if they find out about this matter. She is a nobleman of the empire, and they are just a country that wants to embrace the empire, so they can't do anything to her. Thinking of this, she couldn't wait. Deep down in her mind, she couldn't wait to perform all kinds of torture on the trio. "If you don't mind, why don't you go to my house as a guest first?" Arya said that if she wanted to lure them into her home, it would be easy to start. No, Miss Aira, you have already helped us a lot just now, so there is no need to trouble you." Tatsumi waved his hand and said hastily. No, there is no trouble." Seeing that the other party hadn't taken the bait, she continued. "It just so happens that our home is being renovated, so I would like to ask for your help." This is her plan, to use kindness first, let others owe her favors, and then use this as an excuse to trick them into her home. "Well, since you need our help, we will do our best." The trio is kind-hearted, not to mention that Arya had just been kind to them, so when the other party asked for help, he decisively chose to agree. "Thank you so much." Arya was very happy, and she had already begun to imagine what kind of torture to perform. At the same time, her eyes locked on Seo, staring at her hair. "What an enviable hair, I have to treat you well." At this time, Sebastian, Boris, and others have found the best into rest for a while. For him, who already controlled almost the entire world, he was not short of money at all. "Commander, the whereabouts of Tatsumi's group are somewhat abnormal." At this moment, the system's voice rang in his ear. When extracting the Tatsumi gene, he installed a locator on him. After all, the other party is now his people, so he will not choose to ignore them and have to consider their safety. "Show me the route," he gave an order, and a map of the entire imperial capital appeared in his eyes. When he came to the capital, he bought a map of the place and asked the system to record it. He carefully observed the route of the trio. They first started to carry out activities in the downtown area, but suddenly they changed direction, headed in another direction, and finally stopped in one place. Of course, he knew that it was the residence of Arya's family. "Arya?" He narrowed his eyes and said slowly. Boris, get ready to move. Outside the imperial capital, in a stronghold unknown to outsiders, several people gathered together. Boss, all the information has been collected, said a woman. She also has a delicate face, and her golden eyes shone with a faint light, like precious gems different from her exquisite appearance. This woman exudes a kind of wildness like a wild cat. Leon, one of the main members of the Revolutionary Army's assassination team, Night Raid. In the story, she was born in the slums of the Empire and killed because she couldn't understand the cruel game where the nobles trampled children to death on horseback. Her Tgthegood can turn her into a beast, and dramatically improve her physical abilities, including strength, senses, and regenerative ability. Even if she loses her limbs, she can recover quickly. She usually hides her identity and is active in the capital. She usually earns some wine money for herself by cheating and abducting. She acts as the eye of the Revolutionary Army and collects intelligence on the assassination target. At this time, the Night Raid is in a meeting, discussing the action plan for tonight. This noble family is confirmed guilty. It was Aria's family that Leon was talking about. In the plot, the Night Raid team assassinates Aria's family and happens to come into contact with Tatsumi, and the latter joins the Night Raid team because of this opportunity. Good, the person standing in front of Leon nodded. Her voice was steady and powerful. Her right eye was covered with an eye patch, and she seemed to have been seriously injured, but what should have been the right arm was a cold mechanical prosthetic, and there was a creaking sound from the joint. This person is Nagenda, the former general of the Empire, now a soldier of the Revolutionary Army, the leader of the Night Raid team, and is called boss by the team members. The evidence is solid, their family is our target tonight, she said, her eyes became extremely firm. Understood. In the imperial capital, the wealthy district, and Aria's home. Miss Aria, those jobs have been done. Tatsumi and the others wiped the sweat from their foreheads and said to her. It's so late today, why not just stay at our house? She looked out the window at the sky that had gradually darkened, and her malicious smile was reflected in the glass of the window. She wanted the trio to sleep in her home, and wait until they fell asleep before doing it without anyone noticing. No, Mr. Sebastian is still waiting for us to go back, Tatsumi politely declined. In that case, everyone might as well stay and have dinner before leaving. After all, you're already here. Aria naturally has some hidden tricks. These meals have already been drugged by her servants. As long as they take a bite, they will immediately become unconscious and become her playthings. Chapter 43, Dare to Harm My Subordinates. WL, thank you for your hospitality. The trio didn't know Aria's conspiracy, and they just assumed the other party as having good intentions, so it was not easy to refuse, so they could only agree to the other party's request and sat down at the table. Aria and her parents also went to the dining table, staring at the three as if they were prey, waiting for them to swallow the contaminated meal. At this moment, they felt a violent vibration from the ground, as if something was about to emerge from the ground. The exquisite wooden table shook violently and all the food on the table was thrown to the ground. The fast-moving and blinding light moves outside the window like a shooting star. What happened? Aria's parents panicked. They had never experienced anything like this. So what happened? They ordered the guards in their home to go out to check, but the moment they opened the door, a burst of gunfire poured out from nowhere, directly overturning the roof of the mansion and exposing them directly to the night sky. Aria's family is an aristocrat in the capital, and the mansion they live in is very luxurious and huge. But even so, it was as fragile as a paper in front of this attack. The huge impact overturned all those guards. And in the next second, the wall connected to the gate of the mansion was also shattered. The family was already scared out of their wits by this scene. The bodies were filled with lead, and they couldn't move half a step at all. You guys are very brave. You dare to harm my subordinates. At this moment, the trio heard a familiar voice from the outside of the house. Mr. Sebastian. At this time, Sebastian was walking slowly towards the family on top of the broken bricks. Boris stood beside him, and he was the one who shattered the walls. And behind Sebastian, there are a large number of seals. All of them are troops brought by him who opened the portal. Knowing the plot, he knows the purpose of Aria's family bringing Tatsumi's group to his home. Is he Sebastian? Only then did the family realize that the man standing in front of them was Sebastian, the ambassador of GDI that Tatsumi had been mentioning. In their eyes, although he looked young, he exuded an overbearing aura that suffocated them, and the units behind him moved in unison. Aria never thought that he would be such a terrifying stubble. What is the background of the GDI? This is not a small country. Your Excellency is the envoy of GDI, Sir Sebastian. Aria's parents squeezed out a smile on their faces, but their voices were trembling like their bodies. We just invited Sir Sebastian and your entourage to have dinner together. I don't know why Sir is so angry. Although they were still in shock, they responded quickly. Even if they have bad intentions toward the trio, they haven't had time to take action, so he can't know their plan. But Arya also had a lot of doubts in her heart at this time. How on earth did he find this place? Yeah. Sebastian sneered, and his eyes were extremely cold, like sharp knives, cutting open the souls of the family layer by layer. Of course, we treat them as distinguished guests, Arya also immediately added for her parents. He didn't speak, but with a wave of his hand, he opened the portal to another world. Immediately, a young woman jumped out of the portal. She has a very delicate face and wears a loose white medical gown, but instead shows the curves of her figure vividly. Shizuka Marikawa, a character in the world of H. Was originally a school nurse at Fujimi High School, but she has a very superb medical level. After he ordered the engineers to build the hospital, she was promoted to the dean, in charge of medical affairs within the base. Commander, after seeing him, a joyful smile appeared on Shizuka's face. Check if the food on the ground is poisonous, he ordered with a smile. Roger. Shizuka nodded in agreement, and then hurriedly walked in front of Arya and the others with the medical kit in her hand. She skillfully opened the box, took out various instruments, and began to test the leftovers on the ground. What is this? Why did someone suddenly appear? Shizuka had already completed the test, stood up, and reported the result to Sebastian, reporting to the commander, there is indeed poison in these meals, according to the analysis, it should be a drug that can make people unconscious. What? Tatsumi and his friends finally understood that Arya's kind invitation to her home for dinner was meant to harm them. Arya and her parents were ashen and lifeless, and their pupils were full of despair. No, that's not what we did, it must have been done by a servant. Arya also wanted to give herself a little chance of survival in the end. Before she could finish speaking, his eyes shot a cold light. I know what your family did, torturing and killing outsiders who came to the imperial capital, don't you? Hearing his words, she felt her heartbeat nearly stand still. Shouldn't he be an ambassador from another country? Why do you know about their family? This is something that no one else in the capital knows about. But before she found the answer, his cold words came to her ears, die. In Ara's mind, these words were like the whisper of death. At the same time as he gave the order, dozens of units behind him fired at the same time. Shooting the family. The luxurious and exquisite home decoration has already become a dilapidated wall, and blood stains are stained in every corner and seeped into the ground. The helpers in the house did not escape the fate of death. Although they did not personally participate in the abuse and torture, they knew the truth and helped the evil. After a few seconds, all the gunfire had quieted down, and Ara's family could no longer be seen among the wreckage. At the time of death, the family only had remorse in their hearts, regretting that they had provoked such a scary existence. Chapter 44, The tip of the iceberg is enough to shock the entire imperial capital. Sebastian squinted his eyes and observed the building in front of him. After the hail of gunfire and bullets, the originally tall and magnificent mansion was left with dilapidated walls and ruins. At this moment, he felt the ground shake slightly. He looked up into the distance, and a group of people was rushing there. The leader of this team is a man who is as strong as a hill. His face is full of alterations, but his eyes are intense. On his body, he was wearing a unique set of armor, especially at the position of the arm armor. There were two protrusions and there seemed to be electric light jumping at the ends. His name is Budo, he is the general of the empire, and another general of the empire, is Death, has become the strongest duo of the empire. Budo controls all the troops in the imperial capital, and the garrison is also the department he is in charge of, responsible for maintaining law, order, and stability in the capital. And the armor on his body is his Taigu, the Adramelech, which can manipulate lightning. It can summon lightning to attack the enemy, with high attack power and long range, it is a very powerful weapon. Just now, he and his group who were patrolling nearby heard the movement made by Sebastian's army, so they rushed over without stopping. In this era dominated by cold weapons, the gunfire of Sebastian's troops echoed in the streets like thunder. Everyone, put down your weapons. Seeing Sebastian's group, he immediately issued a warning. He suspected that they were troops of the Revolutionary Army, but he immediately rejected such an idea in his heart, because the strength of the Revolutionary Army was far from being comparable to that of the Empire, so they could only carry out small-scale operations with guerrilla warfare. But the commotion created today is too great, it is different from the style of the Revolutionary Army in the past. He observed them, the clothes and weapons of the other party were completely different from those of the Empire and the Revolutionary Army. Who is this group of people? Are the weapons in their hands firearms? He was suspicious, the movement just now was no less than his own Taigu. Sebastian noticed the arrival of Budo but turned his head slightly, and looked at each other from the corner of his eye. Seeing that they didn't respond, Budo felt a little annoyed. No matter what the identity of the other party was, no one in the Empire did not give him any face. His brows began to twitch, and lightning began to dance on the armor, ready to show him who's boss. He thinks that his strength is one of the best in the Empire, and the number of troops following him exceeds 100, so it is not a problem to suppress the other party. But at this moment, Sebastian casually waved his hand, and a huge portal was opened, which was more than 10 times bigger than the portal that Shizuka had before, as if a giant was about to emerge from it. At this moment, countless vehicles surged out of the portal. Light tanks, multi-gunner IFVs, Rhino tanks, and even V-3 rocket vehicles and Apocalypse tanks. In just an instant, these heavy steel behemoths piled up in the street, flattening the surrounding houses. The huge track pressed the mud-paved road, and the loud hum of the engine echoed in the street. More than 100 vehicles filled the entire block, and at the same time, the black hole-like muzzles aimed at Budo's troops. What is this? Budo was startled. The lightning around his arm had unknowingly become much smaller. He was not only astounded by these never-before-seen vehicles but even more amazed by his ability to summon so many troops with a single wave in an instant. He summoned more than 100 vehicles. How did he do it? Could it be Taiga's ability? No, impossible. He quickly denied it in his heart. He knew that there was a Taiga called Dimensional Formation, Shambhala, which could teleport people or objects to another place, but that Taiga was in Honest Sun's hand, Sayura, and it is also impossible to transmit 100 vehicles at the same time. Even when transporting 1 or 2 people, the Shambhala can place a huge physical load on the user. The other party summoned 100 times as many troops at once. Even he, who was the most calm and experienced in the Empire, was already unsettled in his mind, with uncontrollable sweat dripping from his forehead. The subordinates beside him noticed that something was wrong with him, but they didn't dare to make a sound. If it wasn't for his presence, they might have already escaped. But he soon discovered that his surprise was too early. Apart from the vehicle, a flurry of uniformed footsteps came from the portal. In the next second, an army brigade walked out of the portal. Navy SEALs, Tesla troopers, etc., soldiers who are not moving are arranged in different queues, and together they form a large team, and the unified movements are like machines. Even the guards that Budo personally manages and trains are far less sophisticated than their soldiers. Above the heads of these soldiers, countless Black Eagle fighters jets flew across the air. And the sound of supersonic engines reverberated in the air and even caused a sonic boom. The lights on the high-speed fighter jets flashed like a meteor shower, and everyone in the entire capital could almost hear the roar of the Black Eagle fighters and see this shocking scene. In this world, there are no planes, let alone other flying vehicles. Only the power of dangerous species or Taiga can allow people to touch the sky. The citizens of the imperial capital walked out of their houses one after another, looking at the tail flames of the Black Eagle fighters in the sky, terrified and shocked. Some people thought it was countless raging super danger beasts attacking the human territory, while others thought it was God's punishment for the Empire and the fire from the sky would come down. No one knows what this is. What's going on with all these movements tonight? Inside the palace, what happened? Honest, who was asleep, was awakened by these roars, and quickly summoned his aides to ask. Minister, it seems that an explosion occurred in a certain area of the imperial capital, and General Budo has already led the team there. Did the Revolutionary Army do it? Asked Honest anxiously. According to the communication from the front line, it seems that it is not the Revolutionary Army, Honest's men replied in a trembling voice. Chapter 45, How is it possible for an army to appear out of thin air? Not the Revolutionary Army? Honest was puzzled. It seems to be done by a force claiming to be the Global Defense Initiative. The subordinate replied that even he could hardly believe the authenticity of the information. It is said that their strength exceeds 1,000, and they all appeared in an instant, and they are still growing. GDI. 1,000 troops appeared instantly. He had never heard of the country called GDI. And even if there is a country like the GDI, how did they appear in the imperial capital? Did it appear instantly as his subordinate said? So what is their purpose? At this time, he only felt a headache. There was no way to find these answers, so he could only find out by himself. Quick, called the maid to change my clothes. A few kilometers away from Sebastian's troops. At this time, the night attack team was watching from a distance as the troops appeared out of thin air. Hey, what's going on here? Leone stared blankly at everything in front of her and then squeezed out a sentence. According to the plan, their team should assassinate Aria's family tonight, but now, it's completely different. The unknown troops took the lead and killed the family with fearsome firepower, attracting Budo. The leader created a menacing army in an instant, not only soldiers but also vehicles and aircraft beyond everyone's understanding. They had never seen a vehicle capable of flying. I don't know." On the other side, a petite girl with pink hair also sighed dumbfounded. "Those machines, what are they?" "She is mine, and she is also a member of the night raid." "Akame, do you know these things?" Another member named Lubbock turned to another girl beside him. "She has long black hair, and there seem to be flames burning in her red eyes. She used to be the main member of the Empire's assassination team. After seeing the darkness of the Empire, she resolutely chose to leave and join the night raid." "No, I've never seen anything like this in the Empire." As a former assassin of the Empire, she knows almost all the dark secrets of the Empire, so she can be sure that the unknown troops are not a product of the Empire. "And it's the first time I've seen Budo so nervous," she said with a serious face. She knew how terrifying Budo's strength was, and even she had been taught by him. But it was the first time she saw him so flustered that he didn't have the energy to hide his emotions. "Let's wait and see for a while," a tall man with an exaggerated hairstyle said, his eyes fixed on Sebastian. "He is Bulat, and like Akame, he was once a warrior of the Empire. He is very powerful. And his level of hand-to-hand combat is no less than that of Budo and Esteth. It can be said that he is the physical peak of the Empire. In the story, even Tatsumi, who has extraordinary potential, is far behind him. These guys may be our allies. They could also be an enemy." On the streets of the capital, the originally wide blocks have become extremely crowded at this time. This is because Sebastian has summoned more than 2,000 soldiers, and the entire block has been crowded and all these soldiers appeared instantly. At this moment, Budo bit his lip tightly, not daring to act rashly. Although he was sure that other troops would rush over as soon as they heard the movement here, it would take a certain amount of time to assemble troops in various places. But Sebastian summoned the soldiers instantly. Whether it is military strength, technology, or combat effectiveness, Budo's army is far from being an opponent of him. If he starts to fight, he must fight to the death. Even if he is one of the two strongest in the Empire, he doesn't dare to act rashly now, because he doesn't know the details of the opponent. "Who are you?" Budo raised his head and asked sharply. After all, he was the pillar of the Empire, and he couldn't lose momentum. At the same time, he had folded his hands in front of his body and was ready to fight again. "Could it be, that this is how your Empire treats guests? Is this how you treat me, the ambassador of the Global Defense Initiative?" His words were extremely cold, like a biting cold wind. Global Defense Initiative? Ambassador? Hearing his words, he was a little surprised. He had never heard of the name Global Defense Initiative. And since he claimed that he was an envoy from another country, it meant that this matter involved politics and diplomacy, and it was inappropriate for him to appear here. Although Bud is the pillar of the Empire's military strength, he has a principle that cannot be changed. Military generals do not interfere in politics. In the decaying Empire, Budo can be said to be one of the few people who still maintains a conscience, using his prestige to shield many officials who were persecuted by Honest. He knew that the Empire had been poisoned by Honest, but because of this principle, he did not interfere in all of Honest's actions. This led to a situation where Budo and Honest fought against each other in the capital. Since the other party claimed to be an envoy from another country, then this matter should be handled by Honest. Who is in charge of politics? Even if Budo is dissatisfied with him, he cannot violate his principles. So he can only temporarily stabilize the unknown troops. But he also knew that if the troops were going to do something, he might have to do his best to stop it. Listening to Sebastian's question, he didn't know how to answer. "If there is no reasonable explanation, then your actions are tantamount to declaring war on us," Sebastian said coldly. "Misunderstanding, it's a misunderstanding." At this time, a rush of footsteps came from a distance. It was Honest's carriage. The bloated Honest walked out of the carriage with difficulty with the help of his servants and walked quickly to Sebastian with a flattering smile on his face. "The GDI is a distinguished guest of our Empire." Chapter 46, It's all a misunderstanding, distinguished guest. Everyone from GDI is a distinguished guest of our country. With a smile on his face, Honest, who had just arrived, hurried to Sebastian and apologized. "I'm sorry, this must be a misunderstanding." When Honest was nearby, he saw the huge portal summoned by the other party placement. He was stunned. Such a magnificent sight was never seen by him. Not only that, he also witnessed these soldiers, vehicles, and aircraft appearing from the portal, and he knew that this was something that even Tgthegood could not do. Even he had never seen a vehicle, let alone an aircraft. At first, he thought that these Black Hawk fighters were some kind of terrifying and dangerous creatures. And the other party had the power to control the beasts. It wasn't until later that he discovered that this was not a danger beast at all, but some kind of high-tech machinery beyond his knowledge. This made him realize how terrifying the so-called technological level of the G is. Even though he knew that the real trump card of the empire hadn't been used yet, the country in front of him called the G was not a soft target. Although he is greedy for pleasure every day, he is also well aware of the predicament the empire is facing now. The empire not only faced threats from the revolutionary army but also faced harassment from other races. Even though the empire is still able to gain an advantage on the frontal battlefield by its thousand-year heritage, it still cannot completely defeat other forces and can only maintain a delicate balance. And if the G that came out halfway is allowed to become an enemy of the empire too, I am afraid that the balance will be broken immediately. And the empire will not have a good time. He does not want the empire to face such a situation, because he still wants to live a good life now, and all his power and wealth are based on the existence of the empire. If the empire is defeated, everything he owns will be wiped out. It can be said that the empire now has no allies at all. And all other countries and foreign nations may share the territory of the empire. But if the G can be regarded as its ally, then there is no doubt that the empire will be able to win this battle with a crushing force. That's why he wanted to turn the G into an ally of the empire. Budo, quickly get your subordinates to retreat, Honest quickly said in a reprimanding tone. Although usually he was very afraid of Budo who was on the opposite side of him, even today, he must pretend to be an absolute authority in front of Sebastian. This is a distinguished guest who is from GDI. Isn't it just turning a blind eye like this? Hearing what Honest said, Budo felt a little annoyed and looked at the surrounding streets. Although Sebastian's army didn't fire a single shot afterward, just appearing in this world, they razed the nearby blocks to the ground. As the general of the empire, Budo couldn't sit idly by. All of these were done by the revolutionary army, Honest replied immediately, throwing the pot directly on the revolutionary army. GDI is an ally of our empire, how could such a thing be done? These troops must have been sent by them after they saw the revolutionary army that was against the empire. Honest squeezed a false smile on his face again, looking at Sebastian, hoping that the other party would not turn against the empire because of this. At the same time, he narrowed his eyes and glanced over Budo. And this has already involved the politics between the two countries. I remember Bud, you are a general, so don't get involved in politics. Hearing what he said, Budo's brows twitched slightly, suppressing his anger. As he said, this matter has now involved political issues, which is contrary to his principles. Budo could only order his soldiers to retreat, and at the same time glanced at Sebastian from the corner of his eye. This person must be watched, Budo thought to himself, and then he left here with his men. The other soldiers quickly retreated as if relieved. All of them had never seen such a scene at all, and many people were even preparing to escape just now. If Budo hadn't given the order in time, they might have even fled directly in violation of the order. At this time, countless Black Hawk fighter jets were circling in the sky, and a huge hum echoed in the sky. I don't know how to address you, sir, who is the ambassador of GDI? Asked Honest. Alexander Sebastian, he said lightly, without showing any emotion, so that Honest, who is good at perceiving people's hearts, couldn't guess his thoughts. If possible, our empire also wants to become a solid ally with GDI, maybe our two countries can help each other, in this way, no other country or foreign nation in the whole world can threaten us. Honest took the initiative to propose the idea of establishing diplomatic relations with the organization. From what he had just seen, Honest had fully realized how terrifying the technological level of the G was, so he wanted to take this opportunity to strengthen the empire. Establish diplomatic relations. Sebastian's eyes narrowed. He was not opposed to establishing diplomatic relations with the empire. It could even be said that establishing diplomatic relations with the empire was the best choice at present. Even though the empire is facing internal and external troubles, it is still the most powerful country in the world. It has immense resources, which are much richer than the previous world. If he establishes diplomatic relations with the empire, he can obtain more resources. Moreover, the empire also has a high level of scientific research in the military. In the plot, a man named Dr. Stylish in the empire possesses excellent technology and has developed medicines and surgeries that can strengthen the human body. This technology may be able to bring his troops to a higher level. Moreover, the strength of the empire itself is not weak. In addition to Budo, the general, there is another terrifying existence in the empire, Esteth. In the plot, Esteth has the terrifying power to wipe out hundreds of thousands of troops by herself, and the strength of General Budo is not inferior to her. Moreover, the empire also has a trump card such as the Imperial Guardian. At this stage, war with the empire is not an appropriate option. Of course, a meaningful smile filled Sebastian's face. Chapter 47, Conditions. Yes, gold, silver, and jewelry, you can have as much as you want. Honest quickly said that since they had reached an agreement, it would be best if the other party could be sent away with gold, silver, and jewels. Gold, silver, and jewelry. Sebastian said slowly. Gold, silver, and jewels are not enough. Honest was a little curious about what he wanted. Then may I ask you if there is anything you want, as long as our empire can provide it. Honest didn't want to miss this great opportunity. As long as it was something their empire could afford, he was willing to pay. Is this true? There was a meaningful smile on his face, but Honest didn't notice the deep meaning behind the smile. Of course. Okay, I want all the previous gold, silver, and jewelry, at least 1 piece of imperial arms and 5 pieces of court equipment. In addition, I also want a forest on the outskirts of the capital as our embassy in the empire, he said. Although the Tgthegood cannot be replicated by the current empire, it is not necessarily the case for him who has the power of the system. And even if the Tgthegood given may not be useful to him, the raw materials used to make Tgthegood must be very precious resources. As for the forest outside the imperial capital, he wanted to use it as his stronghold. He didn't ask too much, because if he asked too much, the empire would not be able to meet it. Of course, we will also give the empire a lot of supplies and food in exchange, and assist your defense against the outside world. Hearing his words, Honest twitched slightly. Gold and jewelry are not a big problem for the empire. Not to mention that the empire can also obtain a lot of supplies. But the other 2 conditions are a bit too big for the empire. The strategic significance of each piece of Tgthegood is self-evident, and even the low-ranking substitute of Tgthegood has a very powerful effect. Another condition is equivalent to directly asking for the territory of the empire. However, he thought about it again. Although he lost 1 imperial arms and 5 pieces of court equipment if he could get help from the G, then the strategic significance would be far greater than these things. The territory outside the imperial capital is an uninhabited forest, because there are various danger beasts hidden in it, so there is no development there, and ordinary people simply don't dare to go into the forest for the empire. The use value of this piece of land is not high. It's not unacceptable for him to give it to Sebastian, and in this way, he can better monitor the movements of his group, and learn more about his organization. A threat that can be seen is better than one that cannot be seen. Finally, after careful consideration, he decided to agree to Sebastian's proposal. Everything is easy to talk about, Mr. Sebastian, your organization is a friend of our empire. Honest's smile grew wider. At this time, he also seemed to think of something, and continued, by the way, there happens to be a Tgthegood user in our empire, who is a beautiful woman, so let's treat her as a gift from us. If possible, Mr. Sebastian should accept it. What he was referring to was the member of the assassination team. Kurome is the younger sister of Akame, a member of the Night Raid, but unlike her sister, she still chooses to serve the empire, and receives body modification during the assassination of the troops, using enhanced drugs with huge side effects, which cause irreversible damage to the body damage. Although she is a powerful combat force for the empire, she is just an individual and is not irreplaceable. Honest could use her as a spy. He planted beside Sebastian and report the situation to him. Sebastian's eyes narrowed, and he could guess that the other party was referring to the Kurome. He knew that the reason why he was willing to send her, was to use her as an eye on his side. After all, Kurome was deeply brainwashed and was very loyal to the empire. But he did not object to the other party's proposal and felt that he could use her instead to know the power of the empire. She might be able to become his double agent. Moreover, she has been taking strengthening drugs, which will have huge side effects on the body. And he can use her to obtain the formula of strengthening drugs, which may reduce its side effects. Kurome is powerful, and there is no problem as a new target for gene extraction. We have a deal, Sebastian nodded. A few kilometers away, the Night Raid team. Hey, what's going on here? Leone was shocked by the scene before her. She didn't know what it was that Sebastian used to summon the army. To understand his true identity, she ventured to a closer place alone to eavesdrop on the conversation between him and Honest. She transformed, and her senses were enhanced, as was her hearing. Seeing Honest leave the palace on a rare occasion, she was not in a hurry, because she knew that facing such a large army, they had nothing to take advantage of. Moreover, she didn't know who Sebastian was or what his position was. The piercing sound of the Black Hawk fighter jets and the roar of the tank engine made her ears uncomfortable, but she still heard the conversation between them. The G organization represented by Sebastian will establish diplomatic relations with the Empire. This made her extremely terrified, and hurried back to tell her teammates the news. Although she hasn't seen the G army fight, just the ability to teleport is already alarming. Once they are allowed to unite the Empire, the consequences will be disastrous. Has the Empire gained an ally? Akame's expression was very serious. She was thinking about what the G And at the same time, she was thinking about what to do in the future if the G and the Empire were united. Why don't you fight them now? Lubbock on the side was a little impatient, and his eyes locked on Honest. This is a rare opportunity. Honest usually hid near the palace, never going out, and was heavily guarded, so the Revolutionary Army and night raids could do nothing to him. This is a rare opportunity for them. No, with so many people, it is impossible for us to have a chance, Akim immediately said. What's more, even without those strange troops, we would not be Budo's opponents. Let's go back first and report these things to the boss. Chapter 48, A New Base. The next morning, inside the palace. Sebastian was invited by Honest to come to the palace. He brought a few personal guards to guard him and let a spy go with him. Spies are units produced by the system. Although they do not have any combat capabilities themselves, they have very unique abilities. They can use high-tech equipment to change their appearance and voice and learn the behavior and speech of others, to imitate others 100. The reason why he brought the spy was to let him infiltrate the palace and monitor their every move. Not only that, he can also use spies to obtain the unique technology of the Empire. Such as the body enhancement and transformation technology researched by Dr. Stylish, which may allow him to further strengthen his soldiers. Although the general technology in this world is not high, the military technology is not low. So when he entered the palace, he ordered his spies to change their appearance and disguise themselves as servants in the palace, while he went to the palace. After entering, the gate leading to the outside slowly closed. The ancient joints turning made dull sounds like they were telling some ancient story. In the center of the well-arranged halls is a heavy and solemn hall. The gloomy shadow of the hall brings a sense of oppression. The surrounding palaces and pavilions are surrounded by pools of water, and the ground is covered with grass. Green, and clear. The fountain in the center gushes out trickles and blooms in the air like flowers. Hundreds of court ladies gathered around the pool swaying and dancing to the sound of the water. The royal palace is completely different from the outside of the capital. The slums of the capital are full of poor people with scant clothing and food, but the interior of the royal palace is full of luxury. He continued to move forward and walked directly into the palace hall. The surroundings are resplendent and magnificent, and the walls are carved with reliefs in the shape of dragons, which look lifelike. Right in front of the palace, on a gorgeously decorated dragon chair, the emperor, who was about 5 or 6 years old, was sitting on it. His legs were swinging like a swing. He was originally a prince who could never touch the position of the prince, but Minister Honest used his conspiracy and wipe out the rest of the royal blood, so he was allowed to ascend the throne. And because the emperor was young, he obeyed Honest's words, so he was able to make Honest do evil. At this time, Honest was standing beside the emperor, stretching out his hand and lightly resting on the emperor's shoulder, as if he was manipulating the doll with an invisible silk thread. While Sebastian was walking towards the emperor, all the officials on both sides looked at him with the eyes of looking at monsters. Last night, they all knew that they heard the movement made by his military, especially the fighter jets flying at high speed in the sky. These officials had never seen such a scene, and many people even thought it was a natural disaster and quickly hid under the bed. It can be said that everything that happened yesterday caused a large sensation within the empire. They didn't know what happened until this morning. Isn't this person so young? Have you heard of the GDI? The thing flying in the sky is something from the GDI. They talked a lot, but no one dared to look him in the eye. After he entered the palace, he enjoyed the highest courtesy in the empire. For the empire and Honest, they are not willing to give up the opportunity. With the help of the empire's defense pressure will be reduced a lot, and they will also be able to get supplies. By the afternoon, Sebastian was about to leave the palace. The formalities were completed today, and the forest outside the capital had become his land. Even Honest didn't know what he wanted the forest for. There was nothing valuable there except Danger Beast. At this time, Honest was seeing Sebastian off, and beside him was a petite girl. This is Mr. Sebastian, and this is the one I told you about. I'll ask the servants to prepare the rest and send them to the forest the next day, Honest said courteously and then pushed the girl standing beside him in front of Sebastian. She has short, black hair in a twin-tail style and black eyes. She wears a black sailor uniform and wears a red belt that has a red side skirt. With long, black socks and shoes. Her shirt is slightly too short as it doesn't cover her belly button. She also wears red gauntlets. She was sent to Sebastian as a gift. Mr. Sebastian, please take care of me. Kurome bowed to him, and the weapon in her hand was the Taigu, March of the Dead, Yatsufusa, which was part of the deal. As a member of the Empire's assassination unit, because of the side effects of brainwashing and strengthening drugs, they made her obey the Empire, and she doesn't complain at all after being given to him as a gift. And she also received a secret order from Honest to spy on him. At that time, I will also prepare corresponding materials in exchange, Sebastian nodded to Honest. 10 minutes later, he arrived in the forest outside the capital with Kurome. The intricate forest chopped up the sunlight, showing scattered light spots on the ground, and it seemed that the roar of danger beast could be heard in the endless forest. May I ask why Mr. Sebastian came to the forest? Kurome asked, wanting to find out some information about the G. This will be our embassy, Sebastian said with a smile. Kurome was a little puzzled because the forest outside the capital had not been developed at all. Even if it was to be transformed into an embassy according to what he said, it would take at least a year and a half. Sebastian saw the doubt in her eyes, but he didn't say anything but walked deep into the forest with her. At the same time, he gave orders to the system in his mind. Building a Tesla reactor. Building a battle lab. Build an Air Force Command headquarters. Build the wall. Following his order, countless towering buildings suddenly rose from the ground. A new base has been built. Chapter 49, Extracting Kurome Gene and Analyzing the HIATUS. This is our embassy. Sebastian walked to the base he had just built with Kurome, while the latter opened her eyes wide and observed everything. This was something she had never seen before in the Empire, but she didn't show any surprise because of her dull personality but kept all of this in mind. According to Honest's order, she needs to send secret letters to him every few days to report the situation here. Next to these buildings, there is a large-scale army. Soldiers lined up neatly and various chariots and tanks. He didn't explain much, but turned to her directly and said, "Give me your Tgthegood for safekeeping temporarily, and there will be an examination and repair of your body afterward." He is going to extract her gene and obtain the formula of Dr. Stylish's enhancement drug from it. Kurome's body has been corroded by the strengthening drugs for too long. Moreover, he can guess from the fact that Honest sent her to him so readily, that the other party sent her to monitor him because she has already been brainwashed by the Empire. However, he is also prepared. Since the Empire can brainwash her, he can also brainwash her in turn, making her his subordinate. For example, Yuri's technology. In the game, the Yuri faction has mind-controlling technology, and there is no problem in using them to relieve the brainwashing state of Kurome. In this way, she can not only become his fighting strength but also be his double agent. Honest can only obtain the information that he wants him to see. As ordered, she didn't disobey, and directly handed the weapon in her hand to him. "I am ready." She heard his words and thought that what the other party had to do was transform her body and use it for experiments, just like what Dr. Stylish and the high-level assassins had done. In the story, she and Akame participated in the selection of the assassination unit. The sisters passed the cruel Elite 7 selection together, but because Elite 7 could not have blood relatives, she was separated away from Akame and became a member of the Group of Terror. After entering the Group of Terror of the Imperial Assassin Force, she underwent body modification and was forced to inject drugs. And then formed a serious dependence and caused irreversible damage to her body. She just thought that the physical examination and repair that he said was the same as what the Empire did to her, and it was just using her as a tool. He guessed what she was thinking, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, it's a little different from what you imagined." Listening to his words, she was a little confused, but still nodded, and followed the engineer into the battle lab at the same time. The system voice sounded in his mind. "Commander, the new technology has been unlocked. Analysis of Tgthegood, March of the Dead, HIATUS cost, 200,000 G time, 24 hours. Extract Kurome gene cost, 150,000 G time, 24 hours. Kurome's strength can be said to be among the best in the Empire, and because of the remodeled body. As long as the head and heart are not damaged, she will not die. Extracting her gene can not only allow one soldiers to reach the physical fitness of her body level and increase the unit firepower to pierce this level of defense but also obtain the formula of strengthening medicine from it, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone." So he didn't hesitate and immediately added these two new technologies to the research queue. The expense was not small, but it was nothing to him now. At the same time, he called Shizuka to his side. "Commander," after seeing him call her, she came to his side with a short trot. The curves of her body also swayed, with an expectant smile on her face, as if she was eager to talk to him. "You are responsible for regulating her body and reducing her dependence on drugs," he said. "Kurome is now deeply affected by strengthening drugs, and if she does not take the medicine for a while, she will have a withdrawal reaction. This is another means for the Empire to control her. If her dependence on drugs can be erased, he can control her better." "Understood." Shizuka nodded immediately and walked towards the battle lab. Outside the capital, in a secret base that no one knows. "Lubbock, what's the result of the investigation?" Nagenda's eyes moved to Lubbock, who had just returned to the base. The latter was following her order to go to the capital to investigate news about Sebastian. Last night, the other members of Night Raid did not carry out the task because of Sebastian's presence. Although the target task was done by Sebastian. They were confused. Who is Sebastian? This is why an agenda, the leader of the Night Raid, chose to send Lubbock to the capital. Lubbock, who is a member of the Night Raid, is not on the wanted notice of the Empire like Akame and Bulat, so he has not revealed his identity. There is also a bookstore in the capital as a cover, so it is the most suitable manpower. Report to boss, that person is called Sebastian, who claims to be an ambassador from GDI, Lubbock said. And today their organization seems to have formally established diplomatic relations with the Empire and has become their ally. The Empire gave them a very generous gift, possibly including Tgthegood. But I have no way of knowing the specific content. Not only that, the forest outside the capital was allocated to them to build the embassy, and in just one day a rather large building was produced. As Lubbock spoke, he couldn't help gulping. It can be seen how terrifying the technological level of this GDI is. Nagenda's expression became serious, her hands and fingers were crossed, and she stood in front of her, her eyes becoming extremely dignified. Honest paid such a high price to please the GDI, it can be seen that they are a terrifying existence for the Empire. Chapter 50, You call this an embassy? Even the Empire seized a powerful partner, Nagenda said seriously. Boss, what should we do? The other members looked at each other at this moment, waiting for her order. Nagenda's brows twitched slightly because she knew that once the G reached an alliance with the Empire, the balance between the Revolutionary Army and the Empire would be completely broken. Even if all the foreign nations fight together, it is impossible to defeat both of them. What can we do about it? To negotiate with Sebastian and make them give up their alliance with the Empire? Or go to war with G directly? This choice is extremely heavy for her because if she chooses wrong, it will affect the entire Revolutionary Army. And may even directly send them into the abyss. After all, she is just a member of the Revolutionary Army, and she cannot bear this responsibility. In the past few days, you should not act rashly and continue to investigate the origin of the GDI. I'll go back to the headquarters right away and report the situation here to my superiors. This will be an unprecedented crisis for us. Nagenda said, and her mechanical arm joints creaked. The next day, officials from the Empire brought gold, silver, and jewels to the forest outside the capital. And among them was Honest Aide, Highschool. He was ordered by Honest to complete the rest of the transaction, exchange gold and silver treasures for the materials owned by Sebastian and others, and also see what the people of G were doing. There was a whole line of carriages, and the treasures in the cargo compartment at the back were piled up into a hill, which looked precarious. For 99% of the people in the capital. This is wealth that they will never be able to obtain in their lifetime. But for Sebastian, this wealth is nothing, because these jewels can be refined into system resources in the end. In another world, the cities around the capital of Japan have also recovered a lot, and he has opened a lot of submines, so the income is very considerable. It's strange, logically speaking, the GDI should have very threatening technology and wealth. Why did they choose to live in the forest outside the capital? I don't know, maybe others like this one. There are all danger beasts in there, and they are the kind that can easily destroy an entire block. Highschool was chatting with several other people who delivered the goods. As Honest aide, although he also knew what happened the night before, he had never seen Sebastian's strength with his own eyes, so he couldn't understand why Honest was interested in him. They move but are found to be shrouded in a huge shadow. It is a huge wall, fully 10 meters high. At the main entrance of the wall, a row of heavily armed soldiers was guarding. What? Shocked by the scene in front of him, Highschool almost lost his footing. When was this wall built? There was absolutely nothing here before. Highschool swallowed, pretending to be calm, but his body was shaking uncontrollably. The soldiers guarding the gate saw the arrival of local and others, nodded, put down their weapons, and led him into the base. This also made him realize that it was too early to be surprised. In front of the west is a building complex. The towering battle lab, the Air Force Command headquarters, and the Tesla reactor. He had never seen a building like this before, and he couldn't believe that this place was still a deserted forest just one day ago. Next to it, there are troops on standby. The muzzles of tanks and vehicles seem to be aimed at them, trying to erase themselves from the entire world. Until now, he finally understood the reason why Honest was so respectful to Sebastian. His army is too close to the capital. As long as they have an idea, the entire capital may be in danger. This made him feel even more fear and awe. Welcome to our embassy. Sebastian's voice brought him back to reality. Mr. Sebastian, Highschool's voice trembled a little, and he even lost control of his body, as if he was about to faint at any moment. As Honest's deputy, he had seen all kinds of things, but he had never seen such a situation like this. This is the gold, silver, and jewelry that we have prepared according to the agreement, please accept it. Ayako bowed quickly, showing a humble look. Just put it here, he said casually. No, 783, you bring your team to help move things. Roger. A pair of infantry came out immediately and moved the supplies that had been prepared a long time ago to the carriage. These are all necessary livelihood supplies, food, materials, etc. For him, who has already controlled several cities, it is nothing more than sprinkling water. But it is extremely important for the Empire during the war. Ayako hurriedly nodded and bowed. Ready to leave here immediately after the material handling was completed. At this moment, he heard a huge explosion and then felt the ground shaking. He hurriedly turned his head to look over and was immediately stunned by the scene in front of him. A team of people was dragging several huge corpses towards the guard base. The other officials around also looked at them with horrified eyes. These people are Boris's team, and the corpses dragged by them are all high-level danger beasts in the forest of the capital. They possess the power to destroy at least an entire block, so only strong fighters dare to hunt them. Although human beings are the masters of this world, in the forests outside the cities, the danger beasts are the overlords, and most people will not go to the forests. In their eyes, going to the forest is tantamount to sending themselves to the mouth of a danger beast. This is also the reason why the forests outside the capital have not been developed. But these domineering and dangerous species have become the trophies of Boris and the others at this time. Boris is a hero unit, so his strength is far superior to that of ordinary infantry, and the power of the modified guns he holds is no less than that of ordinary tanks. The other soldiers have already undergone genetic modification, and their physique has reached Tatsumi's level, and their firepower is also very strong. For them, these fearsome and dangerous creatures are nothing to worry about. Like chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep that have been slaughtered casually. Chapter 51, Gene, Analysis Complete. The blood of the danger beast caused a huge bloodstain on the ground, and the people around shouted. Isn't that a level 1 danger beast? There are also earth dragons. Are they hunting danger beasts? They looked at Boris and other soldiers with shock and surprise in their eyes. Under the eyes of everyone, Boris and others walked up to Sebastian and gave a salute. Report to the commander, that all the danger beasts around have been eliminated. Good, Sebastian nodded as if saying something very common. Send those corpses to the battle lab. As ordered, Boris and the others immediately took the soldiers beside them and dragged the dead bodies of these danger beasts to another place. Ayako turned his head and looked over, and found that on the other side of the base, the mutilated bodies of danger beasts had piled up like a hill. The dangers everyone fears are planted in front of Sebastian, but they are like weeds that can be easily removed. Then we will take our leave, sir. Seeing that the carriage was full of supplies, he exhausted his last strength, and hurriedly led his men and left this place. At the same time, new options emerged in Sebastian's mind. Extract Earth Dragon Gene cost, 50,000 G time, 12 hours. Extract Giant Eagle Gene cost, 50,000 G time, 12 hours. The reason why he ordered Boris and others to clean up the danger beast was not only to ensure the safety of his territory but also to extract the genes of the danger beast to strengthen his soldiers. But these are just ordinary danger beasts, and he has a bigger goal in mind. For example, the super danger beast. Each of the super danger beasts has a very terrifying power, and it is also the raw material for making Taigu. Every danger beast that can be made into Taigu has very unique abilities. If its genes can be extracted, it will be able to greatly strengthen his soldiers. However, he does not know whether the complete gene can be extracted from Taigu. After all, Taigu uses the body of a danger beast as a material and also incorporates a unique alchemy, which may damage its biology. At this moment, the words of the system came to his ears. Report to the commander, the research is complete. The study of the March of the Dead, Yatsufusa, is completed. Get the manufacturing blueprint of the March of the Dead, Yatsufusa. Unable to detect living tissue, gene extraction failed. At the same time, images flashed in his eyes, which were the design drawings. Modern technology can't replicate a thing like Taigu, but he, who has the power of the system, has done it. With the drawings, he can produce Taigu by himself, and he can also repair them. However, most of the materials in Taigu have lost their activity, so their genes cannot be proposed, and Yatsufusa is no exception. Although the zombies were also dead bodies, the essence is that the zombie virus is still active. But this also allowed him to be sure that if the danger beast in Taigu was still alive, he could extract genes from it. For example, the speed of lightning, Susanoo, etc. Although they are Taigu, they are still living creatures in essence. In the story, Tatsumi's Chigu housed a spirit. It is an armored taigu made of the ferocious dragon danger beast, Tyrant. After calling, the sturdy armor will automatically fly out, enhancing the wearer's ability. Not only that, the spirits can continue to evolve in battle. This is because of the super danger beast Tyrant's ability, can survive and evolve in various environments. If its genes can be obtained, then the strength of the entire army will be greatly improved. At the same time, other objects have also been analyzed. Although they may not be useful, they can also be replaced with system resources that are useful to the system. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Curome gene extraction is complete. You can already modify all infantry units, and the cost of each unit modification is 500 G. Curome's gene has also been successfully extracted, and spending another 500 G can further improve the physique of his soldiers and improve their penetration power. The strength of Curome's body is a little stronger than that of Tatsumi's at this stage. Moreover, after he extracted her genes, he was able to obtain the formula for the strengthening medicine. Curome's body was already deeply affected by the strengthening medicine. At the same time, a new option appeared in his eyes. Inferior strengthening medicine cost 100 G to enhance the user's physical function by 20, lasting for 10 minutes. Note, this booster has huge side effects. Inferior strengthening medicine is very cheap, but for him, it can only enhance the human body to a limited extent, and the side effects are too great to be used yet. Upgrade enhancement medicine cost 50,000 G time, 24 hours to upgrade inferior enhancement medicine to low-level enhancement medicine, strengthen its gain effect, weaken its negative effect, and increase the cost. He immediately chose to upgrade the strengthening medicine. The current strengthening medicine cannot be put into use, and further improvements must be made to it. In the story, all members of the assassination team who use the enhanced medicine will suffer huge physical damage and develop huge dependence. If they do not take the medicine in time, they will have a withdrawal reaction in the eyes, and life is worse than death. Honest is an old fox. Although he gave the Curome to him, he didn't let her carry the medicine. This is to prevent her from rebelling. Once she has a withdrawal reaction, the only option is to return to the Empire. As long as she is affected by drugs, then she can only obey the orders of the Empire. This is why he chose to treat her. At this time, Curome walked out of the battle lab with the support of Shizuka. How do you feel, Curome? He looked at her and asked. It feels a little different. She looked down at her hands. After the operation just now, her body has become a little different. In the past, even when she didn't have a withdrawal reaction, she would feel a dull pain, but now she doesn't feel this pain. I also feel a little hungry. She raised her head and looked at him with a hint of expectation in her eyes. As a super foodie, nothing is more important to her than food. Chapter 52, Anti-Brainwashing. Curome's damaged organs have healed. Shizuka, who is in charge of medical treatment, reported the situation to Sebastian. However, she still needs some time to recuperate her body before I can say she has completely recovered. While extracting the genes, the surgery also repaired her body organs. Sebastian nodded and asked her to leave with Curome to eat something. And he started the next step. System, unlock Yuri technology. Yuri technology, cost to unlock Yuri technology after the research is completed, 200,000 G. Yuri is a faction in the game, which has mastered mind control and gene mutation technology. When he was in the world of H, he only unlocked the technology of the Soviet Union. Because at that time the income resources were limited and the only threat in the world at that time was zombies. They didn't have minds and couldn't be controlled by the mind, so Yuri's technology was useless in that world. But now he not only has a considerable income, but also in the world of Akame Ga Kill, the ability of mind control may come in handy. The research is complete, Commander, you can use Yuri technology. At the same time, numerous new options appeared in Sebastian's eyes. Unlock units. Virus type, creature cost, 700 G. Brute type, creature cost, 500 G. Yuri clone type, creature cost, 800 G. Yuri prime type, creature cost, 1,500 G. Hero, only one can be built. Gatling tank type, machinery cost, 600 G. Chaos drone type, machinery cost, 800 G. Lasher light tank type, machinery cost, 700 G. Mastermind type, mechanical cost, 1,750 G. Magnetron type, machinery cost, 1,000 G. Floating disk type, mechanical cost, 1,750 G. A wide variety of Yuri units has been unlocked by him because he has already built an industrial plant, so the cost of all vehicles has been reduced by 25, and because of the cloning vat, ordinary infantry can create 2 individuals. Because ordinary units still need to carry out genetic enhancement and other enhancements, the cost required is far greater than this value. Likewise, these units will become more powerful. Yuri's unit demonstrates its technology in the field of mind control and genetic mutation to the fullest. The brute is the product of genetic mutations. Although they are made of flesh and blood, they have a strength far exceeding that of human beings and a skin that surpasses steel. It may be possible to transfer the previously obtained Danger Beast gene to the brute. The Chaos Drone releases poisonous gas to hallucinate enemies and kill each other. The Yuri clone and the Mastermind can exercise mind control over surrounding enemies. However, he also asked about the system. This kind of mind control can only be used on ordinary people, and cannot be used on people with special abilities. Moreover, mind control will consume a lot of resources every second. Now, he will not choose to use mind control on small fish, and this level of mind control will not have any effect on Kurome. But Yuri Prime, the hero unit of the Yuri faction, is completely different. He can perform more advanced mind control and can perform permanent mind control. With Yuri Prime, it may be possible to overwrite and rewrite Kurome memory, completely erasing the Empire's brainwashing of her, and making her very loyal to him instead. He immediately added Yuri Prime to the production queue. At the same time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Yuri Prime. He is a bald man with deep eyes. Yuri's logo is branded on his forehead. And some kind of special instrument is connected to his head. And under the feet of Yuri Prime, there is a suspension device unique to the Yuri faction, using the anti-gravity device to suspend in midair. Commander, Yuri Prime is reporting to duty. Yuri Prime didn't open his mouth, but his voice was mechanically generated through brain waves, which sounded a bit creepy. Sebastian called Kurome over, and it was the first time for the latter to eat such foods as instant noodles and spicy noodles, which were something that did not exist in this world. After hearing Sebastian's words, she even came to his side with some instant noodles and a few packs of snacks. Yuri Prime, can you rewrite Kurome's thought? He asked, but at this time, Kurome didn't care about his words and put her mind on eating. Please wait. Yuri Prime locked his eyes on her, scanning him with the device. Her thought can be rewritten for that goal. After that, Yuri Prime further presented his mind control ability. Although he is capable of more advanced mind control and can control ordinary Taiga users, they will retain part of their personality, but it consumes a lot of resources and energy, so it cannot be used frequently. And if the Taiga user's power and mental power are very strong, the mind control will not be so effective, unless the other party's mind is shaken, so even Yuri Prime can't control Budo, is death. And others. However, at this time, Kurome was poisoned by the strengthening drug before, and her mental power was not strong, so it was within his ability. Yuri Prime, rewrite her thought, erase the brainwashing effect of the Empire on her, and become loyal to me. Happy to oblige, Yuri Prime replied and then closed his eyes. The equipment connected to the head made a sound, and shot out a beam of light, which landed on Kurome's body. Kurome stopped eating and her eyes became dim, but after her thoughts were completely rewritten, her eyes shone again. Her thought was rewritten successfully, Yuri Prime said. Commander Sebastian, Kurome is willing to obey your orders. At the same time, Kurome bowed deeply to him but still held instant noodles and snacks in her hand. Although she has become his loyal subordinate, the foodie attribute has not changed in any way. Good, Sebastian nodded in satisfaction. It never occurred to Honest that the spy he planted beside him has now become his most important subordinate. From then on, the information he got from Kurome would only be what he wanted him to see. Chapter 53, Rising Technology. After altering Kurome, Sebastian gave her back the Yatsufusa that he had finished researching, and let her move freely in the base, but the latter found a place to sit down and ate something with big mouthfuls. Her face had a rare smile. For her, eating is the happiest thing in the world. Sebastian did not continue to take care of her but began to delve into Yuri's other structures. Unlock building. Psychic radar type, building cost, 750 G. Psychic tower type, building cost, 1500 G. The psychic radar can let him know that there are enemies nearby, even enemies that cannot be seen by the naked eye. He built them immediately, further enhancing the security of the base. Now he has successfully taken root in this world, and what is needed next is further development. Before he knew it, he had been in A.'s world for another week. In this 1 week, the main has recovered most of Japan in the world of H. And the next plan is to go to the other side of the sea and go to other continents. It is only a matter of time before he will be able to recover the entire world. In A.'s world, he has almost completed the development of the forest outside the imperial capital. The forest outside the city that ordinary people dared not set foot on once has turned into a high-tech base. The trees with teeth and claws like monsters have disappeared. Replaced by technological buildings, vehicles are driving on the wide road, and heavily armed soldiers are patrolling around. Seeing such changes in the forest outside the imperial capital in just 1 week, Honest was dumbfounded. The technological level of G far exceeded his expectations. It would take many years for the Empire to complete the construction of these buildings, but Sebastian and his organization completed the construction in just a few days. During this period, Sebastian also obtained the mining rights of several mines in the Empire through transactions and was able to mine rare ores in their territory. In this world, there are not only gold mines and gemstones but also many more resources that do not exist in the world of H, which can also be converted into system resources by the system. Not only that, he also sent troops to go outside the Empire, using spy satellite to search for more locations. After ensuring that he had more capital income, he also unlocked the third faction technology. Unlock Allied Technology cost to unlock Allied Technology, 400,000 G. After unlocking this technology, he can unlock more buildings and units. Unlock units. Guardian GI type, creature cost, 400 G. Rocketeer type, creature cost, 600 G. Tanya type, creature cost, 1,500 G. Hero, only one can be built. Grizzly tank type, machinery cost, 700 G. Mirage tank type, machinery cost, 1000 G. Robot tank type, mechanical cost, 600 G. Prism tank type, machinery cost, 1200 G. Battle Fortress type, machinery cost, 2000 G. Various new units were unlocked, and he squinted his eyes to observe. The Mirage tank can use holographic projection to make itself invisible. The robot tank is a small and unmanned vehicle, and the Prism tank is one of the ace tanks of the Allied forces. Suitable for attacking buildings and infantry, and is manufactured using prism reflection technology. Its prism reflects beams capable of great destruction, and in a group battle, the lethality of the Prism tank may be higher than that of the Apocalypse tank. As the name suggests, the Battle Fortress is a huge mobile fortress with a fearsome defense. However, among the many units, he is most concerned about the hero units of the Allies. Tanya. In the game, that heroic figure left an indelible memory in his mind. She has fearsome power and can easily deal with heavy tanks. Moreover, because of genetic technology, her power is stronger than that of the game. Now he already has Boris. If Tanya joins, he will have another capable commander. He immediately added Tanya to his production queue. And in the next second, a woman appeared in front of him. She wears a camouflage vest on the upper body, and camouflage field pants on the lower body, with various weapons hanging from the tactical belt. Commander, Tanya is reporting for duty. There was a smile on her face, with a bit of playfulness, and at the same time, she saluted him with a standard military salute. Well, you go to the boot camp first, he ordered. After all, the newly created units are at the initial level and need to go through the boot camp or kill enemies to upgrade, and he has already built the boot camp in his new base. Roger. Tanya nodded and immediately went to the boot camp. After Tanya left, he opened the system menu again. In addition to new troops, he also unlocked new buildings. Unlock building. Ore purifier type, building cost, 2500 G. Gap generator type, building cost, 1000 G. The ore purifier is a high-level building of the Allies, which can increase the efficiency of ore refining by 25, in other words. It can increase the resources obtained by 25. Previously, he chose a more cost-effective industrial plant, which could reduce the unit cost. Now that he has a considerable source of income, it is a good time to manufacture an ore purifier. The gap generator can make it impossible for enemies in the distance to use special methods to detect the specific situation of the base stronghold, but it is not very useful now. He immediately built an ore purifier, and under the combined effect of it and the industrial plant, he could expand troops more hurriedly. Chapter 54, Negotiation or War. This is a problem. While expanding his territory and army, Sebastian did not forget his promise to Tatsumi to give the villagers in his village a better life. It happened that a certain amount of manpower was needed. So he directly transferred all the villagers from Tatsumi village to his base and asked them to work for him, and he would also provide shelter and food for the villagers. Although they are just manpower, at least their living standards are different from before. Before, the villagers had no food or clothing, and many people could only live in dilapidated wooden houses, which could not even provide shelter from the wind and rain. Now in his base, not only do they not have to worry about heavy taxes from the Empire, but their life is also guaranteed. This also makes the villagers in Tatsumi more devoted to him. Even many people in the Empire heard of the G reputation and wanted to move here. Outside the Empire, the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. At this time, Najenda was having a meeting with other leaders of the Revolutionary Army to discuss how to deal with Sebastian and G. After she returned to the headquarters. They had been discussing for a few days. When the leaders of the Revolutionary Army heard about the emergence of the G. For the first time, they were also surprised and immediately sent people out to investigate, but they did not get any results. As time is money, they must discuss the final result today. I think we should cooperate and communicate with the GDI. No, since they have united with the Empire, they are already our enemies and we must go to war. Do you know their military strength? It is reported that thousands of troops can be recruited in an instant, and they also have weapons that can fly in the sky. How can this be fought? What is in the Empire now is just an embassy. Then we will kill one to warn the many and warn GDI not to interfere in our affairs with the Empire, otherwise, wouldn't it show that our revolutionary army is useless? I still think it's most reasonable to win over the GDI, just like dealing with foreign nations, promise to give land after overthrowing the Empire. The leaders of the Revolutionary Army were discussing the current situation in a hurry, but after a long time, they did not finalize a plan. No one can easily convince the other party, after all, they have never encountered such a situation. Najenda sighed and finally said, if not, let's use both options at the same time. First, go to them to negotiate and see if we can cooperate. If it doesn't work, it's not too late for us to go to war. Najenda's words have been agreed upon by many officers. This is the most appropriate method she considers based on everyone's proposals. Then leave it to your team. If the negotiations break down, he must be beheaded. We will also assign reinforcements to your team. A day later. The base was attacked at night. The members of Night Raid are a little restless now. They obeyed Najenda's order and did not carry out any assassination activities during this period. They could only secretly investigate the information about Sebastian. As they didn't know anything about G. Technology or their military level. Because of the sudden appearance of the G. The Revolutionary Army is now unable to take further actions, but the Imperial Army can still choose to take the initiative. If this continues, the Revolutionary Army will be destroyed by the Empire. Damn it, what is the origin of that person? Lubbock leaned against the wall, complaining angrily. Stop complaining, wait for the boss to come back first. Mine on the side clasped her hands on her chest and responded impatiently. However, I heard that although the GDI and the Empire are united, the internal environment is completely different, Leone on the side said, with some hesitation in her eyes. It seems that the people inside live and work in peace and contentment, and even many people in the Empire want to move to them. Leone usually wandered in the streets and alleys of the slums in the imperial capital. So she naturally heard this matter from the surrounding citizens countless times. Although she didn't go to their territory personally to be on the safe side, she also heard about the place that the people regard as a utopia. Don't trust them too easily, maybe it's just a scam, Bullet said on the other side. At this moment, the gate of the base was suddenly opened. And 3 people walked in. The one at the front was Najenda. A few days ago, she chose to return to the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army to report information related to the G. To her superiors and wait for orders and instructions from them. Now she has returned to the Night Raid base, but her expression is extremely serious. Beside her, 2 people were standing. They were the reinforcements sent by the Revolutionary Army. One of them was a woman with peach red hair. She wore a headphone-like hair accessory on her head, a lollipop in her mouth. And a pair of long, slender white legs under a miniskirt. She is Chelsea, the owner of the Tgthegood Foundation, who can change her appearance freely. The other person is an extremely tall man, wearing a white kimono, holding a huge mallet-shaped weapon in his hand. With 2 horns on his blue hair, and a red hook jade inlaid on his chest, he is Susanoo, who is also one of the Tgthegood. He has powerful combat power and has been asleep for hundreds of years. He was awakened by Najenda not long ago. In the story, both of them were supplementary forces that were later included in the Night Raid, but neither of them got a good end. This is the new partner sent to us by the headquarters, Chelsea and Susanoo, Najenda introduced. The expressions of the other members of Night Raid gradually became serious, and they knew what it meant to have a new member join. It is likely to go to war with the G. The order from the top is here, Najenda said solemnly. According to them, we will negotiate with the GDI first. Negotiation? Lubbock shook his head. I didn't expect that the leaders of the Revolutionary Army would still want to negotiate with the enemy. It is still not certain they are our enemy. If possible, the Revolutionary Army does not want to face one more enemy, Najenda explained. Then what if the negotiations break down? The glasses girl, Shiel, asked with some concern. Then we will start the beheading operation. Najenda's gaze became sharp. Chapter 55, Final Warning, Advance at Your Own Consequences. Thank you, Tricky, for becoming a member of Patreon. If negotiations break down, we need to assassinate him before going to war, the sooner the better. Hearing Nagenda's words, everyone became serious. Not only to assassinate him, but also to disguise it as the actions of the Empire, destroy their cooperative agreement, and maybe even cause the Empire to go to war with the GDI, she continued. That way, we can step in when they're both weakened. However, the GDI have sheltered an entire village, allowing them to find a place to settle down with great difficulty. Leon frowned slightly, questioning her order. Leon, you are an old member of the Night Raid, so you naturally know the cruelty of war. She squinted at Leon. Sometimes sacrifices are necessary. If a small number of people are sacrificed in exchange for the success of the revolution, it is worth it. Although she felt a little bit guilty in her heart, this was an order from her superiors after all, and she also knew that if they wanted to win the war, they had to do whatever they could. The Revolutionary Army and the Empire are of the same species. The core purpose of their uprising was not to save the people of the Empire, but just to take away the rights and wealth owned by the Empire. In the story, the Revolutionary Army also killed many innocent people, and even to overthrow the Empire, they united with civilians to deliberately trigger riots. This move pushed countless ordinary people to die. After knowing the emergence of the leaders of the Revolutionary Army did not care about the situation of the people but only cared about the position of the and Sebastian. Hearing her words, Leon bit her lips. Growing up in the slums of the capital, she joined the Revolutionary Army because she wanted to change the lives of the people at the bottom. There are doubt, but it was an order from the superior, so she didn't say much and kept her thoughts in her heart. It would be great if we could win them over. This would save us one enemy. Mind said that she didn't want to take too many unnecessary risks. After all, they don't know the details of the and it would be too dangerous to act rashly. I don't think there is any need for negotiation at all. Can an organization that allies with the Empire be any different? Lubbock clasped his hands behind his head, his face full of dissatisfaction with the orders of the Revolutionary Army. So boss, when do we act? His eyes locked on Nagenda, and there was more expectation in his words. He has always been secretly in love with Nagenda. He obeyed the other party's words and wanted to show his strength in front of her. Lubbock is also a very powerful fighter in the Night Raid. Tomorrow night, Nagenda said slowly, her eyes becoming firm. Let's negotiate first. Lubbock and Bullet with me, the other are on standby outside, waiting for our signal. The next night, the embassy. At this time, Sebastian was formulating future strategies in the battle lab. He is equivalent to performing multiple operations. On the one hand, he is commanding the military in the world of to recover various cities, and on the other hand, he is also developing in the world of preparing for further expansion. After cooperating with the Empire, he also owned the mining rights of many mines, was able to obtain a large amount of resources, and took root deeply in the second world. Commander Sebastian, it's time for you to take a rest. Sitting next to him, Kurome held a small bag in her hand, with a line of words written on it, Kurome's snack. She opened the bag, took out a biscuit, and handed it to him. As a foodie, she will not give her snacks to other people, unless it is someone she trusts. Sebastian used Yuri Prime's mind control ability to clear Kurome's brainwashing effect from the Empire and rewrite her thoughts to become his loyal subordinate, which is why she now trusts him very much. However, mind control only changed her allegiance target, and the personalities of the foodies and others did not change. After being loyal to him, she would regularly write secret letters to Honest, reporting their situation, and all the information was edited by Sebastian. Honest never thought that Kurome might betray him, and was even complacent about his plot to secretly monitor them. He didn't know at all that the information he got from her was completely false. Eat something to replenish your strength. Kurome still had unswallowed biscuits in her mouth, her cheeks were swollen, and her speech was a little slurred because of this. Sebastian smiled slightly and took the snack from the other party. At this time, the battle lab suddenly erupted with sirens. It's an alert message from a psychic radar. This building using Yuri Tech can sense and recognize spiritual information that does not belong to his faction. Even if a person can hide their body shape, they cannot hide their inner thoughts. This means that an uninvited guest has come near the base. However, because the distance covered by the psychic radar is very far, these people have not yet had time to enter his base. According to the information provided by psychic radar, there are a total of 9 people on the other side, the same number as the number of members of the Night Raid team. Because Tatsumi has now become his subordinate at this time, so he did not join the Night Raid. Although it's just a guess, he can confirm it in his heart. Now it is late at night, and they may have some purpose when they come near his base at this time. But he wasn't worried. Instead, he looked forward to their arrival. Outside Sebastian's base, members of the night raid were stepping on silk threads hanging in midair like spider webs. This is Lubbock's Taigu, the infinite uses, cross-tail. A strong Taigu that can be used as a trap or a barrier to detect the enemy, and also can restrain and cut. Its silk threads are made from a dragon-like super danger beast that lived in the eastern region's mountains, high among the clouds. It is because they are in mid-air that they are difficult to discover by ordinary people, and they can also have a wider field of vision. Chapter 56, Who is the Hunter? Who is the Prey? At this time, all the members of the night raid were looking at the buildings in the base stronghold with a surprised look. In front of them is a row of towering walls, and 2 towers with unique shapes stand on both sides. No one knows what these 2 towers are for. The interior of the base was pitch black and very quiet. Like a tomb, it was only over a week since he came to this land, but now it has turned into such a startling image. During Nagenda's absence, some members of the night raid came near the base but did not approach. Is this an embassy? What is the background of GDI? Even Lubbock had to sigh at this time. Just an embassy has reached this standard, so what kind of scene will the city where the territory of G is located? Lubbock and I will enter the base, and you, Bullet, activate the invisibility ability and follow beside us. Nagenda's words pulled the others back from their thoughts. The rest is in charge of guarding the entry, and standing by for order. As ordered, the other members of Night Raid nodded. Nagenda also has her reasons for this arrangement. Lubbock's Taigu is very versatile and can be adapted to deal with all kinds of unexpected situations, while Bullet can be invisible. And can hide in the embassy first if the negotiation fails. Bullet, who is invisible, can launch a surprise attack, making it hard to guard against people of the G. Will not be able to detect Bullet's existence. Lubbock was elated, which gave him more opportunities to get along with her closely, and even imagined in his mind the scene of a savior in front of her, with a wretched smile on his face. Bullet immediately picked up the sword on his back, pressed the switch, and the chains wrapped around his body like a python. And a white armor instantly covered him. This is the true form of the tyrant. Immediately, Bullet disappeared, as if he had completely disappeared. This is one of the abilities of the tyrant. Seeing that everyone else was ready, Nagenda led Lubbock and the invisible Bullet to the gate of the embassy. At the same time, the embassy suddenly radiated light, and the gate of the wall opened slowly. Surrounded by several soldiers, Sebastian appeared in front of the trio. Although she had heard information about him from other members of Night Attack, she had never seen him with her own eyes. Now when she was face to face with him, she realized that he was much younger than she imagined. And Lubbock felt a huge sense of oppression from him. Nice meeting, Mr. Sebastian. Nagenda was about to speak her name, she was interrupted by him. Of course, I know who you are, Nagenda. At this time, he glanced at the 2 people in front of him with a smile on his face. Of course, he knew the identity of the other party, and now he confirmed his guess in his heart that the person who came was indeed the Night Raid. But he discovered something more interesting through the psychic radar. Outside his base, there are 6 thought signals, which must be the remaining Night Raid. And if all the members are dispatched, the visitor must be bad. And there were only 2 people in front of him, but the psychic radar showed another signal. This also lets him know that there is an invisible person following the 2. It could only be Bullet who is using Incursio. But he did not expose it, but looked at Nagenda meaningfully, already guessing the other party's intentions in his mind. She came to the embassy so openly, she must have wanted to contact him, the representative of G. And wanted to negotiate. If the condition offered by the other party is very considerable, of course, he will consider it. The opponent also brought other troops. And let Bullet follow them invisibly, which is a counter-move. Once the negotiation breaks down, I am afraid that they will assassinate him. This made the Night Raid negotiations less truthful. However, he looked forward to the other party's actions, because the Night Raid was the prey in his eyes. All of them are Taigu users. Lubbock's Cross-Tail and Bullet's Incursio are very powerful Taigu, and perhaps he can collect Taigu to strengthen the armor of his infantry and vehicle. Mine's Taigu, the Roman artillery, Pumpkin, has very extreme firepower. If he can get it, he can further increase the destructive power of the firearms. Leon's Taigu, the King of Beasts transformation, Lionel, can improve the physique, perception, and resilience of his unit. Susanoo is a rare biological type of Taigu, and he must have genes that are still active. He can extract the genes to strengthen his troops and so on. But what he cares about the most is Bullet, who has the demon armor, Incursio. Not only does he have a very powerful body, but at the same time, the dangerous tyrant is still alive in his Taigu armor, and he can evolve according to different environments. The previous experience of analyzing Bullet made him realize that even if it is not a biological Taigu, as long as there are living dangerous species in it, it will be able to carry out gene extraction. He is going to take the demon armor, in Curcio, as his own, extract Tyrant's gene, and use it to strengthen the military. It can even be used to strengthen himself. With the Tyrant's genes, his body will also become very powerful, and may even reach the level of immortality. This is also the reason why he saw through the opponent's plan, but did not expose it. At this time, Najenda was not very surprised when she heard the other party say her name. After all, she was also a notorious wanted criminal in the Empire. However, seeing that he did not show hostility, she was also relieved, at least it showed that the negotiation had the possibility of success. Moreover, the other party did not seem to be aware of Bulat's existence, which made her think that she had the initiative. It is best to be able to negotiate successfully. If not, Bulat can find a chance to kill him. Since Mr. Sebastian knows my identity, you must also know my reason for coming, she said. Are you here to negotiate with the GDI, on behalf of the Revolutionary Army? He asked knowingly, then waved his hand casually to signal the other party to follow him in. Welcome to our embassy. The smile on Sebastian's face didn't dissipate, instead, it became more meaningful, like a hunter watching his prey fall into a trap. Chapter 57, Sorry, it doesn't work for me. Sebastian brought Najenda and others to his battle lab, letting the surrounding staff leave, except for Tanya alone. The door was closed tightly with a loud noise. Bulat, who was in an invisible state, looked around vigilantly, and after confirming that there was no danger, he focused on Tanya. At this time, Tanya was wearing a uniform instead of a military one, and she looked more like his assistant secretary than a soldier, making Bulat not too wary of her. He felt that the security measures in the embassy were a joke, and it would be easy for him to kill Sebastian. However, because Najenda's primary purpose was to negotiate with the other party, he did nothing. Hi, Mr. Sebastian, on behalf of the Revolutionary Army, I would like to come here to have friendly exchanges with your organization, Najenda said to him. We also respect. Just tell me your purpose, and the polite words will be avoided, Sebastian said slowly. Mr. Sebastian is a straightforward person, so I'll get straight to the point. She took a deep breath, then continued. The internal of the Empire is now rotten, and the people are displaced and miserable, presumably, Mr. Sebastian is also clear. Immediately, Najenda began to accuse the crimes of the Empire and then began to tell the justice of the Revolutionary Army. If it is an ordinary person, her words will likely have an impact. But he knows all the plots and of course, knows that the Revolutionary Army is the same as the Empire. To overthrow the Empire, even if countless people are sacrificed, they will do whatever it takes to achieve their goals, and even promise to distribute a large part of the territory to foreign nations after the revolution succeeds. Even if the common people in those places become slaves of foreign nations, they will not hesitate. Everything the Revolutionary Army did was to overthrow the Empire and inherit its wealth. Moreover, he didn't care about what was wrong or right. The core purpose of his coming to this world was for the development of his power. In other words, whoever provides more benefits will be the one who he establishes diplomatic relations with. I'm not interested in your reasons, Sebastian said indifferently. Najenda found out that Sebastian didn't like this, so she could only express her thoughts directly. Mr. Sebastian, we respect your organization, so if possible, I hope that your organization will break off its alliance with the Empire and join forces with us, the Revolutionary Army. The Empire has existed for thousands of years, and its lifespan is approaching. People's minds are already in chaos. It is only a matter of time before it collapses, and the overthrow of the Empire is what everyone expects. Even if your organization is unwilling to assist us, there is no problem. We only hope that you stop assisting the Empire. Even if they are unwilling to assist them, the latter also hopes that they will not be their enemy. After listening to her words, he smiled slightly. There is nothing wrong with these requests. Hearing his words, they were overjoyed, feeling that the negotiations seemed to be successful, and Bulat, who kept his invisibility, was also relieved. Then what should we do about our loss? The Empire conducts trade with us every week. If the alliance with the Empire is interrupted, we will also lose this trade route. Will you compensate us for the loss? Besides, as you can see, our embassy is built on the territory of the Empire. So can you provide us with more land? Sure. Najenda immediately said. When we complete the revolution, we are willing to give the 5 cities in the east to you. This is the usual method of the Revolutionary Army. They also reached similar treaties with other foreign nations. Now the success of the revolution is far away, and these conditions cannot be achieved at present. And even if the revolution succeeds, they will use various reasons to delay and prevent the transfer of the city, and will not easily fulfill its promise. They didn't want to pay anything at all, they just wanted to use other forces. He knew this. It's just an empty promise, Sebastian shook his head and said with a smile. Najenda's expression gradually became serious, she understood that he was not so easy to be fooled, we are also willing to provide wealth, resources, manpower, and more. Then your conditions are far inferior to those of the Empire. While talking, he walked towards the window, as if he was observing something. Although the Empire is currently suffering from internal and external troubles, in terms of resource conditions, the Revolutionary Army is far beyond comparison. If you can provide me with more than 5 pieces of taigu, maybe we can still consider it. Sorry, this is out of the question, Najenda responded decisively. Taigu has great strategic value, and it is also the basis for the Revolutionary Army to resist the Empire. There are not many taigu in the entire Revolutionary Army. But he directly asked for 5 pieces, which is impossible. Come go then, Najenda. He turned his back to Najenda and Lubbock and said. You want to negotiate with us but you lack seriousness, this makes me very disappointed. Mr. Sebastian, please think again, Najenda stood up and said hastily. It is not a wise choice to join forces with the Empire. At that time, your organization may also be affected by the war, cooperating with us is better. Najenda looked at him with his back to her, and Tanya didn't pay attention to her, so she secretly gestured to Lubbock and Bullet to get them ready to fight. If the negotiations cannot be successful, then the G will become the enemy of the Revolutionary Army. So Sebastian must be executed. And now is the best chance to kill, there is only Tanya who is a female assistant around. As long as they pretend to be the actions of the Empire and destroy the relationship between the two parties, their goal will be achieved. Lubbock's fingers moved quickly, and countless silk threads that were hard to see by the naked eye flickered quickly. But there was no sound. Lubbock used the silk thread to complete the layout in less than a minute, creating a trap without any flaws. Just wait for her to give the next order, and he can instantly chop him into pieces. Chapter 58, Teach me to do things. You will pay a huge price. These silk threads look very fragile, but in fact, they are extremely tough, and can easily cut through the human body. Even bones and metal. This is Lubbock's taigu, the cross tail, made of silk thread that is harder than any metal. At this moment, Sebastian suddenly turned his head and looked at Najenda with a smile on his face. Are you teaching me how to do things? What you said just now is no different from a threat, can you afford to threaten G.D.I.? Although the expression on his face didn't change much, the people around could feel a bloodthirsty aura, which made the 3 members of Night Raid gasp involuntarily. The thing I hate the most is being told what to do. Hearing his words, Lubbock was ready to do it. I deeply regret the choice you made for the Revolutionary Army, he said lightly. But at this moment, the glass window beside him burst suddenly. A bullet flew in at a speed several times faster than the speed of sound, causing a sonic boom at the end. After a few seconds, the sound of gunfire came from outside the window. The target of the bullet was Lubbock's. Lubbock couldn't react to the speed of the sniper bullet at all. The moment the bullet touched his forehead, his skull was pierced, and the huge shock wave destroyed his brain. His head exploded like a watermelon, blood splashed out, staining Najenda's face red. The thread connecting Lubbock's fingers was also revealed, and it slowly fell to the ground. Bullet, who was dressed in his armor, was also stained with Lubbock's blood, revealing the outline of his armor. Bullet and Najenda stood there as if they had lost their souls, not realizing what happened. Lubbock was shot dead in front of them without warning. The shooter was none other than the commando Boris hiding in another building. Sebastian had been prepared for a long time. Before contacting Najenda's group, he sent an order from his mind, ordering Boris to hide in another place and get ready to kill them at any time. The reason why he chose to bring Najenda to this room and stand by the window is precisely because this is the best position for sniping. He had just given Boris the order to shoot in his mind. Boris is an elite commando from the Soviet Union, and a hero unit, who is capable of accurately sniping even a coin-sized target from a meter away. It took several seconds before Bullet and Najenda recovered from their shock and were about to attack Sebastian. But these few seconds of hesitation had already made them lose the initiative. Tanya rushed to Najenda's side with lightning speed. At the same time, she took out a dagger from her clothes and pressed it firmly against her throat. The female assistant who seemed harmless just now turned into an extraordinary agent in an instant, which completely exceeded Bullet and Najenda's expectations. Only now did they realize that the embassy's seemingly leaky defenses were tight. Boss! Seeing Najenda being held hostage, Bullet also panicked and was at a loss. Bullet! Go and kill him. Bullet heard her words, immediately picked up his weapon, and was about to attack Sebastian. After turning his head, he saw the smile on his face, showing no sign of fear. For Sebastian, it is just a copied body. Even if it is killed, the main body will not be damaged in any way, and at worst, a new body will need to be created with a few resources. These clones are just disposable, so he doesn't worry about the opponent's attack. This kind of performance made Bullet hesitate and stop his attack. "Surrender, Bullet," Sebastian smiled and said. "You have no way out. As long as we can kill you, we will complete the mission," Bullet pretended to be calm and said. "Yeah." There is a cunning smile on Sebastian's face. "Isn't it a loss even if you exchange 1 for 9? What?" Hearing his words, Bullet was startled. Because he knew, it meant that he already knew about the presence of other members. Could it be that he knew about their plan from the beginning? "The other 6 of your companions are still waiting outside at this time." Sebastian said that just now he had ordered his subordinates to secretly surround the rest of the members. Coupled with the existence of the psychic radar, they will have difficulty to escape. "If you don't surrender, all of them will die, you choose." Bullet lowered his head, his body trembling with anger. Lubbock was dead now, but he couldn't let his other companions die. He bit his lip tightly, almost oozing blood, and his face was flushed red. But he didn't have a choice, he could only throw down the weapon in his hand, and release the armor. "I surrender." Najenda next to him, her eyes became extremely desperate. She never thought that her plan might push the entire team into the abyss. At this moment, the door of the room was pushed open, and Boris rushed in with soldiers, retaining Bullet and Najenda. Boris picked up the cross tail from the pool of blood and the Incursio, and handed it to Sebastian. "You can't use them." Before being sent away to be detained, Bullet turned his head and said to Sebastian. "The demon armor, Incursio, the burden on a user's body is particularly heavy, and ordinary people will die as soon as they wear it." "I didn't say I would use them," Sebastian said meaningfully, and the latter felt a chilling aura emanating from his body. After the 2 were taken away, Sebastian immediately called several engineers and sent the 2 Tgthegood to the research room. At the same time, the voice of the system rang in his ear. "Commander, a new research project has been unlocked. Analysis of the Tgthegood, infinite uses, cross-tail, cost, 200,000 G time, 24 hours. Analysis of the Tgthegood, demon armor, Incursio, cost, 400,000 G time, 24 hours. Chapter 59, You have nowhere to escape." Now that Sebastian has abundant resources, such a large reserve can make him not have to worry about technological development for the time being. He has already controlled more than half of Japan and has also built submines in other countries and lands. So his current income is already considerable. It will only take about a week to fully control Japan, after which he will begin his plan to regain other continents. The gold reserves of the entire Japan are about 845 tons. If all of them are refined into system resources, he can gain a large supply. What's more, Japan's gold reserves only account for a small part of the world. If they are all combined, it will be a very large amount. Start the research. He immediately added these 2 research projects to the research queue. Then he narrowed his eyes and smiled. It's time to deal with the others. Outside the stronghold, the others are waiting anxiously. The towering walls blocked the sight of other members and made them unaware of what was going on inside. "Why is it so slow?" Mine held the cannon in her hand and said very anxiously. "It has been half an hour since they entered the base, but they haven't come out for a long time." "Boss should be fine," Sheil said with some concern. "It's fine," Leon patted her back lightly, trying to calm her down, but she could feel that she was also nervous now. But at that moment, she noticed something strange. She smelled a strange smell, which seemed to be oil. At the same time, Mine also felt that something was wrong, and the artillery in her hand began to tremble. She raised the artillery tentatively, pulled the safety switch, and pointed it at the wall. A dazzling ray of light appeared in front of the muzzle of the artillery in her hand and began to spin rapidly like a vortex, converging into a circle. The huge light sphere, with its powerful attraction, sucks the surrounding soil, air, and flying stones into it. The huge power of the ball of light surprised her a little. And the artillery in her hand began to tremble greatly. She had to use all her strength to barely keep it steady. The power of the artillery will change according to the danger of the Tgthegood user's environment. The more danger the user faces, the more destructive the artillery will be. She can feel that the power of the artillery at this time is far greater than before, even when she had fought dozens of Imperial soldiers before. It has never exploded to such a degree. This shows that the situation at this time is extremely dangerous. But she looked around but found nothing. What is the danger? She swallowed involuntarily, and her pink pupils rolled quickly, looking at the surrounding environment for the danger. The ball of light was still expanding, and in less than a second, it had more than 3 times its previous size. Yellow flashes danced in it, making a piercing buzzing sound. Everyone, something seems wrong. Before mine could finish speaking, there was a vibration from the surroundings. Behind them, the trees standing quietly also began to flicker. What? Chelsea opened her eyes wide and carefully watched the trees gradually turn into afterimages, feeling an ominous premonition in her heart. No, this is a trap. These trees all disappeared in an instant, replaced by rows of vehicles. The Mirage tank can use advanced light deflection principles to camouflage themselves as trees to hide themselves. Mean, green, and unseen. Want some shade? Nobody's here but us trees. The members of the night raid never thought that Sebastian had already planted an ambush around the base with Mirage tanks. The moment the team stepped into the forest outside the capital, they were already trapped in the encirclement. This made Susanoo realize that his master, Najenda, might be in danger, and immediately grabbed his mallet-shaped weapon and attacked. He's on the move before the Mirage tank strikes. With a loud noise, Susanoo has disappeared from where he was just now. On the ground, there is a huge pit created by his steps. After a gust of wind, he had already rushed behind the Mirage tank group. In the next second, an entire row of Mirage tank was wiped out, turning into a pile of scrap iron. Although the Mirage tank can camouflage, it lacks defense, and cannot resist Susanoo's attack. Mine also fired immediately, and the huge ball of light directly vaporized a vehicle. But what they faced was not only a group of Mirage tank but also the infantry company that followed. They didn't know why the whereabouts of the team were discovered, but now they couldn't find the answer, so they could only choose to fight first with Taiga's help. They wiped out all the enemies closest to them, but at the same time, they could only choose to retreat while fighting. Because the number of the enemy far exceeds them, even if they can temporarily defend, there will always be times when they will run out of energy. Retreat first. Akame shouted to the other teammates. Although she knew that Najenda and the others might have been ambushed by the other party, now other people can't perform rescue operations. If they continue to entangle with the whole team may be buried here. The best strategy now is to retreat first, and then formulate a rescue plan. But at this moment, a familiar voice reached her ears. Sister, we just met, are you leaving? A familiar black figure appeared in front of her. She opened her eyes wide, looking at the figure standing in front of her in disbelief. It was her sister Kurome. In the story, Akame loves Kurome deeply, and another reason why she betrayed the Empire and joined the Revolutionary Army is that she witnessed her being poisoned by the strengthening drug. She wanted to leave the Empire with her, but because the latter was too thoroughly brainwashed by the Empire, she did not choose to leave with her but instead became an irreconcilable enemy. The current Akame has not seen her younger sister for several years. How are you here? Although standing in front of her was her sister, she had already held the handle of the sword at her waist. Chapter 60, Anyone who harm me will be punished even if they are far away. That was her Taigu, one-cut killer, Murasame. As long as anyone was cut by this weapon, their body would be invaded by a poisonous curse, and they would surely die. At this time, Akame was a little confused and didn't know why Kurome appeared in the territory of the G. At this time. Because I am now Commander Sebastian's subordinate, there was a meaningful smile on her face. What? Akame was a little surprised because she was brainwashed by the Empire, so she should be loyal to the Empire. Why is she now Sebastian's subordinate? Her mind was full of questions, but she couldn't find the answer. And she found that Kurome was a little different from what she remembered. In her impression, because of taking strengthening drugs, her body is not very good, her skin is pale, and her eyes don't have light. Sometimes she looks like a walking corpse. Now there is a lot of blood on her face, and his eyes are also bright. What happened? Sister, surrender. The bright eyes of Kurome reflect the face of Akame. You have gone down the wrong path, you can't win, and Najenda and Bullet have been captured by us. Sister, stop it. Hearing her words, Akame's expression became more and more serious. Kurome, do you want to continue to be the lackey of the Empire? Sister, what I am loyal to now is not the Empire, but the GDI, Kurome replied with a smile. Susanoo on the other side became angry when he heard the news that Najenda had been captured because as a biological Taigu, his master was Najenda. He was about to launch an attack and break up the formation of the army surrounding him. But at the same time, a scorching light directly shone on his body. Although Susanoo is a Taigu and his physical strength far exceeds that of humans in this world, he still cannot resist this blazing light. Intensifying light trajectory. At the moment touched by the light, most of Susanoo's body was melted, completely losing the ability to move. The one that emitted this ray of light was the prism tank. Even if Susanoo possesses exaggerated strength and speed, he will not be able to surpass the beam of light. Susanoo is currently the strongest fighter on the team. Without Susanoo, it is difficult for others to fight against the troops. Everyone, give up your resistance, Sebastian's voice came out from the army. Your companions have already been captured, if you resist again, they will only die. His tone was cold, without any emotion in his words. I won't repeat it a second time. Sebastian narrowed his eyes. All the members of the night raid are now in a dilemma. Without Susanoo's help, it is difficult for them to break through. If they resist, they will only lose their life in vain, and will also kill Nagenda's group. There is no other way. The members of the night raid can only lay down their weapons and get arrested without a fight. After capturing all the members of the night raid, Sebastian captured all the Taigu, including Susanoo, and analyzed them. Analysis of the Taigu, 1 cut killer, Murasame. Cost, 200,000 G. Time, 24 hours. Analysis of the Taigu, Cutter of Creation, Ecstase. Cost, 200,000 G. Time, 24 hours. Analysis of the Taigu, Roman Artillery, Pumpkin. Cost, 200,000 G. Time, 24 hours. Analysis of the Taigu, Jia Foundation. Cost, 200,000 G. Time, 24 hours. Analysis of the Taigu, King of Beasts Transformation, Lionel. Cost, 200,000 G. Time, 24 hours. Analysis of the Taigu, Speed of Lightning, Susanoo. Cost, 400,000 G. Time, 24 hours. For him, the night raid is like giving Taigu away for nothing. Taigus such as Pumpkin and Ecstase can be used to improve the equipment level of his units, and Lionel can strengthen the physical fitness of his units. Jia Foundation can further enhance the spy's camouflage ability. As for Susanoo, he can study him, and make him his subordinate. Subsequently, he also sent Bullet to the laboratory for gene extraction. In terms of physical strength alone, Bullet's physical fitness can already be said to be the pinnacle of the world. Boulders can be crushed with bare hands. Even the talented Tatsumi or the elite assassin, Kurome, are slightly inferior in front of Bullet. Extract Bullet gene cost, 400,000 G. Time, 24 hours. After the research is completed, the infantry unit's physique can be raised to Bullet level and increase weapon penetration power. If all the troops reached Bullet level, it would be extremely fearsome. After completing the research project, he is ready to start his next plan. Demonstrate power projection. Although the Revolutionary Army said they came to negotiate with him, they were not genuine, and even prepared to assassinate him after the negotiations broke down. And even if the negotiations are successful, they will not abide by the contents of the agreement. This behavior is fundamentally disrespectful to him and his organization. As a major organization, the reputation of the G cannot be challenged by any forces. Those who offend him will be punished even if they are far away. As for the Revolutionary Army who conspired against him, they must pay a price. A price that made them never dare to attack the G again. His gaze became cold, and he opened the system menu at the same time. A line of data appeared in his eyes. Nuclear missile silo type, construction cost, 50,000 G. This is the Soviet Union super weapon that he has unlocked before. Before coming to this world, he had already unlocked the related technologies, and prepared to prevent problems before they happened. And now, it's time it comes into play. System, build a nuclear missile silo. Warning, nuclear silo detected. Under his order, a huge building was erected immediately. At the same time, the new option appeared in his eyes. Nuclear missile type, superweapon cost, 5 million G. Cooling time, 24 hours. Although the cost of researching technology and manufacturing buildings is not very high, the cost of the launch is a lot. This is not a small expense. Even the largest expense in his history. Even if his current resource reserves are significant, it is impossible to launch nuclear missile endlessly. But for him, a certain number of nuclear missiles can still be produced, and this is also a necessary expense. He wants to show the power projection of the G. But he also wants to see with his own eyes the destructive power of these super weapons in this world. Following his order, the inside of the nuclear missile silo, alarm blared and made a loud sound beeped. A large nuclear missile was successfully manufactured in the nuclear missile silo. Chapter 61, Warning, Nuclear Missile Launch. Special thanks to Donacious and Florian Get Niemanden Wasen for becoming a Patreon. At the same time, Sebastian opened the super weapon interface again. Research Iron Curtain cost, 25,000 G. Research Weather Control Device cost, 50,000 G. Research Chronosphere cost, 25,000 G. Research Psychic Dominator cost, 75,000 G. Research Genetic Mutator cost, 25,000 G. These are all other super weapons that he can unlock. Among them, the superweapon of the Allied forces, the chronosphere, is what he cares most about. He can teleport all objects within the range to any place, regardless of the distance. Although he can open the portal and summon the military from another world, there are limitations. The opening position of the portal to another world cannot be too far away from oneself. But with the chronosphere, all the problems will be solved easily. He can send the military to any corner of the world. Even if he travels to other worlds in the future, this weapon has great strategic significance. Research on chronosphere. With his order, the chronosphere was also unlocked. Chronosphere type, construction cost, 50,000 G. A towering building rose abruptly. Chronoshift type, superweapon cost, 1 million G. Cooling time, 24 hours. There is no need to unlock other superweapons for the time being, so he did not conduct further research. After a series of research and a steady stream of expansion, there are not many resources left. And these two superweapons are more than enough to poke a dent. System, show me the spy satellite. After his order, a huge world map appeared in his eyes, allowing him to see every move of the entire world. In the story, there is a Tgthegood called the Complete Book of the World, Rongo, which records the maps of all places in the world. Even the territory of the Empire, with detailed data from products to addresses. But his spy satellite can do it too, and even do it better. For example, find the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army has been fighting guerrilla warfare with the Empire, and their bases have been hidden, so the Empire has never been able to find its location. In this world, there is no air force, let alone radar. But under his spy satellite, the Revolutionary Army has nowhere to hide. Found it, smiling, he carved a mark on the satellite map. This is the location of the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Launch a nuke. In the nuclear missile silo, a giant rocket stands on the launch site. The engineers conducted the final inspection and operation before the nuclear missile was launched, and then evacuated the site as quickly as possible, waiting for the launch time's arrival. In the launch control room underground of the silo, the commanding engineers stared at the time indication of the electronic clock, listened to every word reported by the operators, made a decision, and issued the password. 5 minutes to take off. 1 minute to take off. 30 seconds to take off. With the arrival of the last few seconds, various tracking and measuring equipment on the site were turned on, and recording equipment such as high-speed cameras and tape recorders were started to detect the launch of the nuclear missile. In the real world, the launch of a nuclear missile requires lengthy preparations and lengthy processes. But he, who has the system, only needs to issue one order. Launch. With an order, the engineer in charge of the launch console decisively pressed the button. Immediately, there was a continuous and huge roar from within the nuclear missile silo. A large nuclear missile rises from the ground. Slowly rising, with flames spraying from the tail, and goes straight to the sky. Warning, nuclear missile launch. And, so nostalgic. The nuclear missile soared into the blue sky, and a few seconds later, the vertically rising booster rocket began to turn. Tens of seconds later, the gas exhausted by the rocket condensed into smoke in the air. Finally, in the vast sky, the nuclear missile gradually turned into a small bright spot and disappeared from his vision. But even if the nuclear missile has flown away, he can still use spy satellite and other equipment to monitor its trajectory. Assemble the military. After the nuclear missile was launched, he said lightly. Prepare for a chronoshift. The imperial capital, within the palace. At this time, Honest was thinking about how to deal with the relationship between the Empire and the G. In the future. Although Curome was placed by Sebastian's side, he was still a little worried. Because the military and technological level displayed by the G is too advanced. He had to make a backup plan in his heart to contain them. Otherwise, the Empire will be restrained by them forever. Now he still doesn't know that the brainwashing of Curome has been removed, and she has become a loyal subordinate. All the information he obtained is false, and his every move is under control. At this moment, he felt a violent vibration from the ground, as if something had just drilled out of the ground, followed by a burst of deafening roars. What happened? What is happening? Horrified eyes, as if seeing a monster. What's wrong? Honest blamed the others for the fuss, but looked up to see what was going on himself, too. In a second, his eyes widened, and his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. He saw the nuclear missile flying across the sky like a comet. In a flash, the clouds in the sky were torn in half by it. It is the maker of vibrations and roars. What the HLL is this? Honest's heartbeat accelerated suddenly, and his clothes were already wet with sweat. Although he didn't know exactly what it was, his intuition told him that it was launched from the G. Embassy. Moreover, this thing gives a frightening feeling. Chapter 62, Under the Mushroom Cloud, There is no survival. Outside the Empire, the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. At this time, the leaders of the Revolutionary Army were waiting at the headquarters. They were seated around a round table, on which was the rest of their tea. Logically speaking, they should have received news from Nagenda today. What was the outcome of the negotiations? Will they go to war with the G? Or cooperate? What is the history of that organization? A man put his legs up on the table and said absently. Who cares, if only they could be our support, another said lightly. First, we pretend to agree to cede some land to them, and then we will consider the next thing after the revolution succeeds. If they don't agree to cooperate, then we can also find ways to kill them and blame it on the Empire's action. This is what the night raid is best at, said the third, with a smile on his face. No matter how powerful that person is, he is just an ordinary ambassador. Wait, did you hear something? Suddenly, a person uttered. The wooden table seemed to be shaking, and the water glass on the table was also shaking. Moreover, the shaking became more and more violent. And countless water cups rolled to the ground and were smashed to pieces. At the same time, they could also hear a howl, as if it were the roar of a beast. What happened? Is it a danger beast? Members of the Revolutionary Army rushed out anxiously. They raised their heads and saw a high-speed moving object rushing towards their location. It was the nuclear missile launched by Sebastian. The nuclear missile detonated in the air, releasing a shining light, which became more and more bright in a short time. Members of the Revolutionary Army are only now realizing that this was a terrible punishment from God. The shrill scream sounded from the crowd, and they flew out to the surroundings like debris. Immediately afterward, the buildings in the base were crumbling, as if they would crash down in the next second. Boom! There was a loud noise, and a fiery wave rushed out of the sky. Accompanied by the earth-shattering noise, billowing thick smoke rose into the sky like an overwhelming sandstorm, accompanied by scarlet flames blooming. The sound of explosions was endless, and houses collapsed one after another. The shattered tiles and bricks fell like a meteor shower, mercilessly hitting the fleeing crowd. The bright red blood splashed everywhere. Splashed onto the fragmented glass, wall, and flowed onto the torn-apart stone road. But this is only the first shock, next will be the heat released by the nuclear missile. The sudden dazzling light made the ground tremble, twist, crack, and protrude. As the temperature continued to rise, countless unfortunate soldiers were caught in the heat wave and turned into dust. The shadow of a human figure turned white. In the entire base, there is no possibility of surviving, and even leaving a piece of wreckage is just an extravagant hope. Not only that, this land has been polluted by nuclear radiation, and even after hundreds of years, no living things can survive on it. Above the base, a huge mushroom cloud was set off which could be seen tens of kilometers away. A single nuclear missile instantly destroys the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. In the embassy, Sebastian used the spy satellite to view this scene. When the Revolutionary Army disrespected him, his counterattack was as big as a large country, so the Revolutionary Army had no qualifications to bear it. Moreover, his attack this time is not only to fight back against the Revolutionary Army but also to deter other nations. This is a projection to inform the world of the strength of his organization. After seeing the scene where the Revolutionary Army headquarters was wiped out, he nodded. But he knew that the Revolutionary Army not only had a headquarters but also countless branches. They must be rooted out. Since the Revolutionary Army and him are ready to tear each other apart, there is no need for him to keep them alive. Prepare for a chronoshift. Other members of the Revolutionary Army who were dozens of kilometers away from the explosion looked at the huge mushroom cloud and were all speechless. The members of other branches never thought that the headquarters with the most stringent defense and the most hidden location would be wiped out in an instant. What the hell is going on? Has the headquarters been wiped out? How is this possible? The headquarters should not have been exposed. The only ones with that kind of destructive power are Isdeath or Budo. No, Isdeath is still on the northern border, and Budo is also in the capital. Who the hell? Could it be the GDI? While these members of the Revolutionary Army were still in shock, a huge flash of light suddenly appeared in the sky. A giant portal that exceeds 100 meters, as if another world is about to enter this world from a crack. At the same time, there was a loud noise from the other end of the portal. What's that sound? The soldiers of the Revolutionary Army were startled by the scene in front of them, and everyone stood there blankly as if they had been frozen. And in the next second, they finally saw the figure appearing from the portal. The military. Sebastian already had a large military in the And now he has directly transmitted part of his military power to this world. Now that the Revolutionary Army has messed with him, he must also teach them a most painful lesson. An infantry field army walked out of the portal with uniform steps. And everyone's movements were completely consistent without even a single mistake. The ground shook as they moved. Each of them has the level of fighting power of Tatsumi and Kurome, and the number is so large that it is like a wave, capable of submerging the entire army of the Revolutionary Army. On both sides of the infantry field army, there are countless vehicles. A mechanized company of this size can overwhelm the enemy even without firing their weapon. Chapter 63, Chronoshift. The engine's hum seems to be the roar of these giant steel beasts, wanting to divide and eat these revolutionary troops. However, the Revolutionary Army realized that its troops were not worth mentioning. Let's take them out. In the sky, countless flying vehicles poured out of the portal, including the Vulture who found their prey and the fast-moving Black Eagle fighter jets. Countless huge airships are the Kirov airship, the strongest weapon of the Soviet Union in the air. Bombing bays ready. Its shape is like a huge missile, with more than 100 meters long, and a pattern of sharp shark teeth on the front end. Kirov airships attack by dropping large bombs, which can destroy an entire area. The Kirov airship has a horrifying bombing capability, but as a price, it does not have any anti-air capability, so other units are generally needed to escort it. But in the world of A, the concept of Air Force does not exist, so the weakness of the Kirov airship is equal to none. What's this? The Revolutionary Army raised their head with difficulty and looked at the airships and fighter jets in the sky, with a hint of despair in their eyes. Now they are extremely regretful that they should not provoke the G. In the sky, whale-like Kirov airships and fighter jets cast black shadows like typhoon clouds. Immediately, countless small shadows fell from the sky. These are the bombs dropped by airships and fighter jets. Run! Someone in the Revolutionary Army realized the approaching danger and quickly issued a warning to the people around. But it's too late, countless cannon fire blocked their hearing. There was a sound of tearing appearing in the sky, and in the space above their heads, countless huge pieces of iron fell one after another. It was as dark as when a rainstorm was about to come. Like the end of the world, the ground is shaking, sinking, and melting, and the space is shaking like the sea. The ground is full of huge potholes and gaps. Under this attack like a falling meteorite, the troops of the Revolutionary Army were defeated. After the fragments caused by the explosion, there was also the high temperature that followed. The entire area was completely engulfed in flames. In an instant, more than half of the Revolutionary Army troops were killed or injured. But those who got away with it did not have any joy, because not only the terrifying air armada in the sky but also the ground troops are also moving towards them. Tucking them down. The infantry and multi-gunner IFVs also opened fire at the same time, and the dense firepower covered the Revolutionary Army like a fishing net, bullets, and cannon shells together. In a few seconds, the troops of the Revolutionary Army were beaten, and there was no room for fighting back. Armageddon is here. The cannon of the Apocalypse tank smashed all the enemies along the road, and even countless revolutionary troops were caught under the terrifying track of the tank and became meat paste. Focusing light energy. The refracted light from the prism tank went in, and the enemy was directly ignited and turned into ashes. We will crush them. Many infantry rode in the battle fortress, with a size of more than 10 meters, equipped with weapons in all directions, without any dead ends. Even the hard walls would be broken by it like paper. Cha-ching. Among the crowd, there is a human figure, Tanya. She twisted her flexible body, moving like a dance in the center of the battlefield. But what she brought to the enemy was death. The pistol in her right hand fired bullets and headshot one person, then turned around, and cut the throat of the other with the dagger in her left hand. Tanya is the god of death at the center of the war. The ground was covered with mutilated corpses of enemy soldiers. Their blood was dried up by the high temperature and turned pitch black. The screams were drowned out by the sound of gunshots and cannons. Although the number of the Revolutionary Army is not small, most of the weapons they use are cold weapons, which cannot be compared with guns and cannons. The war didn't last long. In less than 10 minutes, the Revolutionary Army's troops were almost wiped out. Commander, the task has been completed and the base has been captured. Tanya turned on the communication device and reported the situation to Sebastian. I understand, we will return to the embassy immediately with the supplies. In just one day, he had ordered the military to wipe out all the major strongholds of the Revolutionary Army and seized all their materials. This kind of action made the whole world tremble. No one thought that the G. that appeared would be so frightening. Even the Empire could not have the Revolutionary Army eradicated, but it was wiped out by the G. The foreign nation who cooperated with the Revolutionary Army before saw the tragic situation, and immediately bowed their heads to Sebastian. expressing their willingness to become a member, and handed over a large amount of gold jewelry and various materials, which he exchanged for system resources. This allowed him to recoup the cost of using the superweapon. On the side of the Empire, however, they were not happy about the elimination of their old enemy. On the contrary, people in the Empire were full of sadness at this time. They have already seen the strength and terror of the G. And the revolutionary army was wiped out by them in an instant. The Empire also sent troops to the site of the nuclear explosion to investigate the relevant situation. The people present were all shocked by the scene in front of them. It was as if the place had been hit by a meteorite. Some people who knew nothing about nuclear radiation ventured into the ruins and were immediately eroded. Their internal organs were necrotic, and they died soon after. After getting the relevant news, Honest was nervous. Although the Empire had a cooperative relationship with them at the beginning, he always wanted to secretly use some tricks to obtain more benefits from the other party. Up to now, he didn't dare to think about it anymore. He has already realized that they are a frightening presence, and if he offends them, he will have a good ending. He has no choice but to improve his relationship with them and give Sebastian more supplies and jewels. At least, in this way, he can still enjoy the extravagant life he enjoys today. But at the same time, another problem emerged in his mind. What will happen if she finds out about the GDI? The person that he refers to is his death. Chapter 64, The North. The northern border of the Empire is a place of extreme cold. Unlike the capital, the northern border of the Empire is always extremely cold, even far exceeding the winter in the Empire. The bitter cold wind can pierce the flesh and blood of a person to the bone. Stone-like hail mixed with snowflakes fell from the sky. In the barracks, the soldiers' heavy armor was covered with several layers of coats to effectively slow down the raising of body temperature. They stood side by side in a neat queue. On the other side of the road paved with ice and snow, stood three warriors who were also not afraid of the cold. The first person is an old man, wearing a special ring on his hand. The second person is a man with a height of nearly 2 meters, carrying 2 huge axes on his back, which seemed to be covered with blood, and the third person was a boy who looked like a loli, playing a weird tune with a flute. They are the three beasts who are powerful Taiga users. A woman sitting on the chair in front of them was their leader, Isdeth. She was a tall, beautiful young slender woman with long, light blue hair and blue eyes. She wore a general's apparel with long sleeves with buttons on the upper arms, a blue scarf on her neck, high-heeled boots, and a peaked hat that had the crest of her clan on the front. She is another general in the Empire, a person with the same reputation as Budo. But if they fight head-on, Isdetha's strength will be higher than that of Budo. The Taigu she possesses the demon god manifestation, demon's extract, which Negenda considers to be the strongest Taigu existence. Next to her and the army, there are hundreds of thousands of frozen corpses, standing like ice sculptures in the ice and snow. Most of the corpses have been mutilated, and the faces of the few who can still retain their faces are full of fear. It's all Isdetha's masterpiece. Not long ago, she was ordered to deal with the uprising in the north. In the blink of an eye, she quelled the north was thought to take at least a year to finish, and nearly killed 400,000 troops by herself. Because she was a fighting maniac, eager for a battle, and even deliberately let her opponent die to satisfy her desire to fight. The loss of Negenda's eyes and arms was the result of her, and at that time, she could kill her in seconds, but in the end, she deliberately let Negenda leave. It's not because of the former friendship, but simply to let her strengthen the effectiveness of the revolutionary army and raise a future competitor. At this time, she held an envelope in her hand and supported her head with the other hand. She squinted her eyes and raised the corners of her mouth slightly, interested in the contents of the letter. The revolutionary army was annihilated? She said with a smile, and a hint of surprise in her tone. Negenda was captured alive. I didn't expect that. She wanted the revolutionary army to develop, and then wipe them all out. But now someone has got there first. It's as if the seeds that she has planted so hard finally grow, and were harvested by others. However, she was not angry because of this but was a little happy. This shows that there is an interesting entity on the side of the Empire. Summon an army in an instant, and even have a vehicle that can fly. The GDI. Sebastian. Interesting. Get ready, I'm going back to the capital. The G. In the embassy. At this time, Sebastian has completed the analysis of Taigu. The analysis of the Taigu, cutter of creation, ekstase, is completed. The analysis of the Taigu, infinite uses, cross-tail, is completed. Obtain new material design blueprint. Material design blueprint. Cost, 500,000 G. Time, 24 hours. After the research is completed, the mechanical unit can be modified to increase the hardness of its armor. Ecstase and Crosstail are famous for their toughness and hardness among Taigu. After he analyzed them, he researched a new type of metal material that can further improve the armor of the vehicle. Not only that, other Taigu also brought a lot of buff effects. The analysis of the Taigu, Roman artillery, pumpkin, is completed. Obtain the blueprint for the modification of the Roman artillery. Roman artillery modification blueprint cost, 250,000 G. Time, 24 hours. After the research is completed, firearms can be strengthened. The more dangerous the circumstances, the stronger the firepower. The analysis of the Taigu, speed of lightning, Susanoo, is completed. Successful extraction of Susanoo's gene. Susanoo gene enhances soldiers' physique and strength to a certain extent. Although Susanoo has a human-like appearance, he is still Taigu and not human, and his genes are not 100 compatible with humans. So he can only let his units inherit some of its characteristics, and not completely inherit its constitution. Only living genes can allow his units to inherit their physique. Now he already possessed the genes of Bullet, the pinnacle of the physical body. Looking at the dazzling array of analysis results, he immediately chose to research and improve. When the Revolutionary Army was wiped out, he seized a large amount of gold, silver, and jewels from them, and refined the resources. Although they are trying to overthrow the empire, the leaders of the Revolutionary Army are no different from the corrupt officials of the empire. Including the resources gained from foreign nations and the economic support from the world of H. His resources are temporarily sufficient. At this moment, he is most concerned about an existence among the options, the demon armor, Incursio. The analysis of the Taigu, demon armor, Incursio, is completed. The extraction of the dangerous tyrant gene was successful. Dangerous tyrant gene cost, 400,000 G. Time, 24 hours. After the research is completed, the regeneration ability of soldiers will be greatly improved. Demon armor, Incursio is a special piece of Taigu, because the dangerous tyrant inside it is still alive, which is why he is very concerned about it. Chapter 65, The whole world is about to be recovered. With the tyrant genes, the regeneration ability of all soldiers will be improved. But he can unlock more than that. As other line choices are coming up in his eyes. Commander Privilege, Tyrant Gene. Cost, 4 million G. Gain the Tyrant Genes. Commander's Privilege. He saw this option and was a little puzzled. Although he also gains the Tyrant Genes, the price is 10 times higher than before. His main concern is the so-called Commander's Privilege. What the hell is that? He called out to the system and asked about this. Commander's Privilege refers to the effects only you, the commander, can inherit. He stretched out his fingers and gently rubbed his chin. System, can my clone inherit its abilities? Commander, the clone can inherit half of the effect. The system replied, and the effect received by the clone can also be enjoyed by the main body. Although the clone's strength is not as good as the main body, it cannot be ignored if it can inherit half of the effect. Most importantly, the evolutionary effect on the clone will also be enjoyed by the main body. The reason why the demon armor, Incursio made by the tyrant is the most special among Taigu is that the tyrant as a raw material has special abilities. Evolution. It can evolve itself according to different environments. In the story, the armor can even be immune to Estetha's ultimate attack. If the genetics of the tyrant can be obtained, the strength of his body will also be greatly improved. Although this expense is not small. Comparable to a nuclear missile, if it can enhance the strength of his body, it is worth the expense. So he did not hesitate and immediately chose to analyze. In the world of H. Japan. At this time, Sebastian was sitting in the battle lab, and he had just withdrawn his consciousness into the body of this world. He could feel that there seemed to be an inexplicable force surging in his body, and that was tyrant genes that gradually merged with him. He stood up and punched the air, seeming to be able to tear the air apart. Whether it is strength or speed, he has been greatly improved, all because of the genes. But he knew that the effect was more than that, it can also evolve in various environments. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. The person who came was Saya Takagi. At this time, she was wearing a close-fitting uniform and rimless glasses. Sebastian, 5 more cities on the front line have been recovered by us. After she saw him, she couldn't hide a smile on her face. When he transferred his consciousness to the clone in another world, other things in this world were represented by Saya. It can be said that Saya is his most capable assistant in this world. Well, good job, he nodded in satisfaction. Thanks for your hard work. Hearing his praise, the smile on her face became more obvious. Now there are only a few cities left to completely recover Japan. Is our next plan to recover other continents? She asked curiously. That's right, he smiled. It's time to get ready to go to the other side of the sea. He followed the army and came to the seaside. After all, Japan is an island country, his goal is the whole world. He created the shipyard, and countless new units were unlocked. Amphibious transport type, machinery cost, 900 G. Destroyer type, machinery cost, 1000 G. Aegis cruiser type, machinery cost, 1200 G. Dolphin type, creature cost, 500 G. Aircraft carrier type, machinery cost, 2000 G. Typhoon type, machinery cost, 1000 G. Sea Scorpion type, machinery cost, 600 G. Dreadnought type, machinery cost, 2000 G. Giant Squid type, creature cost, 1000 G. Boomer type, machinery cost, 2000 G. A vast number of naval unit options emerged in his eyes, and he immediately created a fleet, ready to leave for another continent. Not only to transfer the army and get more manpower, another reason why he started to develop the navy was to get the resources of the sea. A variety of fish can enrich food supplies, and offshore oil rigs can also provide a considerable amount of energy supplies for the base. Not to mention the treasures and ores hidden in the deep sea. It can be said that the sea is a treasure trove, which is inexhaustible. As long as the sea is controlled, he can confidently and boldly carry out further development. He first used his satellite to broadcast to the whole world, informing the remaining survivors that Japan had been recovered. And asked them to wait by the sea. Those survivors found it hard to believe such a fact, but they had no choice but to fight to the death and came to the seaside. They think that even if someone does come to rescue them, it is only a ship at best. But when a naval armada appeared on the sea, they were dumbfounded. What the hell? Is this the Japanese Navy? But after knowing that this fleet belonged to G. These people thanked the organization. Numerous troops departed from warships and set foot on land, while the remaining survivors returned to Sebastian's territory by fleet. However, after seeing his base, they realized that they were shocked too early. The city wall and the terrifying army size can take on the entire world. Others are playing cat-and-mouse games with zombies every day, they don't have enough to eat, and they worry about whether they can live until tomorrow. There is such a safe fortress here. Chapter 66, The Night Raid have been mind-controlled. After he finished dealing with some matters in the world of H. He transferred his consciousness to the clone in another world. The current H. Hardly needs any more intervention by himself, Saya and others will recover all of that world by themselves. It's all just a matter of time. After returning to the world of A. He can feel that his body has also been strengthened a lot. Although it's just a copied body. It retains 50 of the Tyrant Enhancement effect, which shouldn't be underestimated. Not only that, but after he fully studies a certain Taigu, he can mass-produce it. Demon Armor, Incursio type, equipment cost, 4 million G. The amount of resources spent is no less than inheriting its genes. He has just built a lot of naval units, and now the remaining resources are small, so at present, he can only create a few pieces of armor. However, armor has the ability of continuous evolution, and can also fly, be invisible, and other functions. He believes that it still has a lot of strategic significance. He immediately added the armor to the production queue. Moreover, he used the research results of analyzing Taigu to improve the armor, which greatly reduced the side effects and reduced the consumption of mental and physical strength. Moreover, he can transform his appearance to suit his body. He immediately wore the armor on his body. He seemed to be able to hear the roar of a dragon coming from around him, and countless chains wrapped around his body and then transformed into armor. The surrounding air began to flow rapidly. And he could feel his body becoming light and unburdened, as if a gust of wind was lifting him. The armor seems to have become a part of his body. With a little manipulation of his mind, his legs have left the ground and floated in midair. He came to an open space, ready to further experiment with the power. He clenched his fist and hit the ground. Boom! The ground shook, and even though his iron fist smashed a huge hole, many surrounding trees were almost uprooted, and the leaves were scattered all over the ground. His current strength is probably far superior to that of a vehicle. After completing the research and experiments, he returned to the embassy and went to a special building. It was a temporary prison, and the survivors of the night raid were all held in this place. All of them already knew the fact that the revolutionary army was wiped out, and they were powerless to change it. Sebastian came to the prison to deal with them in the end. If they can come in handy, he can consider keeping them alive as his people. As long as their mind is shaken. He can use Yuri Prime's mind control ability to brainwash them. Yuri Prime has a more advanced mind control ability, able to permanently and completely rewrite their minds. But if not, he is ready to clean them up. Commander, at the gate of the prison, Kurome smiled when she saw Sebastian's arrival. Come with me, Kurome. He brought her into the prison, and the members of Night Raid cast their eyes on him. Many people no longer had any other emotions in their sight, and Negenda was left with emptiness and despair. Sebastian, your organization possesses such strength, why do you want to collude with the Empire? Negenda, who was detained, accused him in an angry tone after seeing his arrival. The scene where Lubbock was killed is still vivid. What kind of eyes did you use to see that I and the Empire are in the same boat? Have I persecuted the people of the Empire? On the contrary, I have assisted many people from the Empire. During this period, he took in many refugees from other places after taking in the villagers from Tatsumi village. While he regarded these people as manpower for his development, he also provided them with shelter and food, keeping them away from the persecution of the Empire. So these people are very grateful to him. What contribution did your revolutionary army make? Besides burning the flames of war on the common people, you probably didn't do anything meaningful. Negenda was speechless for a while, trying to refute but couldn't find any reason. After hearing his words, the other members also fell into deep thought. He noticed the hesitation on their faces, smiled slightly, and then called Yuri Prime over. Now the members of the team are no longer Taigu users because their Taigu has been captured by him, and their will has been shaken, they can become the objects of Yuri Prime's mind control. After the order, Yuri Prime, who was riding the levitator, arrived in prison. Commander, Yuri Prime nodded respectfully toward him. Yuri, rewrite their thought and make them my subordinates, he gave the order. As ordered, Yuri Prime activated his ability, and the machinery connected to the head began to operate, releasing rays, which connected to the members of the Night Raid like a puppet string and began to rewrite their thoughts. Soon, mind control is over and their minds have been completely changed by him. Commander, their thought has been rewritten, Yuri said. At the same time, the members of Night Raid knelt towards him. We are willing to obey the commander's orders. Now they are no longer the remnants of the revolutionary army, but subordinates of Sebastian. Looking at the few people in front of him who were already loyal to him, he nodded with satisfaction. And now all external enemies have been resolved. The revolutionary army has been completely disintegrated, and the foreign nations that were previously united with the revolutionary army have bowed their heads to him and become his members. The next goal is to start preparing to deal with internal affairs. At this moment, a line of information appeared in his eyes. Chapter 67, Mechs are a man's romance. All kinds of information appeared in Sebastian's eyes, all of which were the actions of Honest and others in the palace. Those who uploaded this information were spies that he had placed inside the Empire. When he entered the palace for the first time, he had already placed spies in there, secretly monitoring every move of the Empire such as Honest. A spy can use cutting-edge equipment to change its appearance, including fingerprints, and imitate people's actions and speaking methods to a 100 identical imitation, others will not notice any abnormalities. According to the information provided by them, currently Honest is very afraid of the G. After all, it only took 1 day for them to investigate the revolutionary army and the Empire could not unravel for more than 10 years. Although it was a good thing for the Empire to lose a major worry, it also made them realize how threatening the power of G was. And such strength is a huge threat to them. Although the two parties are still allies on the surface, as long as the G has opinions, then the Empire is likely to be suppressed by them. However, the current Empire has limited capital to be able to compete with the G. Except for Budos, there are only 2 cards left for the Empire. One of them is Isdeath. Isdeath is the strongest fighter of the Empire, possessing a terrifying power comparable to hundreds of thousands of troops. Not only that, she also has 2 terrifying tricks. One is Mapadma, which can freeze the entire time and space, and she can only use this special move once. The second one is the Ice Cavalry, which is specially used for group battles. First, a large number of cavalry are created with ice. The Ice Cavalry itself has a combat power that ordinary soldiers cannot match. But its real function is to store Taigu's energy. It can store it for several days, and then release the energy stored in one go in the decisive battle, forming a super large-scale snowstorm. The power of this move can cover an entire empire. It can be said that Isdeath is the ceiling of combat power in this world. She is a fighting maniac. So she is more obsessed with killing and fighting than allegiance to the Empire. This is also the reason why she is willing to cooperate with Honest. She clears the way for him, and the latter gives her a chance to fight. This point, on the contrary, is easily exploited by Sebastian. He might be able to harness her love of fighting and control it into his own. Now that he has been able to freely travel from the world of H to the world of A, he knows that there may be more and more dangerous worlds waiting for him in the future. His death can be regarded as a powerful pioneer in exploring new worlds. She desires to fight the strong, and he can give her the chance to fight. According to the information provided by the spy, she should return to the capital soon. It was because of his actions to destroy the revolutionary army that she, who was guarding the north, was attracted back. This fulfilled his wish. And the second trump card owned by the empire is the strongest Tgthegood. In the true sense, a god protecting the country, national defense machine god, HIATUS. It is the first and strongest Tgthegood. It is not only the origin of Tgthegood but also the apex of all Tgthegood. Only the emperor can use it. Honest secretly dispatched an alchemist to transform it, which can open the purge mode, combining the characteristics of alchemy and Tgthegood. The appearance becomes a dragon, and the user will be corroded by Tgthegood and become a bloodthirsty monster. The destructive power and number of weapons have greatly increased, and the hardness of armor has also increased to a higher level. In today's world, only the young emperor of the empire can use this weapon. In the story, even the young emperor who had no combat experience severely damaged the revolutionary army after using the HIATUS, possessing a combat effectiveness no less than that of a nuclear missile. This is also Highest final trump card. But Sebastian knew of its existence long ago and he is also interested in the HIATUS. He knew the combat power of the HIATUS, so he very much hoped to use it as his research object. After analyzing Tgthegood, he will also be able to manufacture the Tgthegood. If the HIATUS can be successfully researched, then he can mass-produce it. Just one can destroy the entire capital. Then if there are 2 or 3, or even 10. However, the HIATUS also has restrictions, that is, the blood of the emperor must be used to activate it. But this is not a problem for him, because he has the technology to extract genes. Extracting the emperor's genes and transferring them to himself and the unit can be done without any problems. The only question is how to get the HIATUS. Sebastian narrowed his eyes and quickly thought of the answer. The existence of the Tgthegood is the top secret in the empire, and only a few people know that it exists. Apart from Honest, the emperor, and the generals of the empire, the only people left who know about the existence of the HIATUS are the scientists and alchemists who are responsible for maintaining it every day. As the chief scientist of the empire, Dr. Stylish and the alchemist Dorothea and the Wild Hounds not only know the existence of the Tgthegood but also often come into contact with it. These two are the best targets. He can use the two of them to create an opportunity to touch the Tgthegood. Moreover, the two of them have mastered many science and technology. In addition to monitoring Honest, he also ordered spies to steal Dr. Stylish scientific research information. But the information is incomplete, and the technology is contrary to common scientific knowledge. Therefore, the engineers produced by the system cannot completely reproduce their technology. And Dorothea is a skilled alchemist. Although he has already understood part of the mysteries of alchemy through analyzing Tgthegood, there is still a lot of gap between Dorothea. If he draws 2 people to be his subordinates, it will not only make it easier for him to take the HIATUS as his own but also further improve the technological level of his forces. Moreover, in front of him, they did not have the right to refuse. Chapter 68, What, they can make Tgthegood. Sebastian smiled slightly, turned off the information in front of him, and turned on the radio. System, contact Tanya for me, I will give her orders. Imperial Laboratories. Various test vessels of different sizes are placed in a row, and various creatures are cultivated in them, some even have only fragmentary organs. At this time, a man with glasses was in front of the test bench, conducting various experiments, and his fingers were moving at a speed beyond the limit of the human body. Beside him, there are all kinds of people with strange limbs. Perhaps it is not appropriate to describe them as people. They are all the products of this man. This man is Dr. Stylish, the chief scientist of the empire, and he can also be said to be the smartest brain in the empire. He possesses a Tgthegood called the Glorious Hands of God, Perfector, which can trigger the precise movements of his fingers hundreds of times, making it easy to manufacture various fine weapons, making him more efficient. In the story, he is not only proficient in body transformation but also strengthens many soldiers of the empire, causing huge troubles for the revolutionary army, and even finds the headquarters of the night raid, almost destroying them. It can be said that Dr. Stylish is the IQ ceiling of this world. At this time, he has just completed an experiment and is appreciating his masterpiece with satisfaction. But at this moment, he felt a sudden chill coming from behind him. A strange woman suddenly appeared behind him. It was Tanya. At this time, Tanya was wearing a combat uniform, and 2 long blades were hanging from her waist. But Dr. Stylish has never met Tanya and does not know her identity. Who the hell are you? Dr. Stylish asked nervously as his brain began to spin rapidly. How on earth did this woman get into my lab silently? There should be tight security here. The revolutionary army has been wiped out. Who is this person? Even the most intelligent person cannot find the answers to these questions in a short time. He did not know that the defense facilities of his laboratory had already been found out by spies, and the information was sent to Sebastian. After knowing the structure of the facility, for Tanya, the hero of the Allied forces, this defense seems to be in vain. At this moment, the two reformers beside Dr. Stylish rushed towards Tanya. They are the products of his transformation, with huge arms, and their strength is several times that of ordinary people. But Tanya didn't rush, crossed her hands, and drew out her double blades. The blade rubbed against the sheath, making a chilling sound. She wielded a pair of blades and easily resisted the attacks of the two remodelers, leaving wounds on each other's bodies. Now Tanya has inherited Bullet's genes, so her physique is close to the human ceiling in this world. The two reformers staggered and fell to the ground, but their wounds were not fatal, so they immediately stood up and prepared to fight again. But at this moment, black ones emerged around their wounds, and moved quickly like poisonous snakes, covering their whole bodies, taking their lives in an instant. The other reformers didn't dare to act rashly after seeing the scene in front of them. What? Dr. Stylish was shocked by the scene in front of him. As a scientist of the Empire, he knew the reason for this phenomenon. This is the scene that will appear only after being beheaded by Murasame. As long as it is a living thing, once it is cut by Murasame, it will be infected with curse poison from the wound and die quickly. There is no way to detoxify it. A scratch will kill and there is no medicine to save. He knew that Murasame belonged to Akame, a member of the Night Raid, and after the Night Raid was destroyed by the G, it was taken by them. Honest didn't dare to ask them for these Taigu, so this made him guess that Tanya should be Sebastian's subordinate. But what shocked him the most was not the uninvited guests in front of him, it's why Tanya has that effect. The two blades in Tanya's hands and the effect of the poison show that both are genuine. Taigu is unique. And the current technology cannot be copied, so he is powerless. But why are there two identical Taigu in Tanya's hands? Could it be that they can make Taigu? As Stylish speculates, these two Murasames were made by Sebastian using the system. After analyzing the Taigu held by the Night Raid, he can mass-produce them, but because of the high cost, he only chooses the most important ones and allocates them to his capable units. Are you from the GDI? Stylish retreated nervously. The opponent's skills surpassed the most elite troops of the Empire. He felt that he was doomed. Aren't our two groups in a cooperative relationship? Why kill me? Doctor, you misunderstood. At this moment, Tanya showed a smile on her face. I'm not here to kill you, but to sincerely invite you to join our organization. Tanya was ordered by Sebastian to come to poach him. What? Hearing Tanya's words, he was a little surprised, his eyes almost slipped from his face. At this moment, Tanya took out a small box of medicine from her tactical pocket and threw it to him. This is a little meeting gift from us. Dr. Stylish caught the pill box and opened it dubiously. The pills inside were almost the same as the strengthening pills he had produced. He was startled. Because it was a top-secret matter for him to produce strengthening drugs for the assassination troops, and he did not expect that they would know such information. He couldn't help swallowing and fed the medicine to another reformed person beside him. The reformed person immediately received the effect of the strengthening medicine, and his strength and speed were greatly improved. Compared with the strengthening medicine produced by him, the effect is better and the duration is longer. But he is most concerned about the side effects after the effect of the drug wears off. The medicine produced by himself will permanently damage the user's body and make them addicted to the medicine. Since the strengthening medicine produced by Sebastian is more effective than his own, the side effects must be greater. But after the time of the drug's effects, he was surprised to find that his reformed person didn't have any side effects. There are no side effects. He is surprised, because no matter how much he tries, he can't see the side effects of the medicine, but the other party has done it. Coupled with the two weapons in Tanya's hands, this makes him even more curious about the other party. Chapter 69, Aiming for the Machine God. Amazing, Stylish couldn't help admiring, and he couldn't wait to figure out the reason. And at this moment, Tanya continued, our commander wants to invite the doctor to visit the embassy. The commander you said, do you mean Sebastian? He has heard of his name but has always thought that he is just the ambassador of the organization. But looking at it this way, the identity of the other party is far more vague than he thought. Stylish lowered his head and observed Tanya, who was still holding the blade and did not let go. He understood that this was not an invitation, but a threat. As long as he refused, she would kill him without hesitation, so he had no right to refuse. But he is curious about them. All right, Stylish nodded. Tanya finally put down her weapon but took out a special device, a miniature chronoshift device. Being able to teleport through time and space with fewer targets and a shorter distance. Although it is not as good as the range of super weapons, it is more than enough to teleport the two of them back to the embassy. She immediately flipped the switch. After fainting for a while, Dr. Stylish finally regained consciousness. He looked around and found that he was already in another place. "Welcome to the embassy," a voice attracted his eyes. A young man was sitting in front of him, and he immediately knew that the identity of the other party must be Sebastian. "Mr. Sebastian, I have long heard your name." He immediately bows to him respectfully. He knew that as long as the other party had a reason, he could kill himself like an insect. "Get up," Sebastian said. After hearing these words, Dr. Stylish dares to raise his head. He saw a row of people standing beside Sebastian, and Tanya was one of them. As for the others, many of them are known by him. Kurome, Akame, Najenda and Bulat. This made him feel a little fearful, and then he realized that they had been playing with the Empire and the Revolutionary Army. "I heard you are very interested in science." Sebastian squinted his eyes and asked with a smile. While speaking, he also ordered Akame to remove the Tgthegood from Dr. Stylish's hands. Dr. Stylish nodded tremblingly, watching her take the Tgthegood from his hand, and he didn't dare to resist. He noticed the sword on her waist, which was the Murasame. This makes him more certain that they have mastered the tech to make Tgthegood. "Then let me show you what real science is." Sebastian smiled slightly, snapped his fingers, and a small portal was opened. Dr. Stylish did not dare to disobey his orders, but at the same time was curious about his words, so he followed him into the portal and came to the world of H. Immediately, he was shocked by the sight in front of him. Towering steel buildings, fighter jets flying in the sky, and orderly and peaceful mechanized troops on the ground. This made him dumbfounded. All these things were beyond his cognition, but he understood how terrifying these things were. No wonder the Revolutionary Army is so vulnerable, your technological level is so high. This made him fully realize that the technological level of the G and the Empire were not at the same level at all. Even he, who is at the forefront of the Empire's technology, seems very insignificant at this moment. "I will give you a chance to join the GDI, Sebastian said slowly. "Here, you'll have ample resources to experiment, but you will help me take charge of strengthening the soldiers." "I will." Dr. Stylish can't wait to say that for him, being able to conduct scientific experiments is his life. In the organization, he not only can learn more knowledge but also has sufficient resources for experimentation. For him, this is tantamount to heaven. "I am willing to be your subordinate." Dr. Stylish knelt in front of him and said sincerely. Sebastian smiled slightly. All of this was in his calculations. He knew his obsession with science, so he would never refuse his request. With the addition of Dr. Stylish, his troops can be further strengthened. Not only that, he was also able to get more information about the machine god from him. "Dr. Stylish, do you have access to the machine god?" he asked. "Of course, I do." Dr. Stylish was a little surprised at the beginning that he possessed information that he even knew about the existence of the machine god. But after thinking about it, the G has such a terrifying level of technology and can infiltrate the palace silently. Knowing these secrets does not mean much. "All right," Sebastian nodded. "I will give you a week, and enough manpower. Can you make a replica?" He narrowed his eyes. "Just having the same appearance is enough." Dr. Stylish was a little surprised and didn't know why he asked such a question, but he replied immediately, "If it is only about appearance, I can do it, but I will not be as powerful as the real one." "It's enough." The smile on his face became more obvious. "As long as you can't see any difference." Hearing his words, Dr. Stylish's brain turned rapidly, and after a few seconds, he finally understood his thoughts. He is going to steal the Shikutazur of the Empire without anyone noticing. For him, who possesses the chronoshift technology, transportation is not a problem at all. "Understood." Dr. Stylish nodded respectfully. After negotiating, Sebastian asked Tanya to send him back to the palace to avoid suspicion from others and told her the time to meet the next day. "Next, it's time for the alchemist Dorothea," he gave Tanya an order. Outside the imperial capital, in a certain city, a group of people just arrived. They are none other than Esteth and her party. "General, we're about 3 days away from the capital." Liver, one of the three beasts, reported the situation to Esteth respectfully. "All right, leave," Esteth ordered. She put all her attention on the information in her hands, with a smile on her face. Above is the portrait of Sebastian. Chapter 70, Master the Tyrant Gene and Start to Evolve. After sending Dr. Stylish away, Sebastian quickly repeated his tricks and brought Dorothea back to the base. In the story, Dorothea is a member of the Empire team. Wild Hunt. A team formed by Honest Son, Sayura. She is an alchemist who has lived for more than 100 years and has amazing insights into alchemy. It was she who transformed the machine god, transforming the original sacred Tgthegood into a terrifying weapon. Dorothea's attainments in alchemy can play a big role for Sebastian. But unlike Dr. Stylish, she is not an easy target. Although Dr. Stylish is the chief scientist of the Empire, what he pursues is to conduct scientific experiments without worry. As long as Sebastian can provide scientific research resources that interest him, then the latter will follow him wholeheartedly. But Dorothea is not like this. She is loyal to Sayura, the son of the minister, and is very close to Honest, so she is likely to leak information to Honest therefore. Sebastian does not talk with her like he did to Dr. Stylish, but first takes away her Taigu, and then uses Yuri's mind control ability to completely brainwash her and become his subordinate. Since then, she can not only provide him with alchemy technology but also become Sebastian's spy in Honest Circle. Sebastian is going to replace the machine god with a fake, and she can assist him in making the plan seamless. Every day after that, Dorothea and Dr. Stylish conducted scientific research in the palace during the day. And at night Tanya would be ordered to bring them back to the embassy to strengthen Sebastian's troops and assist in making a fake machine god, no one able to discover its secrets. Sebastian also entrusted them and his engineers to build several training rooms of his own. Various extreme environments are simulated in the training room, such as blizzards, storms, and lightning. These all simulate the attack methods of Esdeath and Budo and even set up mechanisms to prevent problems before they happen. And Sebastian will set foot in it and train in these extreme environments. The reason why Sebastian did this was because he already had the genes of the tyrant. It can evolve according to different environments, and Sebastian just wants to evolve the corresponding resistance to prevent problems before they happen. What Sebastian is using at this time is just a clone, and he will not feel any pain. And the evolution effect received by the clone can also be inherited on the main body. In other words, Sebastian can practice without injury or pain, and without facing any risks. After a few days of training, the gene in Sebastian's body has evolved. Commander, the tyrant gene in your body has evolved. Gain basic cold resistance. Gain base fire resistance. Gain basic lightning resistance. After acquiring various resistances, Sebastian's power has improved by leaps and bounds, and he is already immune to various attacks. At the same time, Sebastian has also reproduced the Taiga that Dr. Stylish has. Glorious Hands of God, Perfector type, equipment cost, 1 million G. After recovering almost the entire Japan, the resources owned by him increased a lot, plus the resources from other continents and oceans, he soon possessed more than enough resources. Sebastian quickly created a lot of perfectars and distributed them to several of his engineers, greatly increasing their research efficiency. At this time, Sebastian had just walked out of the training room and happened to meet Dorothea and Dr. Stylish, who had just finished their research. Commander Sebastian, Dorothea took the relevant information and walked up to Sebastian respectfully, reporting the relevant situation. I have successfully integrated alchemy into the shell of the vehicle, which can be repaired by itself after the vehicle is damaged. Dr. Stylish also went to Sebastian at the same time. Commander Sebastian, I have modified the 7th Infantry Battalion, and built more weapons into their bodies. Hearing what the two said, Sebastian nodded in satisfaction, very good. After the two joined, Sebastian's research speed increased a lot. And his military strength has also been greatly improved. Dorothea's alchemy allows Sebastian's vehicle to repair itself, which greatly reduces the possible damage during battles and saves the cost of repairing them. Now even the infantry unit is terrifying, everyone is like a small tank. Inside the palace. At this moment, Honest was distraught. Although the revolutionary army has been wiped out and the foreign nations have surrendered, the target of their surrender is not the empire, instead, it is the G. This made him very concerned. This kind of behavior has unintentionally shown that in the hearts of foreign nations, the reputation of G is far higher than that of the empire. If the G is hostile to the empire, they can only defend passively. Although he used to indulge in luxury every day, now he lives in worry every day. Because everything he owns is built in the empire, without the empire, he would have nothing. And a troublesome person is coming back, Esdeath. Although it is said that Esdeath and Honest have a cooperative relationship on the surface, he is a little afraid of her. The strength of the latter is too terrifying. Fortunately, she has no pursuit of righteousness but desires to kill and war, which allows them to reach an agreement. If this is not the case, he is not enough to kill her. He suddenly had an idea in his heart, maybe he could use her to contain Sebastian and G. Even if it is the G, they must be a little bit afraid of her. After all, she can be said to be the strongest Taiga user in the world. And also the only two trump cards of the empire. If there is no way out, then he has to activate the ultimate weapon, the machine god. If G continues to develop like this, the consequences will be disastrous. Honest took a deep breath, pulled his thoughts back, and the fat on his face also twitched. No, don't worry, there is no need for Machine God to be dispatched yet, Death can handle everything, I will never let GDI go on like this again. Chapter 71, Death go to the embassy. In the early morning of the next day, Sebastian was checking the progress of the missions of the two worlds in the embassy. In just a few days, many cities and countries in the world of H were recovered by him. But in the world of A, he can send his men to the territories where the foreign nations are located and build many structures because the various nations have surrendered to him. Although they are far inferior to the empire in terms of culture and economy, the resources they possess are very rich. The denizen may not know the existence of these ores because of their insufficient level of exploration and mining. After Sebastian took over these mines, he made his resources more abundant. These are all ores that did not exist in the original world, and the rate of conversion into system resources is also very high. At this moment, Sebastian received an alarm signal from the psychic radar. As 4 people were approaching his stronghold, he smiled slightly and immediately guessed the other party's identity. It should be Death and the 3 beasts. Sebastian can receive intelligence from spy reports every day, so he knows that today should be the day when she returns. Ready to welcome the guest. Outside the gate of the embassy, a woman was looking at the building in front of her with great interest. It is Death. The 3 people beside her are her subordinates, the 3 beasts. The 3 beasts looked at these towering buildings and the forts on both sides, with unconcealed surprised expressions on their faces. Even the 3 beasts who fought at many places have never seen such a building. But Death had a smile on her face, and she was even more curious about Sebastian in her mind. According to the news from the capital, she already knew what Sebastian had done. He deterred Budo, wiped out the danger beasts outside the forest of the capital, and wiped out the revolutionary army within 1 day, which made her eager to get acquainted with him. At this moment, Sebastian, surrounded by his soldiers, came before her. You must be Mr. Sebastian. Death narrowed her eyes and observed him. He is much younger than she imagined, but from his gaze, she can feel that he is not a normal person. That's right, General Death, Sebastian responded to the other party with a smile on his face. A smile appeared on Death's face. This was the first time she had seen someone behave so calmly after knowing her identity. May I ask what the purpose of Ms. Death coming here is? Sebastian asked with a smile. I heard about the great feats of Mr. Sebastian in helping us put down the rebellion. As a general of the empire, I need to come to express my gratitude, she said. That's too polite, General. Sebastian stretched out his hand. Please come in. Death followed Sebastian into the base. She carefully observed the surroundings. On both sides were the regiments standing like statues, showing that they had been disciplined. Not only that, countless tanks and vehicles have attracted her attention. She had heard that Sebastian possessed a strong and high technological level beyond cognition, so she was curious about him. She stopped suddenly, her eyes locked on a tank. It is the Apocalypse tank. It is nearly 10 meters long, and the 4 segmented tracks seem to be able to clear all obstacles. 2 giant cannons stand in front of the tank, capable of firing large shells. The current Apocalypse tank has been modified and strengthened, and its power has been raised to a higher level. This made her interested in it. Sir Sebastian, what is this? She was curious. It is an Apocalypse tank, Sebastian said lightly. It's one of the vehicles of our organization. I wonder how powerful it is. There was a hidden meaning in her words. I wonder if I can experience its power. Sure, Sebastian narrowed his eyes, and the other party became interested in its power as expected. Soon Sebastian ordered his units to drive the Apocalypse tank to an open field, where the heavy tracks crushed the soil on the ground. Death, who was standing aside, looked more and more forward to it. Start. Following Sebastian's order, the Apocalypse tank fires its cannon. Boom. Boom. From the 2 barrels, at the same time, 2 shells are fired from the gun barrels. It seeps a fiery temperature. And the sound of piercing the air is like the roar of a wild beast. The ground was also blasted into 2 craters by the 2 speeding shells. On the flight path of the shell, all obstacles were smashed, and there was no end in sight at the other end. Looking at the scene in front of them, the 3 beasts showed surprised expressions. They did not expect the destructive power of the Apocalypse tank to be so great. This power is stronger than all weapons in the Empire. What's more, they all saw that the number of Apocalypse tanks owned by Sebastian was no less than 100, and they were only within the range of vision. The real number is probably much more than that, maybe in the hundreds or even thousands. Interesting, this kind of toy is much more interesting than the ones in the capital, Death smiled and said. At the same time she turned her head and looked at Sebastian meaningfully. But I don't know why the GDI has prepared so many troops, could it be, do you have some opinions about the Empire? In an instant, after she asked, the smile on her face was extraordinarily cold, like the winter. Around her, the air made a crisp sound, which was the sound made by the water in the air being frozen, and a cold gust emanated from her body as if the god of death had come. The surrounding lush woods were instantly covered with a layer of white frost, and the temperature nearby suddenly dropped. This was just the gust that she gave off before the battle. She was ordered by Honest to project her strength to Sebastian today, forcing the other party to feel a little spooked. However, he specifically told her not to cross the boundary and turn against the G. Otherwise the Empire would face an enemy more difficult than the Revolutionary Army. But now, after seeing their military strength, she couldn't restrain her excitement. Chapter 72, Let me show you how narrow your world is. The temperature is getting lower and lower, and a layer of frost has formed on the surrounding ground. Even the three beasts, her confidant, had to retreat a few steps because of the unbearable cold. Huge ice was pulled up from the ground, even freezing the apocalypse tank beside her. General, Liver whispered to remind her to control her emotions. But at this time she didn't listen to her subordinate's words at all, she was looking forward to Sebastian's anger, and she was eager to start a fight. She is eager for war, and Sebastian's military is more interesting than the Revolutionary Army. About Honest's order, she didn't care. However, she noticed that even in the face of such a low temperature, Sebastian's face remained unchanged, as if there was no change at all. For normal people, this temperature has reached a bone-piercing level, and it is difficult to sustain it for too long even with willpower. But Sebastian didn't respond. This let her know that he, as the diplomatic ambassador of the G, is not a slacker. This is because he has already transplanted Bulat's genes into the main body, which can evolve according to various environments and crises, and even the clone can also inherit part of the effects. So he was already immune to the cold. Sorry, but your empire is not worthy of being the target of us. At this moment, Sebastian spoke and his tone was far colder than that of his death. Also, I think it's not worthwhile to bury the entire empire because of the general, just for the sake of quick fun. Sebastian always had a calm smile on his face, as if he could see through her inner thoughts. Sebastian's words were tantamount to a provocation to the empire in the ears of the three beasts. Among them, Liver was the most emotional, because he was an accomplished general in the empire. Don't be rude, he said angrily, but at this moment, Liver felt a trace of coldness from his neck. A sharp knife rests on his neck. Liver turned his head sideways, looking behind him vigilantly from the corner of his eye. But at this moment, he heard a familiar voice, "This is the G.D.I. territory, don't act rashly." Bulat? Liver was a little surprised, it was Bulat standing behind him. Bulat had been Liver's subordinate before defecting from the Empire, and the latter also knew that he had joined the Revolutionary Army. But he never thought that he would appear in this territory. Shouldn't Bulat, a revolutionary soldier, have been killed by Sebastian? Why did he appear in this place? Liver looked at his other companions of the three beasts from the corner of his eye but found that they were also threatened by others. Akame and Kurome. Not only the Revolutionary Army, but even the assassination troops have become their subordinates. What's going on? And how did they manage to move quietly to their side? They didn't know that Sebastian used Yuri's mind control ability to change the thought of the night raid and brainwash them into becoming his subordinates. The news I received was that the Revolutionary Army was wiped out. I didn't expect you to be a member of the Revolutionary Army. Isteth looked at Sebastian, feeling that the situation was a little interesting. No, now they are just my subordinates, loyal to the G.D.I., Sebastian said with a smile, his eyes fixed on her. Everyone, your actions just now are already disrespectful to us, I will only warn you for the first time. While Sebastian was speaking, the three beasts and Isteth felt a murderous aura. Interesting, Isteth also felt his murderous aura but felt that she was somewhat attracted by this murderous aura. She has experienced countless battles and has seen the fear and hatred of the people she slaughtered. But this kind of murderous aura is above them, like a hunter who has seen his prey. At this moment, she heard the sound of ice shattering and turned her head to see that the apocalypse tank, which was supposed to be sealed in the ice, moved, and the ice covering it appeared cracked. And the muzzle of the tank has been aimed at her. The ice from Isteth is not ordinary ice, it is harder than steel. But the apocalypse tank can still move. This is enough to show that the world is much bigger than she imagined. This made her more interested in Sebastian, and there seemed to be a strong attraction in this person, which attracted her attention. She collected her thoughts, and the temperature began to rise rapidly. The Empire does not know the etiquette of your organization, and I am deeply sorry for the previous offensive behavior, she said with a smile on her face. Since Mr. Sebastian said that the Empire is not worthy of being your enemy, then what kind of entity can enter your eyes? She asked curiously. World, Sebastian replied lightly. World? She was a little puzzled. Except for the G. That appeared out of thin air, the Empire is the most powerful country in the world. Sebastian denied that the Empire was their goal. Not this world, it's another world, a world that is more powerful than this world. Sebastian raised his head and looked at the sky, as if the sun had already belonged to him. In the unknown world, it is not certain that there is a more powerful existence. Estes was astonished for a few seconds, then burst out laughing. Sir, Sebastian, these words are really hard to believe. Although she said so, she was thinking at the same time in her heart. According to the intelligence report, Sebastian can summon an army out of thin air, and has weapons far beyond the level of this world. It was as if he did not belong to this world. Let me show you how narrow your world is. Sebastian snapped his fingers, and a portal to another world opened. Let's go to another world to see. Esteth looked at the portal in front of her, and the smile on her face became more obvious. She followed Sebastian into the portal and disappeared. The three beasts on the side were nervous, for fear that this was a trap. After dozens of minutes, the portal was opened again, and Sebastian and Esteth returned. General. The three beasts asked eagerly. But at this time, Estetha's eyes were wide open, and her eyes were locked on Sebastian, with a smile on her face. What a shocker. Chapter 73, I, Esteth, hereby declare. Just now, Esteth and Sebastian traveled through the portal to the world of H. And invited the other party to follow him on a black eagle to overlook the world. After the fighter jet was launched, she was a little surprised that this vehicle was consistent with intelligence and could fly. And at such an exaggerated speed. The Black Eagle can easily have a speed exceeding Mach 2, which is impossible for any vehicle or danger beast in the A. On the plane, Esteth was able to see the whole city. Now the entire Japan has recovered and has become part of G. I, and the dilapidated streets are now full of vibrancy. Such a scene has never been seen by Esteth in her life. Looking at the vast city that is far more developed than the Empire. She was finally able to confirm that she was in another world. When she returned to her world, she still couldn't forget the scene just now. It's amazing, she couldn't help admiring, which made the three beasts even more curious about what their boss had seen. Mr. Sebastian, I finally understand what you mean. This world of ours is just one of your goals, right? What you want is to control the different world. She finally understood the narrowness of her thinking, and what she conquered was just one nation after another. But Sebastian's goal is the whole world. I can provide you with the opportunity to go to other worlds, allowing you to experience more exciting and intense battles. Sebastian looked at her and said slowly. But as a condition, you will join me, and you must not betray me in the slightest. It's the first time someone talks to me like that. A smile appeared on her face. In the Empire, neither Honest nor the Emperor dared to talk like that in front of her. Not only because she is the most powerful individual in the world, but also has almost half of the country's military power. These soldiers are not loyal to the Empire but to her. Except for her. No one can command these troops, not even Budo. As long as she wants to rebel, no one in the Empire can stop her, even Budo can't do it. But because she has no desires other than fighting, and she doesn't care about being promoted to a higher position, this also allows Honest to cooperate with her. Sebastian was the first person who dared to speak to her like this and also asked the other party to be loyal to him. Esteth didn't dislike such words but was excited by what she saw and heard just now and the leadership shown by him. Her heart beat faster and faster. As long as she can fight. She is willing to do anything. From one point of view, she is the most likely person in the Empire to be controlled by Sebastian. Under the shocked eyes of the three beasts, she knelt on the ground, the edge of her body moved accordingly, and her long blue hair fell on the ground. I, Esteth, hereby declare, my body shall serve under you, your fate shall be my sword. TN, if you know where this is from, you get a cookie. Even the three beasts did not expect the development of the situation to be like this. But since she has already surrendered, as her subordinate, they can only obey. We are willing to obey your command, Sir Sebastian. Very good, Sebastian narrowed his eyes, all of this was in his calculations. As a fighting maniac, Esteth could not refuse the condition of conquering other worlds. May I ask when we will go to another world? Esteth said impatiently. There's no rush, we still need to prepare, Sebastian said with a smile. Before that, I want to extract your genes. Soon, Sebastian sent her into the laboratory, and at the same time related options also popped up. Extract Esteth gene cost, 2 million G. Time, 24 hours. As a research target, extracting Estetha's genes is much more expensive than extracting other people's genes or analyzing Taigu. Not only does she have the world's top physical strength, she may even be above Bullet. And Istetha's Taigu has been fused with her body. Her Taigu, demon god manifestation, demon's extract, is an extremely terrifying ice Taigu, which was forged from the blood of a super danger beast that is said to live in the extreme north. It was placed in a jar and drunk, everyone who did it went crazy. Isteth drank the whole jar of blood directly, not only suppressing the madness but also completely absorbing the Taigu's power. This is the reason why she stood at the top of this world. It can be said that Isteth and the Taigu have now been fully integrated into one. Therefore, if you extract the genes of Isteth, you can also obtain this powerful ice Taigu. With the addition of the demon's extract, Sebastian's strength will also get a huge leap. The capital, within the palace. At this time, Honest was whining in his mansion. Compared with the previous days, he has lost more weight, and the fat on his face can't hide the dark circles under his eyes. He gave the order feebly, asking his servant, "Is General Isteth back?" Honest's tone was a little anxious. "The general hasn't come back yet," the servant replied respectfully, but this was the 13th time he had asked him. It has been a full day since Isteth went to the embassy. In the beginning, Honest was a little nervous. Even though he told her not to be too excessive. He was still afraid that she would do something excessive and directly cause the Empire to go to war with the G. But she didn't come back for a long time, which made Honest even more flustered. Why hasn't her groups come back yet? So what happened? Would even Isteth have been killed by them? Honest is sitting on pins and needles now, but he doesn't dare to go to their territory to confirm. He didn't know that the current Isteth, together with her 3 beasts, had already become Sebastian's subordinates. Chapter 74, Portal, open again, go to the new world. Before you know it, a day has passed. Istetha's gene extraction has also been completed. Extraction of Isteth gene is successful. The research of the demon god manifestation, demon's extract is completed. Following the sound of the system reminder, Sebastian can now raise his soldier's ability to the level of Isteth. And new options also appeared in front of him. Demon God Manifestation, Demon's Extract, Commander Privilege. Cost, 10 million G. After the research is completed, the commander will have the ability of Demon's Extract. Isteth Skill Memory. Cost, 1 million G. After the research is completed, the unit will be able to obtain all the combat skills of Isteth. You want 10 million? It is equal to a few nuclear missiles. And I can inherit her skill. The ability to inherit this Taigu can be said to be the most expensive of all his production and research projects. But for him, such actions are not a loss. As nuclear missiles are consumables. Although they are powerful, they need to be remanufactured after they are used up. But the power of the demon's extract is permanently improved for him. Although the expenses have increased, at the same time, his income is higher than before. And he can get a lot of resources every day, so this ratio is not a big wound for him. As for combat skills, it can not only strengthen the combat effectiveness of the troops but also allow them to use Taigu's abilities more skillfully. He clicked, yes, immediately, a powerful force surged into his body. And at the same time, a new memory flooded into his mind. These are all the fighting skills of Isteth. He stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers, and the surrounding air instantly froze into ice. He has fully inherited the power of Isteth as if he was born with it. Although it is said that a Taigu user can use at most 1 Taigu at the same time if he uses more than 1 Taigu forcibly. It may cause irreversible damage to the body, but the Taigu produced by him through the system does not have these restrictions. So he is not only using Incursio but at the same time activates the ability of the demon's extract. It can be said that Sebastian's strength is already at a very terrifying level. At this moment, the system sounded again, "Commander, your technological and military level has broken through level 2, and the door to another world has been opened." It is turned on again. Sebastian smiled slightly, and now he has been able to open the door to another world. In the world of A. Although he does not control much land on the surface, all the nations around obey him and become members of the G. Half of the world has joined the G. In this way, the only thing he needs to deal with is the threat of the Empire. And Isteth, who is the strongest in the Empire, has already yielded to him, which gives him enough experience to develop the third world. Once Sebastian completes the study of the Shikudazer, the entire world of A will fall under him. Moreover, Sebastian has realized that as the intensity of research projects and production units increases, the cost and research expenses will increase, and resources may become stretched at that time. So he also needs to go to other worlds to obtain more resources. It also unlocks more technologies and units. At this time, Isteth also came out of the battle lab, and she just finished the operation, but she was full of can't wait. "Commander, when can we go to the new world?" Isteth said excitedly. "It will be ready soon, just make a little preparation. Sebastian made another clone and transferred his consciousness into it so that no matter what dangers he encounters in another world, nothing will happen. At the same time, he called Tanya, Boris, Akame, Kurome, and a group of Navy SEALs to form a team to explore the new world and let Yuri and Nagenda stay at this time to ensure the stable development of his forces in the world. Now that Nagenda has been brainwashed to become his subordinate, and as a former general of the Empire and leader of night raids, she is also suitable for this position. Are you ready, everyone? Sebastian asked. I am ready, Isteth said impatiently. Very good, let's go. After that, Sebastian took his team to the new world. After passing through the gate of another world, Sebastian controlled the clone and organized his troops. At this time, it was night, so they couldn't see their fingers. And only the faint moonlight barely penetrated the clouds, allowing them to see the road ahead. The branches of the huge trees are intertwined, turning into a strange shadow, which seems to devour all the people who step into this place. Is this a different world? Isteth looked around with great interest. Can someone show up who can interest me? Turn on the flashlight. With Sebastian's order, the Navy SEALs under him immediately turned on their tactical flashlights, directly illuminating the road. The current task is to grasp the relevant information of this world as soon as possible, Sebastian said, and immediately led his subordinates towards a certain direction. The entire forest was silent, like a tomb, but he noticed along the path that someone walked out of the forest. Many footprints had just been left on it, and various footprints were mixed. He carefully observed the footprints. Judging from the depth and shape, this allows him to be sure that there is indeed civilization in this world. But what caught his attention was that according to the distance of the footprints, this person seemed to be running or fleeing from something. There were scattered bloodstains on the ground. On the other side, there is a deeper and larger footprint, which shows the strength of the person's footsteps when moving. That's not something ordinary humans can do. Commander, there seems to be something interesting waiting for us ahead. At this moment, Isteth seemed to notice something keenly, with a smile on her face. Sebastian also noticed that there was a faint smell of blood in the air, which became more intense as he moved forward. Chapter 75, Demon Slayer. Everyone stay alert, go and see what happened, Sebastian calmly gave the order. From the clues, he can confirm that there is human civilization in this world, and there seem to be some dangerous creatures in this forest. He also ordered everyone to keep quiet, hide their bodies, and slowly move towards the source of the bloody smell. Finally, they reached their destination and saw the maker of the footprints just now. On the other side, are three people. One of them was sitting slumped on the ground, his body was trembling uncontrollably, and his face was full of tears. What the hell is this, what kind of monster? His voice was slurred with violent tremors, fear robbing him of control of his body. And the other person, no, it should be said that it was a creature that existed as a human before, tearing the third person into pieces, and stuffing it into his mouth as if enjoying delicious food. The color of his skin was ashen, the blood vessels on his body writhed like maggots under the skin, and his fingernails stretched like sharp knives, cutting the body in front of him with ease. This is where the bloody smell comes from. Sebastian narrowed his eyes. Presumably these two people originally acted together, but after encountering a third party, one of them was scared out of his wits, while the other was killed on the spot. The dead man's cloudy eyes were full of despair. Is it a zombie again? Sebastian guessed, but immediately discovered the difference between the humanoid monster in front of him and a zombie. Zombies will not tear their prey into pieces like this before gnawing on them. This guy is a different kind of monster. Only a few seconds later, the monster had already eaten the corpse in front of it until there was not even a bone left. It's been a long time since I ate human flesh, but this time I was able to eat two at once. I'm so lucky. A jackal-like smile bloomed on the monster's face, and he walked slowly toward the only surviving person, but the latter had completely lost the desire to escape, and he was at a loss for what to do with the huge fright, so he could only sit there blankly, waiting for death to come. Hearing the monster's voice, Sebastian became more sure that it was not a zombie. Zombies have no thinking ability and only follow the instinct of hunting, let alone talking. But the monster was able to speak freely, and the words spoken in Japanese that Sebastian could understand. When Sebastian first crossed into the world of H, he mastered the Japanese language, but the world of A uses another language system, so he needs to be restudied. At least Sebastian can now be sure that they are currently on Earth. Go get that guy out, Sebastian gave the order. The reason why Sebastian gave the order was because he wanted to get information about this world from that person. The units on the side immediately pulled the trigger, and the bullets directly blasted the monster's head into pieces. Is that it? Isteth shook her head in disappointment. But at this moment, the monster whose head had been blown off quickly began to regenerate, and a new head grew out again. Bone and flesh continued to grow out of the fracture, and the red tissue was like maggots stained with blood, quickly crawling around the spine. What kind of weapon is this? Is it a firearm? The monster squatted down, picked up the bullet that was in the shattered head just now, and observed, but soon lost interest, turned to look at Sebastian and others not far away. His face was full of excitement expression. There is another delicious food delivered to my door. The foul-smelling saliva flowed from the corner of the monster's mouth, rows of sharp teeth were exposed, and its eyes were full of greed. There are so many people, I can enjoy myself today. It's been a long time since I've had so many people. He walked directly toward Sebastian and the others, intending to eat all of them alive. And at this moment, a blue and white figure stood in front of him, is death. Interesting, you won't die even without a head. With a smile on her face, she summoned 10 icicles from the ground and stabbed at the opponent. The monster couldn't react at all and was pierced by the icicle. The monster spit out a mouthful of blood, desperately trying to pull the icicle out of its body, but it was powerless. What kind of ability is this? Can you survive with a broken spine? The smile on Estetha's face became more obvious, and the air around her was condensed into thousands of ice blades. They fell like a waterfall and the monster was directly hacked into pieces, and its body was already torn apart. But it is still alive. Sebastian narrowed his eyes. The survivability of this monster was surprising. However, from the current point of view, no matter how powerful the regenerative ability of this monster is, it cannot be immune to pain. Sebastian can let Estetha have a good time to torture him. Estetha is the queen of torture, able to extract relevant information from anyone's mouth. As long as they can feel pain, even monsters must obey. What are you? Where is this place? The monster wondered why Sebastian and others would ask such a question, but he had to confess and be lenient. This is the forest near Yoshiwara. Because that side has been occupied by the upper moon, I can only come to this wilderness to try my luck. Upper moon. Sebastian heard the other person's words, and frowned slightly. Are you a demon? No, that's right. The demon looked at Sebastian and Estetha, and said frightenedly. Aren't you from the Demon Slayer squad? Sebastian smiled slightly. Of course, he knew which world these words belonged to, the Demon Slayer. In this world, there are creatures called demons. They are powerful, they can regenerate quickly, and they eat humans. They can only be killed by beheading them with a weapon called a Nichiren swords, or by irradiating them with sunlight. The leader of the demons is one named Muzan Kibutsuji, and all demons must obey his orders. Sebastian carefully observed the demon in front of him. Various thoughts emerged in his mind, and a malicious smile appeared on his face. Can I have a chat with your boss? Chapter 76, This man is scarier than a demon. Hearing Sebastian's words, the demon was scared out of his wits. What did you say? Who's the boss? Don't play dumb. Sebastian grabbed his head and yanked the demon up. The rest of his body had been destroyed by his death and was bodiless. Even if he could regenerate, it would take a long time. I'm talking about your boss, Muzan Kibutsuji. As the leader of demons, Muzan Kibutsuji also can change his face freely and transform into various people. He has turned into the appearance of many wealthy businessmen, replaced their identities, and inherited their family property and connections. In the past hundreds of years, he has inherited a lot of money in this way. If he can find Muzan Kibutsuji and obtain a large amount of resources, he will be saving himself a lot of trouble. Not only that, but as the king of demons, he has power far exceeding that of human beings and a nearly infinite lifespan. If his genes can be extracted, he and his unit's strength will be further enhanced. Moreover, Sebastian also knew that Kagaya Ubuyashiki, the leader of the Demon Slayer team, was also an influential person in Japan, not only raising hundreds of swordsmen and more support members but also maintaining the operation in several villages. In addition to Muzan, Sebastian can also cooperate with Kagaya Ubuyashiki and members of the demon-killing team. After all, in this world, human society has not fallen, and it is much more convenient to obtain resources, and money can be exchanged for a large amount of resources. Hearing Sebastian's words, the demon was scared out of his wits. He didn't expect Sebastian to call out the name Muzan. This is a name that none of them dare to say because he is a very cautious person. To avoid revealing his identity, he cast a curse on all demons, and anyone who mentions his information will die without exception. The demon was extremely surprised and never thought that the other party would directly say the name of Muzan Kibutsuji. In this world, they know the Demon Slayer Corp very well, and they have no fear of them. But these are not members of the Demon Slayer crop. Are they? This demon is puzzled now, but he doesn't have the guts to answer Sebastian's words, because as long as Muzan is mentioned, he will explode and die directly. Of course, I know the curse on you demons, Sebastian said with a smile. I'm speaking directly to your boss. He knew that Muzan could connect with almost all demons and know what they saw and heard. In Tokyo, Asakusa, within a luxurious house. This is an extremely dim room, all the dark curtains have been pulled down, blocking out the sunlight, and in the slightly narrow space, only a nervous and angry voice can be heard. Who are these guys? They're not members of the Demon Slayer crop, so why did they know about me? He is Muzan Kibutsuji, the king of all demons. At this time, he disguised himself as a wealthy businessman and mixed in the human world. This is also the real reason why the Demon Slayer crop has been having difficulty finding its trace. Just now, he saw the existence of Sebastian and others through the eyes of that demon. That power, is it blood demon art? How could human beings have that kind of power? No, such a powerful demon can't escape my control. The scene of his death as battle just now kept showing in his mind. That terrifying ice power is not something that humans can possess. But it is somewhat similar to the blood demon art. He had never met Sebastian and his group, but his intuition told him that they were not members of the Demon Slayer crop. That guy, want to find out where I am? No matter who these guys are, I must find out their origin. They are in Yoshiwara. In the forest outside Yoshiwara, Sebastian looked at the one in front of him with a smile. He believes that Muzan must have received his information, and whether the other party has any intention of cooperating or not. My lord, please let me go, I promise I will never eat people again. The demon said pleadingly. One last thing is needed, Sebastian said with a slight smile. What? Sebastian did not answer the demon's question, but directly called out the system, and immediately built a Tesla reactor and a battle lab in this forest as his base. Now he already knows the details of this world, so he chose to set up a temporary base here. Even the demon who has lived for more than 100 years was stunned when he saw Sebastian build a building out of thin air. This is beyond his cognition. But without waiting for him to react, Sebastian directly sent the demon who had lost the ability to resist into the laboratory. Sebastian plans to study the genes of the demon first to see if they can be used for him. New construction options. Extract low-rank demon gene cost, 100,000 G. Time, 24 hours. Because it is only because of the low-rank demon, the resources spent will not be too much. Boris, Tanya, you take a few soldiers to station here. By the way, old man, can you take us to Yoshihara? Sebastian asked with a smile, speaking to the survivor who he saved from the demon. The survivor was sitting on the ground paralyzed at this time and only recovered after Sebastian talked to him. Everything that happened just now was completely beyond the comprehension of this ordinary person. A man-eating demon, a woman who controls ice. And a building that suddenly appeared. He felt as if he had had a nightmare, only the nearly eaten wreckage of his companion next to him reminded him that all this was real. All right. The man nodded hastily. He finally got his life back, and he didn't want to lose it again. After all, Sebastian did save him, and he didn't have the guts to disobey Sebastian's words, so he nodded quickly and took Sebastian to a nearby city. Chapter 77, Sebastian's next target. Sebastian learned from the demon just now that this is a mountain forest very close to Yoshihara, so few people usually come here. Yoshihara can be said to be the most prosperous city in Japan in this era. In that place, there is no shortage of gold or jewelry. Moreover, Sebastian also needs to know the specific time point now. In Yoshiwara now, there is a pair of powerful twin demons, Daki and Jutaro. Among Muzan's subordinates, the most powerful are the 6 called Upper Moon. Each of them has a very powerful blood demon art. Daki and Jutaro are Upper Moon who stay in Yoshiwara. If they are still in this place at this time, it is good news for him. They will be very suitable research materials for him, with the ability to extract genes. The Upper Moon is much more powerful than the ordinary demons just seen, and so is its research value. Under the lead of the survivor, his group soon came to Yoshiwara. This is the most prosperous urban area in the country. The first thing that catches the eye is the luxurious city streets. The bustling streets are full of bright lights on both sides. And the dense flow of people makes the very wide road seem a bit crowded. The vendors' voices echoed through the crowd. The cherry blossom trees on the side are standing or leaning among the numerous petals, and the wind blows through the branches, bringing down cherry blossoms that are floating. After entering Yoshiwara, Sebastian also let the person who led the way leave. Akame and Kurome stared blankly at the scenery in front of them and were deeply attracted by it. So beautiful, even Esteth couldn't help but stop and admire the bustling scene of the street. It's like the capital here, but it looks better than it. There was a hint of a smile on Esteth's face, which was completely different from the smile she had when she was obsessed with fighting, but she also showed a rare girlish side. Sebastian ordered his other subordinates to use the Gia Foundation to change their appearance and hide the weapons in their hands. Their clothes were also transformed into clothes of this era. The Gia Foundation is a Tgthegood held by the Revolutionary Army member Chelsea, which can freely change the user's appearance, and Sebastian has already mass-produced it and transformed it into a prop that his team can use with him. In this way, their actions in this world will not attract too many people's attention. Otherwise, it would be too conspicuous to wear body armor and hold cutting-edge weapons that this world does not have. Let's start. Sebastian turned his head, watched Akame and Kurom staring fixedly at the roadside stall, and swallowed involuntarily. Both of them are super foodies, and they can't walk when they see the food on the roadside. Sebastian smiled and shook his head helplessly. Although both of them have been brainwashed by Yuri and become his subordinates, their core personalities will not change. Besides, Akame and Kurom are two kids. Since it's rare to come here, let's take a rest after a long work, Sebastian said with a smile, then walked to several small stalls and bought a lot of snacks. No matter in that world, gold is a universal asset. After all, the information of this world is already known now, and this world is not as dangerous as H&A. So Sebastian does not need to be impatient and take the next step. Akame and Kurom took the snacks brought by Sebastian, with grateful smiles on their faces. Thank you, Commander. Before they could finish their words of gratitude, they stuffed all kinds of food into their mouths, making their cheeks bulge. Isdeth also had a share. She was dazed watching Sebastian buy snacks for her. She took them and took a small bite. This is food that is not available in the capital. It tastes not bad. A girlish smile appeared on her face again, and then she took a second bite, continuing to enjoy the food. She fights all year round, so she rarely has time to rest in a story. She only ate ice cream once. While the others were resting, Sebastian started talking with the stall owner just now to further confirm the relevant information of the current time. May I ask where you are from? The boss asked curiously. Judging from the words and deeds of Sebastian and others, they didn't look like locals. We are from overseas, Sebastian replied with a smile. Overseas? It's quite far away from us. Could it be that you are also here for the Oiran DCH? Oiran DCH? Kurom on the side asked with some doubts because her cheeks were stuffed with food, so the voice was a bit blurred and hard to hear. Oh, you don't know? The boss said, a little surprised. This is the most famous festival in Yoshiwara. During this time, many tourists will flock here just to witness the beauty of the Oirans. What kind of holiday is that? Akame's curiosity was awakened by the boss's words. Is there something delicious? Of course, Yoshiwara can be said to be the most prosperous area in our country, and there is the Oiran DCH. As soon as the Oiran DCH was mentioned, the Chatterbox food stall owner was opened, and he patiently explained the special features to Akame, Kurom, and others. Even Isdeth listened patiently. At that time, a parade that showcases the elegance and beauty of Oiran, high-ranking courtesans, and the scene will be quite lively. Is there a lot to eat? This is the only focus of Akame's attention. Of course, you can eat whatever you want. The light in the Kurom's eyes is getting brighter and brighter. Boss, when will it start? It's tomorrow night. I want to see it then too. The boss has a smile on his face. There is a beauty in the Kayagaku house. Her beauty can make the Oirans of other brothels eclipse. Hearing the words of the food stall owner, Sebastian frowned slightly. Could it be that the Oiran of Kayagaku house is Warabeheim? It seems that you have done your homework, guest. Listening to Sebastian's words, the boss showed a meaningful smile on his face. That's right, it's Warabeheim. A smile also appeared on Sebastian's face. Chapter 78, The Third Method of Slaying Demons. Sebastian knows all the plots, so naturally, he also knows who Warabeheim is. Her true identity is the sixth upper moon, Daki. For many years, she has been disguised as an Oiran of various brothels, hiding her identity, and then looking for beautiful women to devour. With her brother, Jutaro, the combination of the two of them is the real sixth upper moon. As upper rank, they have a powerful strength far beyond that of ordinary people, and the two of them are also Sebastian's targets. They are upper ranks. So their abilities are very special, and their genes also have huge extraction value. Sebastian can also use the twin demons to attract Musen or the Demon Slayer team and use them to obtain a lot of resources. Okay, let's come again the next night. A smile bloomed on Sebastian's face. After simply figuring out the surrounding route, Sebastian led the others back to the base in the forest. There were few people there, so no one noticed the existence of Sebastian's base. By the next night, the previous demon had also been extracted. Commander, the research is complete. The system rang in Sebastian's ears. Extract low-rank demon gene. It can enhance the power and regeneration speed of the unit at night, but it will be weakened during the day. Sebastian squinted his eyes and carefully looked at the description in front of him. There is no doubt that the current low-rank demon genes are not very useful. The characteristics of strengthening at night and weakening during the day are similar to the characteristics of demons. Demons can only hide during the day because they will die if they are exposed to sunlight. Although the demon's gene is extracted and soldiers will not die during the day, the fact that their strength is weakened during the day makes this gene useless at present. Sebastian couldn't help thinking of a special item in this world. Blue spider lily is what Musen has spent hundreds of years searching. After having the blue spider lily, he can be immune to sunlight and become the ultimate creature. Perhaps, it can also improve the enhancement effect brought by the demon gene. While Sebastian was speaking, the demon that had been used as a test subject was carried out by others, whose faces now had horrified expressions. Everything he experienced just now was something he had never seen since he became a demon. Akame, get rid of him, Sebastian gave the order, and at the same time wanted to see if her Taiga was useful against demons. Murasame has the title of a one-hit kill, even a single wound can take away someone's life. She nodded and immediately walked towards the demon with Murasame in hand. Seeing the other party's actions, the subordinate demon showed a smile instead. Although Sebastian and others seem to know many things, they don't seem to know how to kill him. Demons would need to be beheaded by a weapon created with scarlet crimson iron sand and scarlet or bathe in sunlight, but now it was night, and what she used was not the Nicaran swords. They can't kill him. At the moment when the demon was distracted, Akame had already finished swinging the knife, and the sharp blade slashed across the demon's body, leaving a tiny wound. Immediately after that, countless incantations emerged from the wound, wrapping the demon's body like a poisonous snake. What? How is it possible? The demon convulsed in pain, but after a few seconds, every part of its body was covered by the spell, and then there was no movement, its body was replaced by a puddle of mud, which disappeared in ashes. Even if it is a demon, as long as it cannot escape the category of living things, it will be killed by Murasame. Sure enough, it still works. Looking at the scene in front of him, Sebastian nodded with satisfaction, which gave him the means to fight against demons. The effect of Murasame is much stronger than that of the Nicaran swords. The Nicaran swords must cut off the head of the demon to kill it, and if there is a demon with the means to break through their limit or super recovery speed. Even decapitation with a Nicaran sword has no effect. But Murasame was able to kill the demon just by leaving wounds on its body. No matter how strong the opponent's recovery ability was, it was useless. Sebastian immediately added Murasame to the production queue and distributed them to other units. He obtained Murasame when he captured the night raid, and successfully analyzed it, possessing the ability to create it. Moreover, the Murasame produced by the system will not consume the mental power of the human body like other Taigu, it is like an ordinary weapon. After dealing with the affairs of the base, Sebastian returned to Yoshiwara with the same staff as yesterday. Yoshihara, the most prosperous place in Tokyo, is also the most chaotic place. Rich people can live and dream here, and spend a lot of money in the feasting to satisfy their inner desires. The poor can only become the slaves of others and bear heavy debts every day. And those glamorous geisha also have a tragic fate behind them. They are not voluntary but were trafficked to brothels by their families when they were young. As night falls, beautiful lanterns are hung on both sides of Yoshiwara, and the bustling appearance is finally revealed. The sound of yelling, hawking, and people's discussions can be heard endlessly, just like the prosperity of the new year. Tonight is also the annual Oiran Dochu, which is the biggest festival in the entire street. The Oirans who spend a lot of money, and are rare to see, will compete here. Sebastian and others had also arrived at the street at this time, and they found a suitable location when there were not many people. Akame and Kurome put their attention on the delicious food. And after obtaining Sebastian's approval, they bought large and small packages of snacks and ate them while watching. And the eyes of many people around have been attracted by his death. Although his death is a general of the empire, he also has a beautiful appearance. The faces of the Akame and Kurome sisters next to them are also very outstanding. Before the Oiran DCH, they are the most eye-catching people on the street. At this moment, there was a loud noise from the other end of the crowd, as if they were cheering. Immediately afterward, there was a loud sound of playing music and fireworks that soared into the sky. The Oiran DCH has officially begun. The first to appear is a row of women with exquisite makeup, and they are surrounded by armed guards. After all, every Oiran has crazy admirers. The leading samurai carried paper lanterns with patterns of different Oirans printed on them, leading the team forward. Chapter 79, The Beauty That Even Fallen Princesses Are Jealous Of. Wow, looking at the scene in front of him, Kurome couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Is this the first time you have come to see the Oiran DCH today? Hearing her words, an uncle beside him said. They are nothing from an unknown brothel, who are in charge of warming up the parade, they are all green, the real flowers are behind. The cheers were getting closer, and a woman was slowly advancing among the crowd. There is only light makeup on her face, but her alluring facial features have been fully displayed, and just looking at it gives people a very comfortable feeling. She has a special aura, giving people a feeling of closeness but not aloofness, beauty but not coquettishness. Compared with her, the ordinary Oirans who appeared at the beginning paled in comparison. The Oiran has appeared. The Oiran of the house at that time. If I had that much wealth, I would also like to go and listen to a song by her. Everyone cheered for Koinatsu's arrival. Koinatsu of Takedo House was equivalent to one of the brightest stars. But at this moment, a louder voice came from the other end of the crowd. It's Madame Warabeheim. Madame Warabeheim, please take a look at me. Kaigokuya's new Oiran, Warabeheim. The crowd was crazier than before, even crowded together. Some people even wanted to rush to the street, just to get a close look at her. A woman wearing a gorgeous costume has appeared on the stage. She has the most exquisite makeup in the entire city. Her snow-white face is inlaid with jewel-like eyes, and her delicate red lips exude a huge allure. She raised her head slightly. And her eyes and demeanor revealed a sense of superiority as if everything around her was just weeds to highlight her existence, and the smile on her face looked extraordinarily hypocritical. And it is this kind of superiority that makes countless warriors or rich people fall for her. Sebastian stared at her, his eyes narrowed slightly, he knew who the other party's true identity was. The sixth of the upper moon, Daki. At this time, Warabeheim swept over everyone with contemptuous eyes. Suddenly, her eyes stayed somewhere, and there was a trace of jealousy in her eyes. Her eyes met his death, seeing that the other person had a face that was not inferior to her own, and she felt jealous in her heart. Most importantly, she felt the pride in Estetha's eyes, which made her feel uncomfortable. However, her brows only twitched slightly, and it was difficult for others to notice, so she immediately hid her emotions. But in her mind, Estetha has already been regarded as her next target. She specially selects beautiful women as food to maintain her beauty. I found a suitable prey, she thought to herself. A smile appeared on the face of Estetha, who was looking at her. As the top powerhouse in her world, she naturally sensed the murderous aura of the opponent. Facing this kind of murderous intent, she knew that the other party was not an ordinary character, so she became excited instead, looking forward to the other parties coming to find her sooner. In this way, she can satisfy her desire to fight a little bit. After Warabeheim and the others left, the Oiran DCH was almost over. At this moment, Sebastian heard a familiar voice. He turned his head and saw a tall man walking on the street with 3 children. He seemed to be looking for a brothel. Sebastian narrowed his eyes and recognized the other party's identity at a glance. Tengen Yuzui, the sound column in the Demon Slayer Corp. The other 3 children are the protagonist Dangamon Tanjiro and his party. A few of them received news that there might be demons in Yoshiwara. So they came to investigate and search for Tengen's missing 3 wives. At this time, Tengen was preparing to distribute Tanjiro and his party to different brothels to better obtain information. Sebastian smiled slightly, he wanted to find a chance to get in touch with the Demon Slayer Corp. The latter has huge wealth and connections in Japan of this world, which can save him a lot of trouble. Sir should be Mr. Tengen Yuzui. Sebastian walked up to the other party and said the other party's name. And Tengen, who was recognized, was a little surprised, because his appearance at this time was completely different from his usual makeup, and he did not expect to be recognized like this. Who are you? Oyakata-sama and I are old acquaintances, Sebastian replied with a slight smile. Tanjiro on the side nodded as he didn't notice a lie. As the protagonist, he has a special ability to smell the emotions of others. But Sebastian's words are not problematic in a certain sense. He, who knows the story, can indeed be said to be an old acquaintance with the leader of the Demon Slayer Corp. Are you from the Ubuyashiki Mansion? Tengen asked. The Ubuyashiki Mansion is the logistics staff responsible for assisting the members of the Demon Slayer Corp, but he felt that Sebastian and others were different. But after learning that Sebastian knew Kagaya Ubuyashiki, he let down his guard. No, we are people from another country and want to see the bustling Yoshiwara, so we came here, Sebastian replied. I see, Tengen nodded. May I ask what your name is? Alexander Sebastian, Sebastian replied, pausing for a moment before continuing. Did you come here to find the trace of the demon? That's right, we have heard rumors that there are demons here, although it has not been confirmed. Please be careful, Mr. Sebastian. If the Sound Hashira doesn't mind, we'd like to help a little, Sebastian said with a smile. Presumably you are planning to send these 3 kids to different brothels to obtain information, right? That's right, Tengen was a little surprised, he didn't expect Sebastian to know his plan well. I do have a better way, Sebastian smiled slightly. Please come with me. Tengen thought for a while, and after confirming that Sebastian and the others had no malicious intentions, he nodded and followed in the footsteps of Sebastian with Tanjiro and the others. Chapter 80, The entire city is already my property. Kayagaku, in the room of an Oiran. At this moment, Warabeheim looked at herself in the mirror, her brows twitching slightly. She kept recalling the moment when she met Estetha's eyes when she was parading the street. The jealousy in her heart became more and more obvious. Not only because Estetha is not inferior to her in appearance, but also because of Sebastian and others beside her. They were misunderstood by her and regarded as Estetha's family members. Warabeheim was born in the street of Yoshiwara, and she was just an ordinary little girl then. It's just that when she was born, her mother died of an illness, and she could only be brought up by her brother, Jutaro. Jutaro is ugly. Suffers discrimination from the people around him, and is jealous of the perfection of others. Still, because of his character, he worked as a debt collector in the city. Due to their miserable living environment at the bottom, coupled with the influence of the character of her brother. The thoughts of Warabeheim are gradually distorted and deformed, and gradually develops the habit of retaliating an eye for an eye when hurt by others. The concept of taking before you're taken from, results in her taking away other people's happiness when encountering misfortune. When she saw his death, Sebastian, and others. She couldn't help thinking of her past because the time of being a demon is too long, her memory of the past is a little fuzzy, but she clearly remembers that time when she was miserable. She is jealous that his death has the same level of appearance as herself, but has a family and a life that seems happier than her own. She wants to take away her beauty and happiness together. The blue veins on her forehead protruded, as if they were about to poke out of the skin. Her originally delicate face became extremely pale at that moment, and a murderous intent burst out of her body like a cold wind. At this time, she heard the sound of the boss welcoming guests from outside the gate of the house. Welcome. At the gate of Kayagaku house, Sebastian and others walked in directly. Mr. looks like a tourist, which geisha do you need to serve? Seeing the arrival of Sebastian and others, a friendly smile appeared on the boss's face immediately. After all, no one will make trouble with money. I want to buy your Kayagaku house, Sebastian said with a smile as if he had said an insignificant matter. Mr. Customers don't joke around. The boss thought that Sebastian was joking, so he didn't take it seriously. The Kayagaku house is one of the best brothels in Yoshiwara, it is hard to change. What about this? Sebastian smiled slightly, snapped his fingers, and the unit behind him walked into the house with several baskets full of gold. Not only the owner of the house but even everyone present was shocked by the scene in front of them. This, how much is that? They had never seen so much gold in their entire lives. As for Sebastian, in the first world, he already possessed wealth beyond one country. And in the second world, he was allied with many nations. For him, this much gold is nothing more than sprinkling water. But for other people, these golds are undoubtedly an astronomical sum, and even the richest guests cannot take out so much gold all at once. Do we have a deal? Sebastian asked with a smile, his eyes swept over the other party. All right, deal. The owner of the Kayagaku house felt his hands trembling. Although they had been one of the best brothels after the arrival of Warabeheim, there were not many who the boss could get. Because most of the money was given to Warabeheim. As the entire Kayagaku house is supported by her. The handover procedures were completed quickly, and now the Kayagaku house has been owned by Sebastian. By the way, sir, the boss had already packed his things, and before he was about to leave, he whispered to Sebastian. The girl in our house is not very talkative. Not long ago, the owner's wife was in charge of Kayagaku house, but she suddenly committed suicide by jumping off the building, and no one knew the reason. But Sebastian knew that the proprietress died because of Daki. She noticed the existence of Daki but was silenced by the other party. Don't worry, what I like the most is to train people who are not good at talking, Sebastian said with a smile. At the same time, he also asked his men to buy other brothels. Sebastian spent only a small part of the cost and occupied all the brothels in Yoshiwara. The income of the entire brothel can account for more than half of Yoshiwara. And the amount of funds obtained is very considerable. It doesn't take a lot of time for Sebastian to earn back his capital. For him, this place can be used as his temporary base. Sebastian's primary goal at this stage is to obtain the gene of Muzan Kibutsuji and fuse it with the blue spider lily. Before coming to this world, Sebastian learned from the system that this world is just a small world and that a portal to the main world can be opened at any time. Sebastian is not planning to stay in this world for a long time, he can leave after getting what he wants. The only threat in this world is Muzan. After making the arrangements for Muzan, this world can be developed at will. Sebastian only needs to leave a certain amount of manpower to develop this world itself, and then he can go to the third main world. This world is nothing more than a substation for him. What happened? At this moment, Warabeheim hurried out of the room. She recognized Sebastian, Esteth, and others at a glance. "You must be Miss Warabeheim," Sebastian said with a smile. "From now on, I will be in charge of this Kayagaku house. No, it can be said that the entire Flower Street is under my control." Sebastian narrowed his eyes. "Please guide me more in the future." Looking at the posture of Sebastian in front of her, Warabeheim's brows twitched slightly. The original boss of Kayagaku was in awe of her and did not dare to offend his cash cow, but now Sebastian's attitude is completely different. It was as if he didn't take her seriously. But Warabeheim thought about it again. Sebastian's behavior was tantamount to throwing herself into a corner. "Tonight, I will make you die without a place to bury you." Warabeheim secretly thought in her mind that she was going to attack Sebastian and others tonight, especially Esteth. But there was a false smile on Warabeheim's face, and she hid all the thoughts in her mind. Please advise me more. Chapter 81, This kind of power is not human. Late at night. At this time, there was a dead silence in Kayagaku house, and it seemed that everyone had fallen asleep. In the darkness, there seemed to be venomous snakes wriggling. These are not poisonous snakes, but silk ribbons. This is Daki's blood demon art. At this time, Daki was silently approaching the room where Esteth was. After Sebastian bought the Kayagaku house, his group stayed overnight in it. Each person has a room. And she clearly remembers the room where Esteth is. "I can't wait to eat you alive. I won't allow anyone to have the same grade of look as me. If I can eat you, my skin should become even more beautiful." The smile on her face became more obvious. She controlled her ribbon to slip through the crack of the door and opened it silently. By tomorrow, Esteth will disappear mysteriously, no one knows where she went, and no one will suspect that she is the one who did it. While thinking, she walked into the room and closed the door gently. The room was pitch black. So she couldn't see clearly what was inside, but she felt a strange cold wind. The night in Yoshiwara shouldn't be so cold. Even though she is a demon and her physique is far above that of ordinary people, she still feels that the cold is unbearable. What happened? The lights in the room suddenly turned on, and Sebastian, Esteth, and others suddenly appeared in front of her. Only now did she realize that she had stepped into a trap. Was it the demon slayer? With a yell, she released countless silks, preparing to kill Sebastian and others. As the sixth of the upper moon, she has killed many swordsmen, so she still has a certain degree of confidence. But at this moment, Esteth walked slowly in front of her, and the high-heeled made a crisp sound when they stepped on the ground. "Demon Slayer, what is that?" With a sly smile on her face, Esteth stretched out her fingers. Immediately, a gust of cold wind gushed out, freezing all the silks shot by Daki into ice, motionless. "What?" Daki's eyes widened, completely shocked by the scene in front of her. "Are you a demon?" In her heart, she thought that what Esteth used was a blood demon art. Ordinary humans can only use a technique called breathing style at most. So how could they create ice? But she was even more surprised if the other party was a demon. Their strength was very powerful. Why she had never seen the other party. Demon? Is that an insulting title? However, in the past, some people called me a witch. The smile on Estetha's face became more obvious. She moved her finger lightly, and the silk that had just been frozen into pieces immediately turned into shattered pieces. "Hey, you should be considered a very powerful presence in this world, can't you give me a little fun? I am going to kill you." Daki roared angrily, then released the blood demon art again and rushed towards Esteth. But in the next second, she fell directly to the ground heavily. She turned her head, and a trace of panic appeared in her eyes. Her legs had left her body, standing where she had just stood like ice sculptures. Esteth just froze her legs, and her acceleration just broke her legs. At this moment, Sebastian walked up to her, staring at her eyes with cold eyes. "I know you're watching, Musen. We are not members of the Demon Slayer Corp, and in a sense, we have no vengeance. Come and make a deal, otherwise, I will tell the Demon Slayer Corp about the fake identity you used and the secrets. There are several members of the Demon Killing Squad, who are in the building next door to us. Perhaps you would prefer us to visit you in person?" There was a smile on Sebastian's face, and he knew that Musen was observing all this through Daki's eyes at this time. You are not worthy to mention that person's name." Daki yelled angrily. Her body hadn't fully regenerated, but she had released the blood demon art and lifted herself with her satin ribbon. Immediately, these ribbons flew toward Sebastian. Since she is not the opponent of Esteth, Sebastian who has not taken action must be weak. But in Sebastian's eyes, her movements were extremely slow. Now he has the same physique as Esteth and has also inherited Tyrant's genes. Even if he doesn't use any weapons, he has reached a high state by relying only on the strength of his body. What's more, Sebastian also has several Taigu effects. Incursio. Sebastian said, and an armor covered his body in an instant. This is Sebastian's personal demon armor. He changed the appearance of the armor and used system technology and Dorothea's alchemy to fuse the demon armor with his body. Therefore, Sebastian does not need to use the sword to release the armor like Bullet in the story but only needs to use his mind to call it out. As expected of the commander, Estef looked at Sebastian's back with admiration in her eyes. The silk wrapped around Sebastian's body like a snake. Most people would have their bones broken and their blood sucked dry by it, but he was not harmed at all as he was wrapped in armor. Sebastian exerted a little force, and the silk on his body suddenly broke. Although Sebastian usually uses his military to deal with the enemy, now his power has reached a high level. Boom! Like a meteorite falling from the sky, Sebastian's iron fist hit Daki's face. Her bone was instantly shattered and fractured, and the shattered bones pierced into her brain, but the exaggerated impact just now had shaken her brain. Her facial features were twisted together, like dough that was disturbed, and her eyes popped out, completely different from her previous appearance. Even a demon can only pale in comparison to Sebastian's terrifying power. Just when Sebastian was about to punch again, there seemed to be a cry for help from deep in Daki's mouth. Brother. Chapter 82, The Ghost of the Twins, It Will Break at the First Touch. At this time, a huge sarcoma grew out at the junction of Daki's neck and shoulders. This sarcoma is getting bigger and bigger, and it has become several times its original size in an instant. Even bigger than her body. The epidermis of the sarcoma began to collapse, becoming uneven, and eventually turned into a thin and misshapen human body. His body was exaggeratedly thin, as if there was no flesh and blood, and the skin was hanging directly on the bones. As if carrying an invisible weight, trying to crush the slender spine. At the same time, it also emits an unbearable stench. His head was covered with kelp-like messy hair, covered with dust, and the black spots inlaid on his ugly face showed his identity as Sebastian. Jutaro. Another part of the twin demons. The moment he appeared, he carried Daki's broken body and moved several meters away. Daki's body began to recover, and after seeing the arrival of Jutaro, she burst into tears like a child. Don't cry, don't cry. Jutaro gently wiped the tears from Daki's face, but his voice was like a vulture choking on rotting flesh, hoarse and unpleasant. If ordinary people heard it, their bodies would resist, as if knives were cutting their eardrums. What a beauty, to be beaten like this. Jutaro turned his head and stared at Sebastian with resentment as if he were a scorpion with poison. Is he the one that did it? It's him, it's him. Daki cried out as if complaining. There are others. It's okay, I will tear them into pieces for you. A jackal-like smile appeared on the face of Jutaro. There was a sound of breaking through the air, followed by a gust of wind that could blow up sand. Jutaro moved in front of Sebastian almost instantly. At some point in his hand, he was holding two huge sickles, which had blood vessel-like textures, and their weird angles looked like the double pincers of poisonous insects. On the sharp edge, a faint green gas was emitted. The sickle is highly poisonous, and every time it is swung, it can raise poisonous mist. Once they are deeply poisonous, even a swordsman at the Hashira level cannot last long. Although Jutaro is one of the demons of the twins, in terms of strength, he is far better than Daki. He has several times the speed, strength, and combat experience than Daki. At this time, the sickle in the hand of Jutaro almost touched Sebastian's face. But Sebastian didn't panic. He took out a long blade with a movement that even Jutaro couldn't see clearly and blocked his attack. Jutaro turned around in the air and landed firmly on the ground, his eyes fixed on Sebastian's face. You defend against my attack. No wonder Daki was beaten like this by you. Also, does my poison gas work for you? Sebastian has the tyrant gene and can evolve in different environments. And Sebastian has already used the cloned body to adapt himself to various extreme environments, all kinds of highly toxic are no exception. Sebastian squinted his eyes and looked at Jutaro with a smile. The weapon in his hand was Murasame. If you don't show up before I kill the twin demons, then forgive me for visiting at that time, Sebastian said with a smile. What are you saying? Jutaro was a little dazed, completely unaware of what Sebastian was talking about. At this moment, Sebastian rushed out, and the swift and violent slash was like a poisonous snake, directly cutting the skin of Jutaro. Jutaro took a step back suddenly. And the opponent's speed was much faster than he imagined. But he wasn't worried, because the opponent's attack was insignificant, and even if he was beheaded, there would be no problem. The twin demons are special. To kill them, they must be beheaded at the same time using Nichiren swords. But what Sebastian holds is not a normal Japanese sword, but a one-cut killer, Murasame. Jotaro didn't notice that his wound hadn't regenerated until this time, and countless mantras poured out from the wound, gradually covering his whole body. What? Jotaro was extremely surprised, and stretched out his fingers, trying to dig out all the spells on his body, but even if his skin was torn apart and blood flowed, he still couldn't stop the spread of the spells. No, no, no. What the hell are you? No, no, no. I'm a demon. Before he finished speaking, his body began to collapse, like a sand sculpture submerged by the tide, and soon became silent. Brother, Daki sat on the ground, unable to believe the scene before her eyes. Why was Jotaro killed? Aren't they supposed to be the twin demons? They can only die if they are beheaded by the Nichiren sword at the same time. The other party even just caused a small wound. At this time, Daki was completely frightened, and sat there, her eyes full of despair. It seems that your boss is a coward, Sebastian said with a smile, and then he ordered his units to bring Daki, who had lost her resistance, back to the battle lab and began to study her genes and blood demon art. At the same time, Sebastian also built a spy satellite and began to look for the location where Muzan was hiding. Since you dare not meet me, then I will come and find you in person. In the Infinity Castle, Muzan was still in shock at this moment. He didn't know the history of Sebastian, his death, and others at all. But Muzan has already seen a terrifying picture through the eyes of Daki and Jotaro. Unbelievable ice, deadly weapons, and armor. It was the first time that he felt so powerless as a demon. However, he didn't think that the Infinity Castle where he was located would be discovered by Sebastian, but to prevent it from happening, he still chose to pull all the other moon back to the Infinity Castle. In these hundreds of years, he is not going to leave the Infinity Castle anymore, and he will be a tortoise. But he still kept revisiting Sebastian's words in his mind, and doubts arose in his heart. Why does this person know about the existence of Infinity Castle? Chapter 83, Invading the Infinite City, Scaring the Brazen Boss. Muzan has never let demons other than 12 moons into the Infinity Castle, nor has he shown the existence of the Infinity Castle in front of humans. Why would Sebastian know about the existence of the castle? This made his doubts. At this time, Sebastian was in Yoshiwara, dealing with various affairs. From the outside, the place has not changed much, it is still a bustling street in Yoshiwara. But in fact, it has been transformed into a secret base. In Sebastian's eyes, the Daki gene, which was captured yesterday, has emerged. Daki gene improved the soldier's regeneration ability, and can release blood demon art, Obi-Sash manipulation. If he gains the genes of Daki, not only can he strengthen the unit, but also allow them to release a blood demon art, such a bonus is undoubtedly huge. But at the same time, Sebastian also noticed that this gene, like the previous demon gene, can only take effect at night. Not only can it not have a strengthening effect during the day, but it will also weaken the unit's strength, which will have a counterproductive effect instead. So Sebastian still needs to get the blue spider lily to improve the purity of the demon gene. Mr. Sebastian. At this time, Tengen Yuzui brought Tanjiro and others to Sebastian. There are 3 women beside him, who is his missing wife. His 3 wives are also members of the Demon Slayer squad, lurking in Yoshiwara to investigate the whereabouts of Daki, but they are found by her and imprisoned. After Jotaro was killed and Daki was captured by Sebastian, the 3 of them were also successfully rescued and reunited with Tengen. Is the demon here really solved? Tengen and the others asked in disbelief that they were arranged to rest in another room by Sebastian last night, and they didn't know what happened there. That's right, Sebastian smiled and nodded. It's Daki, the 6th moon, her blood demon art is. Sebastian shared the information about Daki, and Tengen's wives also nodded, saying that what Sebastian said was not wrong. I see. Tengen looked at Sebastian in surprise. He never thought that this young man in front of him would be so powerful. In the story, Tengen had difficulty facing Jotaro and Daki at the same time. Although he won with the help of Tanjiro and others, he was also seriously injured. I need to go back immediately and report the situation here to Oyakata-sama, he said to Sebastian. He was respectful to Sebastian. There is such a strong presence outside of the Demon Slayer Corporation. Then I hope to meet Mr. Obuyashiki next time, Sebastian said with a smile. Such a move has allowed him to have a connection with the Demon Slayer Corp. Although the Demon Slayer Corp is not recognized by the government, they have grasped exaggerated wealth. They have several villages as stronghold bases. And each swordsman also has a very rich income. It can be said that the Demon Slayer Corp is the largest consortium in the world. At that time, Sebastian could use the Demon Slayer Corp to obtain a lot of resources. After sending away Tengen, Sebastian starts to complete the remaining work in this world. Collect the blue spider lily on one side, and obtain the genes and resources of Muzan. Musin has been hiding in human society for hundreds of years, pretending to be a wealthy businessman from all over the world, and has accumulated a lot of wealth and connections. Not only that. He is the king of all demons, the creator of all demons, possessing the regenerative ability and power beyond all demons. In the story, Musin single-handedly beats almost all the Hashira-level swordsmen into a desperate situation. Even if he is beheaded by a Nichiren sword, he will not die easily. If you can get the gene of Musin, then his unit strength will be greatly improved. But even Musin could not overcome the threat of the sun, therefore. He needs to find the mythical blue spider lily to evolve himself into the ultimate creature. For Sebastian, it is necessary to find the blue spider lily to refine the gene of Musin. But he has the spy satellite and a large military, so it is only a matter of time before he finds the blue spider lily. What is needed at the moment is just to get Musin out of Infinity Castle. He is now using the spy satellite and his unit to detect the location of Musin, and now he also has the gene of Daki. As long as it is Musin's subordinates. Then the former can sense their existence. But vice versa, he can use Daki's genetic reverse to track down the location of Musin. At this moment, Tanya brought a group of soldiers to Sebastian's side. "Commander, we have found the enemy location." "Very good," Sebastian smiled slightly. "Let's move out." In the Infinite City, Musin still hasn't come out of the Infinity Castle. To prevent problems before they happen, he prepares thousands of demons with at least the level of Lower Moon. At the same time, he also sent a lot of people to investigate information about Sebastian, but there was nothing. At this moment, Musin felt a violent vibration in the Infinity Castle. What happened? Musin asked Nakheim behind him, who was the controller of Infinite City. "My lord, there is a raid." "What?" Musin was startled. The location of the Infinity Castle is a top secret. How could someone invade it? Could it be? Before he could react, he heard countless blasts of noise. That's Sebastian's vehicles and other troops. Under Sebastian's order, they knew the location of the Infinity Castle and had attacked it. Large vehicles ran rampant in the Infinity Castle, knocking down all the walls and doors inside, and at the same time, more infantry strolled in. Each of them has the physical fitness of Bulat or Isdeth, can break boulders with their flesh and blood. And is all equipped with mass-produced Taigu. These demons are not worth his cutting-edge weapon. What's more, the leader of the battle is a strong person with the ability to destroy a country, Isdeth. At this time, countless evil spirits rushed towards Isdeth, trying to tear her into pieces. But she only had a relaxed smile on her face. Although it is a non-human creature, it seems that the fun is limited.